Good morning and welcome into year 6 of the SFB Podathon. Yes, this is the face you are welcome to. There's one big head on your screen, but I assure you there'll be many other beautiful heads to join me shortly. Why is it just me? We went over this a little bit last year. As you remember, 6 years ago, I started out with two co-hosts, Kevin and Steven, and Scott always told me they were holding me down. They were terrible. I should get rid of them. And luckily enough for me, they fell off on their own. But truthfully, I could not have started what I started here with the SFB Podathon without those two gentlemen. Life takes a lot of twists and turns. The life dynamics change. They've both become very busy, and they're here in spirit. And luckily for me, I have some other amazing friends, not only in the fantasy football community, but in the SFB community that'll be here for the next now 36 hours to get us through the SFB Podathon. It was originally 24 hours. I'd go for that full 24 hours and drop dead afterwards. The guys came to me 2 years ago and said, there's too many people. There's too much we got to get done. You've got to extend the show to 36 hours. I said, all right, I'm going to need help. There was no shortage of people. And over the next, I'd say 90 minutes, you're going to see pretty much all those people that have helped put this amazing event together. And one of the things that we have that helps us put this on every year are wonderful sponsors. So I'm going to jump right into reading the first 30-minute set of sponsors that we have here. And this guest, which is me, is brought to you by DraftBuddy.com. DraftBuddy helps fantasy players get ready for the most important day of the year, Draft Day. Create custom cheat sheets for your fantasy league. Track your draft with DraftBuddy. Buddy syncs with drafts on My Fantasy League, Sleeper, and more. But what are you using if it's not My Fantasy and Sleeper at this point? Use it to track your SFB 13 draft. DraftBuddy has 23 years of helping fantasy players win their leagues. Connect with DraftBuddy developer Mike McGregor at DraftBuddy on Twitter, or visit DraftBuddy.com to download this league-winning tool today. And also, TrophySmack.com. They are back. It's the place for Podathoners to find unique and customizable fantasy trophies, belts, rings, draft boards, loser prizes. I get a lot of those. And so much more. Trophy Smack offers over 1,000 unique trophy and championship belt combinations, and their easy-to-use design tool allows you to uniquely customize your hardware using full photos, logos, original artwork, and more. Visit TrophySmack.com today and step up your celebration game. So we're maybe 4 minutes into this thing. I know you're already tired of me, so I'm going to bring in who I met very early on in my journey. That's Mr. John Bosch. John, I'm going to give you equal headspace to me. So Johnny is in first, and John, there's so many things we do surrounding SFB now, and one of yours is the Celebrity Eliminators. As we always jest, you do have some actual real celebrities in there, and then people like myself. But tell everybody how far that has come in recent years, and where we're at, what you did this year with
that. So much like you said, I have help now, a lot of it. Because it started to grow. So we formed a team like we have with everything else related to Fantasy Cares and Scott Fishbowl. And now we have a huge team helping us. It has grown to, I think we did like 170 leagues this year, which is awesome. They're all, donation only basically. So you sign up on a great sign up that Scott built. And you will get asked to, kick a little money to Fantasy Cares to play against some celebrities, like you said. Basically everybody that you want to play as an analyst, and then real celebrities like Tom Everett Scott's in there. That's always fun. He always does a couple of them now. So it's crazy to see how it's grown. Just like the Podathon, everything we've been able to do. It's unreal to me, Sal. It's awesome though. It's really, really awesome.
Yeah, and Tom is going to join us tomorrow for the first time on a Podathon. We've been trying to get him on for, I think, the last 2 years. And Casey's been trying to help with that because she's become friendly with Tom. And, Casey always harkens back to when this space was like literally a few big names and then Falafel House, which was where I came from. And, your show, Fantasy Insanity, that you used to do back then. And it's just so nice. Like you said, Scott has developed, all these great great like links and the website, and it's a way to get around. And I'm going to bring in another gentleman right now, and that is Dynasty Outhouse. That's Russ. That's you. That's you, buddy, right there. Maybe we should shrink our big heads down. There we go. Get a little bit of the background and the overlays up in place. And Russ is just another one of the guys who've been around in the community and the industry on the big and small level for many, many years. Got to be a good decade now, almost, Russ. And Russ has gotten more involved as well. And Russ, tell us what you've seen grow in the last couple of years, but this last year, since Fantasy Cares has become an actual, licensed charity. You guys, we can talk about that. We're gonna have a guy on in a minute who can tell us a little bit more about that. Russ, tell us what your favorite part about being involved in this and seeing it grow.
Oh man, like this was literally like, how you sit around and you're like, I want to know what do I want to be when I grow up? And you do that in your 30s also, because you're not a grown up yet. I'm 40 and something. I'm not a grown up yet, but it's just like, I remember, I'm a man. So like sitting there, I have no idea what to do. And then all of a sudden, like I find my way to Dynasty Twitter. I find my way to this tweet that says, hey, at Scottfish24, you should, donate charity for fantasy football stuff because we play with stupid, games. We should help people. I'm like, that's brilliant. That's real. Yeah. And oh yeah, Fantasy Cares. We do this for Toys for Tots and tutorial. Like, yes, I think that's what I want to. Yes, that's like taking something you love to do, and that's fantasy football, because clearly I don't shut up about it, and then using that for like the good of the world. Yes, John, I know. John has firsthand knowledge that I don't ever shut up about anything.
No, I was replying to the comment.
Yeah, well, I put that comment up because, Russ, one of the things you are heavily involved in is the merchandise and the Podathon shirts. And you did an amazing commercial. Your seamless transitions on that recent tweet that you put out. We're all wearing the SFB Podathon t-shirt for this year's logo, designed after Land Shark beer right here. So, Russ, you can get back to what you're saying, but Josh is actually a coworker and a longtime friend of mine. Tell people where they can find the shirts, and we have a deadline coming up. Tell them about how long they have to get those shirts in.
Yeah, so if you on Twitter, you go to @fishbowl_merch. In the bio is the link to the merch store, and there are, I think we're hitting close to 300 designs and different t-shirts and hoodies. And like, I'm not a hat person, but every single hat has looked so good, I might just start wearing hats. And the shop is closing in 10 days on the 18th. I guess I have to be very specific because we have like time zones watching this at this point. So on July 18th is your last day to get your orders in. So, I know, like I said, there's like 300 designs. Start looking now, because it might take you the next 10 days to whittle down to like just the 5 shirts you end up buying, because that's how good all of the designs are. Oh, shout out to Bob Gilchrist, Jordan Loop, and Steven Johnson, and I think whoever else. My bad if more people worked on those designs, but like
it was all them. I'm pretty sure.
Killed it this year. Like, so like, I'm glad they did so good that it made me not make any, because I would have brought down the average of quality of these.
No, you're definitely subpar, and we appreciate you for that. But I could not believe day after day the new logos that would show up. And you mentioned Bob Gilchrist. And Bob, if you're tuned in right now, Bob is in Orlando, right, currently, for the Orlando Live. There are some other things that he does surrounding his other charity work. Bob's, me, Bob, and Mike, at Daddy's home, and we like to get after each other on Twitter. They break my chops a lot, but I know it's all done in love. But they broke their rears. Yeah, I know it's not totally love. They broke their rears to get this stuff done on so many different levels, and it's just I can't even fathom how amazing and talented a lot of these guys are. So getting ready to drive out to the Orlando Live draft. So John, you mentioned to me earlier, recap, which drafts are live today?
Well, so today we have San Francisco, Orlando, and Atlanta. So we have London was yesterday, Buffalo the day before. the live drafts, just like we've said with everything is growing. Like, I'm excited. Mine's tomorrow in Cincinnati. I can't wait, but good luck to everybody in Orlando, San Francisco, and Atlanta. Go hang out and have fun, whether you're drafting or not. As long as there's capacity for you, go join, say hi to people, talk to them.
A week from today, Russ and myself will be attending the New York City live draft. I believe it's Tito Murphy's is the location in Manhattan. So, I mean, if you're in earshot of where we are, and you can make it out there, come hang out. You don't need to be in the league. You don't need to be drafting that day. The beer still tastes just as good. You get to meet Russ, take pictures. He loves when people get very close to him. He's a big fan of that, and try to just grab selfies with him. Guys,
I will say he actually is a fan of that.
Oh, I know.
The right setting. It just has to be the right setting.
People I'm not scared of, and weirdly, it's these freaky people I'm not scared of.
I've hung out with Russ in the city a handful of times with the crew, with some visitors from out of town. Not John Bosch. He never comes over here. He's afraid of New York City.
You don't have an amusement park in New York.
Yeah, we do.
We got
a event and a Swish Splash.
Not a Cedar Point one. Cedar Fair one.
Coney Island?
But Russ has Great Adventure. Like what? How far away are you from Six Flags, Russ?
25 minutes.
See? John, don't be a snob.
Yeah, I don't have a Six Flags pass. Sorry. Move on.
I will treat you and your family to a day at Six Flags.
So, I mean, what are we in, 15 minutes?
No, I mean entrance. Once we get in there, you're spending your own money, but I will buy your entry tickets.
Do we still do the 2-for-1 with the Coke cans out there, Russ? I haven't been there in quite a few years. Let's bring in a guy who's sitting in the waiting room right now. He's not busy at all. He's definitely not busy at all. I'm sure he's just back there hanging out. And let's bring him on to show him to the people. This guy we have.
What's going on, guys? Yeah, I was just writing the SFB pre-draft email. Is all I was doing in the background here. How's it going?
Good morning, Scott Fish.
What's going on, guys? Big day.
This is not far from wrong. Public transportation in New York is not very far from some sort of amusement park ride sometimes.
True.
That's true.
I'm 2 blocks away from that amusement park.
I hear that New York City one's going to be incredible. Just tons of stuff going on, free drinks, bunch of raffles. They're raffling off a date with Sal as a punishment for a league. That's
I actually can confirm Sal will treat you like he's a gentleman on dates. He took me out once. He is pure gentleman.
That is absolutely 100% true. I had 2 tickets to see the fantasy footballers in Manhattan, and Russ won. He got to come with me. So, by the way, later today, they haven't come back to New York since the pandemic. It's over, guys. All right, it's over. Stop staying local. Get your ass back to New York City and come visit.
Nice. Oh man, very cool. It's a very awesome thing you doing this every year, Sal. I've loved to watch it grow. I love seeing our sponsors up there. By the way, the Trophy Smack thing, like back here, we got the trophy, and look at this. This is we got another. This comes right off. It's a wall smack I got there, but yeah, they got some
off the walls
stuff
pretty easily. Also, I'm not going to do it for the sake of it, but I'm just saying, like, I don't care how nailed it is. I could just be like,
yeah. That sounds like a problem. Actually, it doesn't sound like it's designed that way. But yeah, each live draft is going to get a cool ring to auction off. I don't know if you see that there. And then should I show the big one here, Bosch? Can I do that?
Wait a second, it's a family show.
Let's see it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not that. No, we're currently auctioning off
does it fit?
Full helmet.
Does it fit?
Yeah, it fits. I put it on before.
That just upped the value right there. Like someone's gonna try and clone you from the particles that are now in that helmet.
It's now a Podathon Warren game helmet.
If somebody could clone Scott, that would be nice. We could use a few more of him.
A few more what?
If somebody could clone you, we could use. Russ said somebody's going to clone you off of your helmet now. It would be nice to have a few more of you.
Oh boy,
SFB would run a lot smoother if there was like another 2 to 3.
They slowly get dumb, right? Like multiplicity.
You know, you make a copy of a copy. It's not as sharp as the original.
So a little behind
That movie is
I always
fantastic.
like to do
Duplicity, right? What was it? Duplicity, the Michael Keaton one? Is that what it was called?
yeah.
Multiplicity.
Yeah, the last one was basically not even human. He couldn't even function.
Yeah.
So a little
Well,
behind.
we're showing our age on this.
Fourth wall
But
scene.
I did want to come on and just thank all three of you guys for the incredible amount of work you put in and pushing this mentality and this idea out there and keeping this community stronger and more together. It's just a wonderful thing, the things you guys do. And there's so much behind the scenes that people have no idea how much work you put in. It's incredible.
Well, if I could say to that, we all have been inspired by you. I mean, we'll slobber all over each other today. We came up with this idea the first year I played in SFB. So this is SFB 13. First one a lot of us, I think, played in was SFB 480. And if you guys don't know, back in the day, the league was based on how many teams were in it. So SFB 480 was actually SFB 6. And SFB 6, and then when it became SFB 7, there was such a big, fervor around this on Twitter. I said to Stephen and Kevin, that's the guy's name. Hey, let's do a 2-hour show. In a year went by and it turned into a 24-hour show. And I thought maybe it would hit stride in year 5, but year 3, ironically, the COVID year, it just exploded. And we raised $42,000 through the Podathon.
Insane.
That year.
Amazing.
We have the donation link on the bottom. You can donate to anywhere, any of the Fantasy Cares links. It all goes to the same place. We're trying to bring in as much as we can. I think the goal is, I'll put it at 150,000 this year. I mean, I don't know where we're at in total. Give that running number, but yeah, we all do this, Scott, because it was your vision, and your vision made so much sense that it brought a lot of us on board.
That's wonderful. I'm glad the community supports it and they're all on board. It's truly an awesome thing. By the way, that SFB 480, I think that might be that might have been the last year we got everybody in that signed up, or it might have been the first year we finally had to start turning away people because it was too many signups. But I know the year before that we got every single person in that signed up. Every single year up until that one, man.
That's how I got in. Okay.
Yeah.
It all makes sense now. I felt so honored back then. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think 360 we had a wait list of like 20 people and they ended up being replacements and we got everybody in. And then 480 it got a little too big.
And those 20 people that got kicked out so those 20 replacements could get in, banned to this day.
Yeah, I doubt it, honestly.
What was all the merchandise and logos like back then, Scott? Like
we didn't have any until logos? 7, right? Like, I mean, the first 2 years, the FF Oasis had like merch, but not specifically for the tournament. And then I think the first shirts came on SFB 7 with the castle for the Disney year. So, and that was only one shirt.
If you see on the screen, remember at 480, there was this, it just said SFB 480 with like a sledgehammer or something.
Was there really?
I think it might have been. God.
You might have predated it. I honestly can't remember. It's been so long.
It said like survived SFB 360.
The chat is telling me 480 had merch. It's so long ago for me. I didn't realize it.
Well, Scott, you're not going to.
I bought is like the most comfortable shirt I still own, the Disney one.
That shirt's awesome.
It's still the most comfortable shirt I own.
I have it, but I also at the time was working manual labor and I was like 6'3", 195, and now I'm like shrinking with my age, and now I'm 6'2", like 235. So that extra 40 pounds.
Either, but I still have it. And it's still very
I still have it though. It feels soft when I touch it. I don't think it fits. So
we might have a surprise early guest. By the way, we have a pretty big fantasy named person who may need to join us earlier than expected. I know Mike and I are both working with him behind the scenes. But speaking of
Mike's the big fantasy name.
I am not the big fantasy name, but I appreciate the intro.
Mike.
What's up, guys?
We have so many wonderful people So many wonderful people have done so much. I have some other people in the background, but Mike, I brought you on because there was a time when, even though Steve and Kevin did the show with me, I literally did everything, and I included booking the guests, bringing on the guests, doing terrible overlays. Steven Johnson will be on in a second to talk about how much better of a job he does than I do. But Mike, especially since we kicked it up to 36 hours last year, the amount of work I watch you do in the background, I know you and I are just two big alpha idiots and get that absolute appreciation and respect in person. Tell everybody what it's like to book 70-something different spots and get them all situated. It cannot be easy at all.
Honestly, it's a blast. I will tell you that there are, so many people in this industry that make life so easy. And this was no different. I'd love to, give you sob stories and say how great I am, but everybody just steps up. The amount of times that I have to ping people and be like, hey, I got to move you around. Are we flexible here? People are just great. That's, to me, like, the best part of this is connecting with people, and all the folks you're seeing today have made life so simple to make this work. This year, we asked everyone to fill out a Google form rather than the DMs back and forth, because that can be a nightmare. But it's a lot of work, but it's just a lot of fun because you're connecting with people that you really like. You're bringing on good people. And that's what I think makes this show amazing, is we can just bring people on that I think are just wonderful humans and say, hey, there's no show sheet, just have fun with it. And they do. So just being a little part of it is nothing short of amazing. And Sal, knowing what you did for years, I'm just happy to step up and help out. And honestly, seeing what John does, seeing what Scott does, seeing what Ryan does, any way that I can help to make this easier for you guys. I know what you all do. Russ, I know what you've been doing behind the scenes and how much you're stepping up to host this year. We're all putting in work right now. So all I want to do is just help out where I can, when I can. And honestly, the community makes it so darn simple. So just thank you for having me on, man. Oh, it's not the Podathon,
Mike,
unless Sal can't talk.
Yeah, like, come on, man. It's a little early for this.
I can guarantee you that.
Oh, man. When Sal was doing that earlier, I had my son turn off his Xbox because I'm like, I think you're taking up too much bandwidth over here. Oh, now I feel bad.
Yeah, you can use a little time away from the Xbox. It's fine.
Yeah, that's fair. That's true.
So he turned on the Switch, I assume?
Wait a second. Can you hear me right now?
He's going to have to steal it from the 5-year-old right now.
We get like every fourth word, Sal, but here, let me put this one
3
over.
switches, and the one is, it's really frustrating.
So speaking of all hard work, speaking of been around since the beginning of Dynasty Twitter and all of that stuff, we have yet another guest in another person that we need to introduce by putting "the" in capital letters. Ryan McDowell's here, everybody.
How's it going, guys? That's very kind of you, Russ. Glad to be here. And yeah, man, I can't believe it's here, Scott. It's been months of hard work, and we are here finally.
Yeah, finally. We've done it. We've done it. We can't relax yet, but we're here. It's been a fun ride for all these years, Ryan.
Yeah,
I love it.
It's great because clearly we have a group DM of all of us trying to get everything together, and there's a big SFB 13, group DM, and you see Ryan put in there, all leagues are filled, and then you hear somehow through Twitter, you hear everyone go, oh, and then like everyone just collapses for a few seconds just to like reboot, because the amount of work all of you have. Like Alan, we should be hoisting on shoulders, and Justin and Casey and Peak
and Chalk
and Chalk. Like that's what I meant to say when I said someone's last name instead. The amount of work that they have all put in, and the
Absolutely.
work Matt Price would have liked to have done had he remembered we existed, and not just, taking up space in our group chats. Like, it's like, I used to think I did a lot of things, and then I saw them doing things, and I'm just like, oh, cool. I'm lazy. I mean, I knew that, but like, you didn't have to point it out to me so hard.
Well, I mean, I think it's really obvious to everyone how this has grown over the years. But one way that it's clear to Scott and to myself that it's grown is just how much work goes on behind the scenes. Because what, Scott, 2 or 3 years ago,
Just 3
maybe a
years
little
ago,
longer than that. 3 years ago, we were doing this all by ourselves. And 5 or 6 years ago, Scott was doing this all by himself. And now we have a team of, I mean, really dozens of people doing different jobs. And, Scott's able to focus on his family and his day-to-day life, and not just, excuse me, not just this awesome league every day for weeks and months. So yeah, the team has been great for sure, and has just really carried the weight for myself, and I think I can speak for Scott as well.
Yeah, I remember it was the toys, whatever number that one was. And I remember the very first thing Scott was like, hey, I need help like whittling down these toys into amounts of divisions we can actually have, because toys, there are just hundreds of thousands. And then he's like, cool, here's a Google sheet. And then we like, me and like 1 or 2 other people are sorting things, and you still see Scott just being like moving stuff around on his own. Like, no, Scott, we can help. You don't need to watch us sort divisions. We got this. But you felt him over your shoulder, tapping his foot, arms
I
crossed.
feel like I've gotten better at it, at delegating and walking away a little.
Absolutely.
No, better than I was.
Not a chance.
I never said he was good at it. I said he's gotten better. That is
Yeah,
a very
I didn't say I
distinctive
completely
trait.
walked away.
I think it hit that point where you literally can't actually do it on your own. You can try, but there are going to be times where people finally get to do something before you can get to it.
Here's one note. I created the templates. I did not make a single league this year. Like,
I didn't either.
Yeah. Like, that was all Chalk and Hep and maybe Justin. So like, there's some things I've been able to back away from. I didn't put a single name in MFL this year. You know what I mean? Like, I've walked away from a few things.
So on that note, guys, I have someone who did put some leagues in, and also one of the other folks that works behind the scene. I want to do something special this morning. So if we could cut a few more guys in, do we have room, Sal, for 7 and 8?
We should,
Do it.
Wow.
Do it, Mike.
Hep, Bob, what's up, guys?
Oh, not much.
How's Epcot, Bob?
Epcot's good. I mean, how many people can find a private booth at Epcot?
Well, when you got that SFB hat on, I think you get a little extra respect.
You need Bob level connections for that.
It might be the shirt. The shirt did it,
Oh, nice shirt. Man. We should have talked, guys. We all wore the same thing.
This is awkward.
We all wore the shirt to the bands we're going to see their concert. It's we're those guys. It's fine.
All right, so guys, I wanted Hep to talk for a minute. It's one of the things we talk about with the SFB is how important charity is. And Hep, I think you have something for us this morning to kick off the SFB Podathon, don't you?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, we do.
Hey, okay, cool. So, Bob, I would ask that you go to your JDRF page for Emmy and refresh. And while you do that, I'll just say, so a number of years ago, a bunch of us got together and acknowledged Scott with a bottle of bourbon, a nice glass, and a massage for his wife. A couple of years after that, I think we went to Ryan, and we got Ryan a gift card, maybe some AirPods. I can't remember exactly. And then we visited Mr. Bosch with a supply of beer. So really, we just, having firsthand now seen the amount of work that goes in behind the scenes and the amount of work that you all, invest in Fantasy Cares and in this whole Scott Fishbowl it's just incredible. So I think it's really important for us to acknowledge, that work, Bob. So this is, if you a few weeks ago, you had some deliveries show up on your doorstep, some candy for your kids, some candy for you. And now this donation, it's just incredible. That amount of money was raised in a day. And it's been probably 3 weeks now that it's sat there, but that is it just blows my mind, Bob. I think that's just indicative of how incredible you are and how important you are to this community. And hat tip to everybody involved in this. And I'll just leave it there. Did you see that, Bob?
I did. Kind of
Okay, cool.
speechless. Appreciated everyone. That is unbelievably kind. I think I don't know. You guys did this on purpose, huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you don't need to talk, Bob.
No. Everybody be quiet. Bob
No.
needs we need to give Bob
I
his
am
time
really
to
bad
think.
at getting things too.
I don't like accepting things either. It's like
I get it. I feel bad for Bob right now, but
I don't. You can't give it back.
but
Bob.
it's-
You know how much work you put in. We all love you.
It's for my daughter's walk, and I appreciate everyone that donated towards that. That is tremendously kind, and she is going to be over the moon as soon as I tell them. I'm sure my wife has the email already too.
Yeah.
But thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Well, it's something that I'm glad Hep and everyone was able to get together and do, because I don't know how much people realize that not only you do behind the scenes on multiple levels, from designs to Fantasy Cares, but really Fantasy Cares would not exist as a 501c3 charity right now if it weren't for you. It just wouldn't at all. And this is the smallest of things we can do to say thank you. Like, I don't know that I'll ever be able to properly thank you for all you've done.
Hey guys,
I'm not sure who's breaking up right now, but
Yeah, Robot Sal wants to shout out Bob as well. So just get used to this, Bob. This is Sal's Podathon. This is what happens. Sal, do you want to put it in the private chat and we can read it for you?
It's absolutely wonderful that the host of the show has the worst connection of the show.
But Mr. John, you have a little bit of work to do now that it is 8:33.
Oh yes, I will. That's right. I will go ahead and do the. That is literally probably what Sal is screaming about. Somebody do the read. Somebody do the read. I bet you
That's cute of you to think that Sal is paying attention to anything right
Oh,
now.
No,
except
I know
looking at his reflection of his face in.
I know he does not pay attention to league rules, things like that. But the reads on the Podathon, he does not let those get missed. All right, it's me then. So we are at the 8:30 mark. This guest is brought to you by yardsperfantasy.com. You may know Yards Per Fantasy as one of the many content platforms in the fantasy football space, but what you may not know is Alex, their founder, was too terrified and anxious to get on camera for years, but now has their YouTube channel closing in on 1,000 subscribers. Or Zach, who has been seeking therapy to become more accepting of himself. Britt survived sexual, mental, and physical abuse. Ryan was diagnosed as bipolar. Matt lives in Australia and is essential part of Yards Per Fantasy. And Drew, who started writing about fantasy football to escape depression. These are the people, and this is Yards Per Fantasy. This guest is also brought to you by CampusToCanton.com, a website focused on all things fantasy, college fantasy, including Dynasty, Devy, College Fantasy, and Campus to Canton leagues. Campus to Canton is the fastest growing format in fantasy where your teams have college and NFL lineups. And as college players enter the NFL, they join your NFL roster. Visit CampusToCanton.com as their team of experts brings you articles, podcasts, cutting-edge tools, exclusive ADP, industry-leading draft guides for Devy, college, freshman supplemental drafts, and the deepest set of college rankings anywhere. Check out CampusToCanton.com. campus2canton.com. And that is the number 2, campus2canton.com.
Today, all capital letters. Like, how do you leave off the word that is in all capital letters?
I went back
Check out
and reread.
campus2canton.com today.
Hey, I went back and reread to make sure I got the number 2 in there. Give people the number.
Well, in fairness, you can check out Campus Canton tomorrow as well
True.
on the
Every
SFB
day.
Podathon. So.
Every day, check out Campus to Canton.
So real quick, 'cause I know Sal can't talk worth a darn, but we also brought one more person in. I think right below me on the screen here, Stephen Johnson, who has dealt with what a pain in the ass I am to work with in creating the schedule 17 times because of the amount of typos and misspells and wrong companies I put into the spreadsheet because I write in chicken scratch and go fast because I get confused easily because I'm old. But Steven has been a trooper. He did all the overlays for us. He works on the ABIs, works on the merch, and just one of those people that doesn't get nearly enough credit for what he does. Stephen Johnson, welcome to the show, buddy.
And
Good
from the
morning,
bar,
gentlemen. How are you?
Apparently, that's a nice bar you got going on behind you. Is that your basement?
No, I wish. Behind the green curtain. Don't pay attention to
Literally
the man
pulled
behind
back
the curtain.
for all of you.
Yeah. So it doesn't look like I'm in a dark black booth for the next few days. I'm just gonna chill here and pretend that I'm in a fancy, nice bar with a lovely merch logo behind me.
That Steve is
Very
gone. We
nice.
need someone with a murder basement, so it would only make sense if you did have the black nothing going on. So
Very true. Very true. But also, before I say, and again, I know talk was about Bob, and Bob, again, words can't describe, what you mean to this community, and even my involvement in all this is because of you, because you brought me in, and I also love the fact that now you know why I was stringing you along when you were texting fishing for answers. So I absolutely love that this is now out in the open.
He got absolutely nowhere with me. He tried,
Yeah,
he
you
tried
guys,
everybody.
I was kind of upset.
Yeah.
At first, I thought it was my mother sending something, and then the second one came, and I was like, "Well, Bosch is behind this. That Cork Soka," and then I was like, "I can't deal with another package," so I let the kids grab it. But I definitely appreciated all of it, and Steven is one of the guys that can keep me sane, because all of a sudden I can complain to him about whatever Bosch has come up with, or complains about.
I can send the worst possible idea of a design, and they make it look so good.
it's like 3 words of,
Magic.
hey, what about this and this? And really those
and
words
I
he puts
turn
together
around-
make no sense together.
I'll turn around to Steven and tell him, Steven, I'm gonna fuck Bosch. Oops, sorry. We get a bleep on this?
No, we're good. Move on.
Might have to do it later.
So what's best is, and I need to point this out, you know how whenever you have a secret, you're supposed to keep it to as few people as possible. The more people you add, the more likely it is your secret's going to get out. We currently have a chat room of a group DM of 88 people.
Yes.
That no one spilled any beans about all of the stuff that we have been putting together, all of the really, really mean things we've been saying about you. No one has let any of that leak out. So,
I do want to know, did you even notice the amount of coffee, or was that just literally like a regular Tuesday when you got this massive shipment of iced coffee from Amazon?
3? They were gone in 2 days.
There you go. Perfect.
You see the size of the coffee he was drinking before?
This
This is the third one. This is the third one today.
He didn't notice.
Did not notice the coffee.
No, you would have had to back up the Brinks truck of coffee.
Yeah.
But it definitely went to good use. To finish
I
up
love that we can't hear
last couple
Sal
of things
when we see him
before I.
flex.
I'm glad you didn't figure anything out when I texted you the other day. Hey, what's Emmy's link to her rock?
And then I thought it was something that you were just trying to figure out for your son, and I was like, yeah, whatever.
Oh, that's right. That was perfect timing for you to be able to get the direct link.
I was super direct about it too. You're like, what's
You
this
did
for? I'm
come
like,
back
"We're
with that pretty
donating
quickly.
to."
I wondered how you had that so quickly. You just straight up asked Bob for it.
Straight up directly. Yeah.
No one assumes that Scott is doing anything sneaky. It's like, oh, it's Scott. I'm sure it's no, but it's something good. It's something nice. You don't have to worry
I
about
could have
it.
asked that, and the first question would have been why.
On the sneaky
Why?
front, I think I gave Hep a heart attack when I changed the Commission Possible Twitter to name Bob Gilchrist, and then I added Bob Gilchrist to the secret Bob Gilchrist chat.
I had him kicked out in about 3 seconds.
That was impressive how on you were on that. I mean, it was just like, oh, and he's gone.
For those that don't know, Hep is a machine. I mean, he
is.
literally, quite literally, is a machine. Like anybody that doesn't know, all the love that's being given to Bob, it needs to be given to Hep as well. People will never know the amount of work that he does for the Eliminators and SFB. Like, it's unreal.
I think that's important, Bob. It's not me. I think it's important that just people are cognizant of the amount of work you all do. I think that, yeah, I do a lot of work, but that's like tripled by all of this team. I think that's important. Like, you know, if you know somebody that's in the merch business or the merch store or the AV makers or the behind the scenes, just, you know, give them knuckles, give them a shout out, because it's incredible. It really is.
Yeah, we started dreaming up this theme about this time last year. I know I showed Ryan and Scott at the expo, but John and Steven and Jordan and Russ and I had started putting together the logos July 3rd, I think, or June 22nd, I think, was the first one I updated. And it was the Starbucks one was the first one made.
Shocker, Starbucks.
And then very quickly, it's like, all right, we need to make sure Scott's on board with this. Somebody make Pepsi.
No, I think it was. How many can we get done
Pepsi
before we present it to make sure that he can't not be on board?
In fairness, this theme was on the short list for like 3 years, so it wasn't a hard sell. Trust me. And the theme for next year, which I'm not going to reveal here, but it's funny because Bob and I were just talking the other day. He had some ideas for it, and I'm like, and I threw it out there what I was thinking, and it was the same exact idea. So I think that just shows that this team is very much on a similar wavelength for things.
I already can't wait for next year's.
I know.
Yeah. I have like
Is this a next year teaser?
As well.
Should we give out an SFB 14 spot?
No, we're not. Well, I don't care about that's fine, but we're not going to tease.
Not giving out the theme.
We're not going to give it out. We'll wait on that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, technically, right now, Ryan McDowell, Scott Fish, and John Bosch are our guests. So let's do a little bit of work. Let's pretend we actually had a host. And Ryan McDowell, what division did you actually end in? And more importantly, did you choose your division, or did you just like, were you one of those people that waited and it's just like, all right, I put 10,000 people in, which one's left?
He let Hep. He made Hep assign him.
I chose. I'm in the Five Guys division.
Yes.
Slow MFL draft, but you know, honestly, I'm obviously excited about the draft here in a couple days, but I'm even more excited about the live Cincinnati draft, hanging out with my buddy John and a lot of other great folks that are going to be participating and just watching those drafts like I will be. So Cincinnati's going to be great. Five Guys, slow draft will be great as well.
I'll be there in like 24 hours from right now, Ryan, is when I'm arriving. I can't wait.
Sounds good.
I'll see you at the bottom. Just went to a live event.
Bob Lung's here.
What's up, guys? How you doing, man?
How's it going?
Coming
Bob?
to you live from London.
Amazing.
This is awesome.
Amazing.
International draft, SFB live.
That's right, baby. Yeah, we did ours last night. I drafted out of the 6th spot. A lot of fun. Murph, Ryan, Dynasty Island was on there. A lot of great people. And so I didn't even try to do this from the room that we're doing the expo in because it's so loud you can't hear anything. So I'm actually outside standing underneath, staying out of the rain. I know, surprise, it's raining in England, but just excited to be here. Scott, I'm just honored to kick off the first live international draft. So thanks for everything that you do, brother. And everybody out there, please donate. And like you said, it's been a really fun expo. They doubled their size this year. They went from 50 to 100. So that just shows you that it's going to grow here just like it's been growing in the United States.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you very much for the kind words. And thank you, Bob, for all you do, helping build the community and bring everybody together as well in person.
You bet, guys. Honored to do it.
Drinking juice out of their SFB pint glasses. How many beers are going around at the expo right now?
There are a lot. I would say of the 100 people, probably 99 of them are drinking some kind of alcohol right now because I'm the one who's not, because I was out till 3 a.m. with these guys. I keep forgetting that I can't hang with Europeans. But I tried, damn it. I tried.
The beer's a little different over there. It's just a little different.
Yeah, actually, I just did my rum and Coke to just stay in my path. Yeah, but no, these folks know how to drink over here, no question about it. But I told them, I said, the expo, there's a lot of drinking goes on in the American Expo, so hopefully you get a few of them to come to next year's event, and they all want to do it, but I get it. It's not real cheap.
Is there any fun stuff you want to drop about what we got going on in, Zach likes to point out, 33 days?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the same of last year, you know, Friday night party, cornhole tournament, of course, all the Kings Classic drafts on Saturday, which, you know, for those who maybe don't know, we added 3 new events. Where is it? 4 new events. 3 new events, because we had the college fantasy that John Lobb does as a Kings Classic. But this year we have an IDP class Kings Classic, a Dynasty Kings Classic, and our first ever Queens Classic. So we got 14 of the top females in the country coming to the event to draft live in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And I couldn't be any more excited. Now we're up to 7 Kings Classic drafts that will be going on. So that's pretty cool. Saturday night party, of course, will be at the stadium just like it was last year. But the big thing is that the expo on Sunday will be inside the 100,000 square foot domed football field that they have right there at the Hall of Fame Village. We got plenty of room to continue to grow. And we'll have, of course, you know, a lot of people already know this, but Des Bryant is planning on attending the event. He even wants to play in the flag football tournament. So that ought to be interesting.
Shotgun
his Bob and Des. That's all I'm saying. We same team, right, Bob? We'll see.
I just throw it up in the air and he'll come down with it.
Yep.
But yeah, so make sure everybody goes to the fantasyfootballexpo.com, get your tickets, come hang out with Scott Fish and all of us. A lot of us here, I'm sure, will be attending that. So thank you again for the promotion, and always looking forward to seeing everybody here in about a month.
Hey, thank you for actually putting it together.
Russ, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
Right,
What's
good.
that?
I just want to make sure I can be heard, because what's going on in the background is Matthew Berry, who was supposed to be on at 11 o'clock with us, is now coming on in 10 minutes at 9 o'clock. So I want to tell her who could hear us, be prepared. Matthew's coming early. Get it out there. Tell your friends. Let them know Matthew will be on in 10 minutes. And I'll shut up. I'll let you talk.
But tell all of our friends. We're literally right now talking to all of our friends.
All of our friends. This is it. This is all of them. Bob, what you've built at the expo has been awesome to watch it. Do you have any idea of how many people are going to be there this year? I mean, it's I assume it's bigger than last year because it's grown every year.
Yeah, last year we had 750. I mean, all I can say, we expect more this year. Whether we hit 1,000 or not, it's going to be hard to tell. Everybody waits the last minute to buy tickets, but that's okay. I mean, I get it. You kind of have to make plans and get things figured out. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to probably getting around 1,000 people, maybe more. Who knows?
Let's break 1,000 people. Come on, people. Go to the expo.
Yeah,
it is so much fun.
I will start grabbing people off the streets and bringing them in. We will break 1,000.
Perfect. I love it.
I love
it.
1,000. That's going to be so fun. So fun.
And
yeah.
I don't know if anyone, I can't remember who was there. I know Ryan clearly was the first expo. I remember walking into that building and just being like, this is the coolest thing ever. We are a group of people here to talk about fantasy football, and there's booths and everything. And I'm just like, this is real. This is awesome. And every year that has happened since, it's just like, wow, there's more people there's even more people. And it's grown exponentially every year.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Amazing way.
Exponentially.
Well, our first year we had 75 people, and I thought that was awesome. And like you said, you thought it was awesome.
Yeah.
And then COVID came and went. And then that next year, our second year, our first year after COVID, 500 people showed up. And I was expecting like maybe 150. So then last year was 750. And so, like I said, it just continues to grow. As you guys mentioned, the support from the community is just amazing. I mean, everybody is out there pumping it, pushing it, because they know it's so much fun. It's such a great time to get together with fellow fantasy people. And it doesn't matter if you're male, female, color, race, whatever. It doesn't matter. We all are fantasy football fans, and that's what's so cool about it.
Yeah, it's a great time. And it's funny, like, you still, it's really, because like Sal was joking around before about how long John and I have been around, and clearly Ryan's been around forever. But like, this isn't really like, well, don't get me wrong, it's fantastic just to go there and see all these people that we talk to online for, most of the week. There's panels and things like all of these booths that have there. Like, you get information there. Like, this is more than just a social event. Like I remember sitting in a couple of panels and just like, first of all, geeking out that I'm sitting in the same room as a lot of these people that I've been following on Twitter for 7 years. And it's like, oh my God. So Ryan McDowell replied to something I tweeted. I feel like a superstar right now. And then all of a sudden, like, I'm 3 feet away from him, like trying to accidentally make it seem like an accident that I'm poking him in the arm so I could actually like, oh my God, Ryan looked at me. And it really is a fantastic experience. And if you're out here watching or listening or whatever you're doing, thanks. But also, if you were the smallest bit on the fence about it, just go.
Just
you
go.
Will not for a second regret going. And
come say hi to me when you do. Come say hi to all of us. Don't feel shy when you about anyone talking to anyone. Absolutely walk over to everyone. Everybody's really personable. We are just normal. Everybody's the same. Just we have the same exact passions. Same exact hobbies. Same interests. It's really, 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 really a fun experience.
We're all interested.
Sal, maybe you should just like pull a Wile E. Coyote and just hold up signs every once in a while.
I'm saying Ryan feels like a sex symbol today. That's made it feel.
Oh yeah,
so beautiful
for the first time. I mean, this first few minutes here, this first hour, we've been passing out. Oh, Bob left. I wanted to tell him something. We've been passing out and kind of sharing the credit about the work behind the scenes for SFB, and that's certainly deserved by all of you guys and all of us. But the Expo is another event just like SFB that really brings the community together. And like Russ said, I was at the first one. Obviously, Bob was. Obviously, Russ was as well. And I don't know what. Bob, I don't know what your expectations were, but as great as that event was, as you said, there were less than 100 people. And then a year later, we have COVID and are unable to get together. And it would have been just so easy for you to call it a day and say, I gave it a shot, but it didn't work out. But you obviously did not do that. And it's grown so much over the past 2 or 3 years, and you certainly deserve a lot of credit for that. And,
thank you.
And just like Scott, bringing the community together in a different way, physically this time. So good job for you. Thanks for doing this, and we're all looking so much forward to it.
Can't wait, guys. Can't wait. Well, hey, I've got to get back to my thing here. I think I'm doing a consistency panel here in a little bit. But thanks again for having me on, guys. Best of luck. Godspeed to everybody there who's raising money. Okay, folks, get out there, donate to Fantasy Cares. Help Scott. Help these kids out. It's such a great cause. So, guys, thank you so much. And we're, like I said, we have you out on live on the screen in the room where we're having the expo. So we're all watching you. So keep pushing. And thank you again for having me on. And thanks for all your support. Really appreciate it, guys.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Bob.
Yep.
Cheerio.
Cheerio, Bob from John.
And like Bob said, if you see below all of us scrolling, donorbox.org/SFB/Podathon. That is
we move shortly.
Podathon, right? So hyphen Podathon, and go there to donate right now. So let's face it, Sal's getting up there in age. He's feeling a little out of touch, and he needs the validation to be like, okay, I'm still worthwhile that people donated to this thing. That I mean, he's at least the figurehead of it. At least still, like we make him feel like he's doing something, like he's in charge. Though again, like he's literally just standing there like overlord of us as we do the talking, and
he doesn't even talk anymore now.
Exactly, he doesn't even need to talk. That's how in charge he really is. He doesn't need to host.
He cut his own Wi-Fi.
Yeah. Man, like, but how fancy is that? He has a door right next to him. I wasn't ready for that. Like, that's a nice little setup you got there.
Russ, can you hear me right this second?
Yep.
Of course I can. Yeah.
Yes or no?
Mm-hmm.
You're lying to me. You want to go out to my balcony? You want to come out to the balcony with me?
In whatever sort of fashion you mean, yes, I do.
Let's talk about who just joined us real fast, though. While we're here, Dave Wright just joined us. Russ was building up to it, and then I think Sal distracted him. The behind the scenes,
yes,
folks. The behind the scenes. Dave does a little wrangling from time to time to get this thing to go. Give some credit to Dave Wright. I mean, everything for SFB Podathon. While Russ was saying, Sal is definitely, for some reason, a figurehead. What a weird choice for us to go with Sal's head for the figurehead. Dave does an amazing amount of work. Dave, thank you for everything that you do.
Yeah, I mean, guys, I'm just happy to be part of the team. The Podathon means a lot to me personally and to our family, and it's the least I can do for my family to give back to the Podathon because it stepped up for us when we needed it. So, and it's just, I'm just part of the team, and people step up. So I just feel like I have to raise my game a little bit more. So that's just what the Podathon's all about. To be honest, it's about the link at the bottom of the screen.
See, that's how you have a real good person and good worker, that they're just like, no, just pay attention to something else. Don't look at me. Don't pay attention to the hours put in of getting sponsors, making this fancy spreadsheet we're all working off of. Pay no attention to the however long it took to put all of those reads together, Google Docs I make. It's absolutely just, no, it's the Podathon. It's please donate. No, look away. So no, like part of the job of this Podathon this early when it's just us on is to absolutely make each other feel awkward with the nice things we want to say about each other. So Dave, we're not letting you, who apparently is taking up the mantle of Murder Basement, because where are you that there's literally no light?
Actually, I'm remodeling the basement. And that kind of got stalled this winter. So I'm on the non-finished side, but when I take over the graveyard shift tonight for the host, I'll have my lighting and stuff set up in the thing. So I had to do an homage to Kevin for some original SFB Podathon vibes.
We appreciate it. Now we just need someone to just have a chair sitting there for a couple of hours, and we're really kicking it old school Podathon style. All right, well, Dave, while you're here, I guess, real quick, what division did you land yourself in? Assuming you actually put yourself in there and you're not really just like, it's not about me, guys. I don't even need to play.
I'm really excited this year. I'm doing the Boston live draft and I get to meet some of my close friends in fantasy for the first time. I'm meeting Mike, I'm meeting Bob, I'm meeting Coop, I'm going to forget a bunch of people, but that's what I'm really excited about. And that's talk about Scott Fishbowl and what it means. I get to meet people that I've played this fake game of another game, and we're gonna raise money and have a blast drafting at Lansdowne Pub. So that's what I'm all about next weekend. So that's what. Once this Podathon ends, I'm all in the Scott Fishbowl mode and going to dominate all these people that I've looked up to and listen to their advice.
And see, I like that, because there's a little bit of confidence there where it's just like, I'm a nice guy, and then we start playing, and then you are all you're done. You're out of here. And
spreadsheets are harsh, man. They don't hold anything back. So that's what it's all about.
All right. Well, I mean, I was going to ask Bob what division he's in, even though he's running the Boston Live as well. So I was moving it over. But real quick, we've been joking about in Epcot, but he really isn't Disney. So I'm just going to say, I joined two shows because I saw a Disney/Pixar division. I'm just like, no, okay, that's what I'm doing. But which are you actually in, Bob? Which did you decide? Which did you land in?
I think we went with Loretta's. We've got quite the crew in the Loretta's division. Zach Reed is in it, along with Mike and Dave, Cooper. Can't remember the others, but it was definitely a murderer's row of picks to go through.
What are the other divisions for the live? How many live drafts do you have going on in Boston?
We have 4 going, and we have Bill's Bar, which is also owned by the same people as Lansdowne. We've got Lansdowne division, and we stole the Cheers logo because I decided to.
Yeah, those pint glasses are like a thing of beauty, and I love that we had pictures on Twitter of people using them as they're intended to be used, and it made me thirsty. It made me need to go get a drink myself. So, I mean, that was you putting those together. So that's another quick thank you.
Maybe we should bring up our next little gift.
I mean, we have 2 sales going on. But before we move on,
why don't I do the reads, Russ?
Yep, I said before we move on, and that's what I was pulling up. This segment is brought to you by Devy Devotional, a podcast focused on Devy and College to Canton players while keeping an eye on a championship. The Devy Devotional combines film analysis from Aaron Wilcox and an analytical perspective from John Arrington to find the best NFL rookies before they're drafted. Can't get enough of the Devy Devotional? Check out at Aaron Wilcox86 and at Dynasty Coach A's Twitter for links to Devy and C2C ranks, rookie models, and a Dynasty League evaluator to bring home those championship trophies. Listen to the Devy Devotional across all your favorite platforms, and make sure to click the bell on YouTube. And JWB Fantasy Football is more than a fantasy brand. We are a tight group of fantasy fanatics, building a community, helping others, and sharpening our fantasy skills. JWB brings different perspectives together to find an edge in all aspects of fantasy football. We offer daily mock drafts, rankings, projections, and weekly Dynasty content, including a clips catalog that provides video takes ordered chronologically on every player in the NFL. Don't miss our free Scott Fishbowl 13 projections at jwbfantasyfootball.com. Check out the JWB Fantasy Football YouTube channel and links to all of our content and our entire team in the pinned tweet at JWB_FF. Give the family-style JWB team a chance today. And now I feel like I need to point out, it's not just today. You give them a shot every day. But you do it for the first time today if you haven't done it before.
Okay. Am I better now on this platform?
You are better now on this platform. Yes, sir.
All right. So we're going to bring in Mr. Matthew Berry. I don't know if we should have. We could probably scale down the amount of people in the room or bring Matthew on so we could have a little bit more Matthew-centric 30 minutes. So
see you, boys.
Yeah.
Bye, John. Bye, Bob.
Okay.
Are you bringing him on? You're just going to sit here waiting. You want me to bring him on? You're not doing your job?
I'll bring him in.
There you go.
Hi. There we go.
Matthew, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Hey guys, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
I'm fine. I don't normally broadcast from my daughter's room, which is where I actually am. So I'm trying to figure out like a good angle here. So, and I apologize for the fan. I stopped the fan about 8 billion years ago and it still keeps going. So anyway.
Hey, Matthew, many years. There's no good angle.
There's no good angle? Fair.
Well, that's also Sal talking about his, what he has going on. There's no good angle for Sal.
Yeah. Listen, I have a face made for radio, a voice made for mime. So, it is what it is. How are you boys?
I think we're all doing pretty good. We're all coffeeed up. We're all caffeinated and haven't started on the other beverages that are going to, bring down the mood a little bit. So we're here. We're ready to go. So, I mean, Matthew, I know you are a Scott Fishbowl player. How is, do you know what division you got going on this year?
No.
Scott,
I know
what
nothing.
division Matthew has going on this year?
Scott will figure all that out.
I believe Matthew's going to be in the happy hour division, drafting from the 4 slot, and also he's going to get to play with 11 people who are going to do an amazing amount of charitable donation to the Sarah Foundation, which Matthew could probably speak on if he wants to.
The Sarah Foundation is a Connecticut-based charity that helps people with disability live lives of independence, and helps them sort of assimilate into society, helps them, get jobs, go to school, and allows them to live a life of independence. They work with over 1,500 families here in Connecticut. It's a great organization. It's an organization that the good friends of mine are involved with, and that I've done some stuff with in the past. And so they do great work, and it's near and dear to my home, to me personally, to my family personally, and they're right here in Connecticut, literally just down the road, candidly, from where I am right now. So yeah, it was just there's a lot of great charities, but so for me, I wanted to do something that maybe was a little smaller, if you will, local, that maybe doesn't get the national attention it does. And so I'm appreciative of Scott Fishbowl and Fantasy Cares and all the people that are donating to be in a league with me. They have the work cut out for them. Not going to lie, because I got to be honest with you. Last year, I believe I finished 53rd overall in the entire tournament. I missed the finals by, I want to say, like 0.8 or 8 points or something like.
It was a fraction of a point. I'm pretty sure. I think you're right.
It was like a fraction of a point. It was literally like, I think I had it, and then something got called back by penalty, and I don't know. I have so many rants, it's hard to remember. But I just, I was a bitter Berry there back a year ago or whatever it was. So anyway, looking to repeat. So and more importantly, looking to have some fun and join in the community and raise some great money for a bunch of wonderful charities, including the Sarah Foundation.
Yeah, I want to touch on 2 things there. First off, that's one of the main things Fantasy Cares wants to do and is trying to do going forward is these 18 live draft events. They're picking local, smaller charities to try to support. That's something we really, really want to get out there. And I love that you picked that foundation. The second we saw that, we're like, this is a fantastic charity to get. And it's awesome that you're doing that. And the second thing is, you do have many rants, but nothing will ever top the Alfred Morris SFB rant from years past. That one was amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, I probably should have in that rant mentioned. I mean, I feel like some people knew it was Scott Fishbowl, but Scott Fishbowl wasn't as well known at the time, and so I probably should have referenced that it was Scott. Anyway, I don't know. I none of it was planned. Yeah. I mean, that's if I'd planned it, probably it wouldn't have been as effective. But if but also it's that's why it was sort of stream of consciousness off the top of my head. So looking back at it, like I wish I'd mentioned Scott Fishbowl, because I'm sure there were people being like, how do you have that many players on your team, and what does that make sense? And and anyway, 1 point. one point. The thing that people forget about that is that it actually worked.
You got it.
He got
Yeah.
1 point. He got a first down, and that year Scott Fishbowl scoring, you'd gotten a point for first down. So he had one play, he got a first down, and I'm moving on. And then they called that play back by penalty. It was the only carry he got. And this was a week after he had been the lead running back for San Francisco, where he'd gotten, I don't know, 12 or 13 carries.
It was something crazy.
I
Yeah.
literally needed 1 yard. I needed like 0.7 points. It was, anyway, still the most bitter loss of my my storied fantasy career.
My son had one of those last year. He was undefeated and he lost his first game in Fishbowl because they benched Melvin Gordon. He needed like one more carry from Melvin Gordon, and they benched him that game. So he had a little bit of a Matthew Berry-esque moment. Oh, Sal, you got a lot of noise coming in.
No, I shut the other thing off.
You didn't do it well enough.
Yeah, it's not good.
So two things to add to this.
Even for this low rent production, it's pretty bad. I got to be honest with you.
I fixed it.
Okay.
I don't think anyone would be sad if you wanted to just mention Scott Fishbowl a couple of times and whatever you happen to be doing next. But also, that's how you can trust in the integrity of Scott Fishbowl. When Matthew Berry misses the next round of playoffs by 0.8 points and doesn't get that little shove in.
Doesn't get a quick rule change.
Yeah. Exactly. Now that I think about that, yeah, I should have texted you, Scott, and been like, can I get a bush push here? Can I get a little who's looking? Who's really paying attention at that point?
Honestly, not a lot of people. I don't think anyone would have noticed.
Yeah.
Now, see, I love this. Like, you don't want a bitter berry, do you? You're going to put me in, right?
Oh my God. I actually think if you talk to my producers, what my producers would tell you is they would say, like, yeah, we want Matthew happy, but not too happy. Like, happy Matthew is not super funny or interesting Matthew. Like, so yeah, they're probably okay with it. They're probably okay with me not being 100% happy. But
hey Matthew, last year when you came on, it was one day before you made the announcement about the big switch. So I was like, man, I could have actually really been somebody if Matthew broke that news yesterday on the Podathon. So I still live here in obscurity, but tell us about that transition and how the first year has gone on NBC and the fact that you're literally on football night in America. That was probably every person watching this' dream right now.
Yeah, well, thanks. I appreciate that. Obviously it was, it had been planned, me leaving ESPN for a couple of weeks at that point, and I knew it when I was doing the Podathon with you guys last year, but wanted to save it. It was a coordinated plan with ESPN. I worked with them, and they were, not everyone gets a gracious exit from ESPN, as it were, especially because they had asked me to stay. I know ESPN's been in the news, and there's been some layoffs and people that have left under unceremonious circumstances, but that was not the case with me. And the case with me is that my contract was coming up. ESPN offered me another 3-year extension. Would have meant I'd have done 18 years at ESPN. And, I really thought about it, but ultimately thought there were better opportunities and different things that I wanted to do. And one of the things that there were 2 things that I really wanted to do, which are, number one is I really wanted to continue everything that I'm doing with Fantasy Life and fantasylife.com. And that based on new Disney policies and, ESPN was like, look, we love you. We want to keep you around. But if you come back, you got to get rid of all the side stuff. It's got to be ESPN and ESPN only. And so that I didn't want to get rid of that. And the other thing is that I wanted to be part of NFL coverage. That I thought it was important. That I think I've had a really blessed career. And one of the things that I've tried very hard to do is to leave fantasy football, the industry, in a better spot than I found it. It's been very good to me. It's provided a lot of great opportunities for me and my family. It's a reason I have my family. I met my wife at ESPN. I wouldn't be at ESPN without fantasy football. So fantasy football has brought a tremendous amount to my personal life. So it's very important to me to leave it better than I found it. So I'm always trying to, when I've gotten opportunities, to try to push the ball forward as it were. And so I thought at this moment in time that there was an opportunity for me to be a part of NFL coverage, that fantasy has always been off to the side. It's always been very tangential. It's been on a ticker maybe, or it gets mentioned as a joke by the broadcast, and, at least we've come far away from, it used to be back in like, some obscure backup tight end would catch a touchdown and the announcer would be like, well, somebody's fantasy team is happy. And you'd be like, no, idiot. Like, we're all bitter about that because no one has that guy. We all have the running back and we have the number one wide receiver. No one wants the blocking tight end. No one wants the H-back catching that. We don't like Kyle Juszczyk touchdowns, you morons. So we've come a long way from that at least. But I wanted to be part of NFL coverage. And after, having some conversations, I felt pretty good about the idea that there are other companies that were I to become a free agent, I would be able to be a part of their NFL coverage. Okay. So I went to ESPN and I said, hey, basically I'm going to leave. And, as ESPN said in their announcement, Matthew came to us with another opportunity that he wanted to pursue. And after talking about it more, we decided to allow it to happen. And that's what they put in their release. So anyway, we had a coordinated release of me leaving. So again, like I said, not everyone gets, a great exit out of ESPN. And on the way out, they couldn't have been nicer to me. And so we had a coordinated thing where they were going to let me do a last episode of Fantasy Focus. And so we had planned it. They didn't want the episode to be live. I don't think they fully trusted me. So because normally the show is live, but we taped a final episode of Fantasy Focus, and the plan was while I was taping an episode of Fantasy Focus, I would release my tweet, and then ESPN PR would immediately release their tweet, and we would say nice things about each other. And that is what happened. But I didn't want to, and that was the day after the Podathon last year, and so I didn't want to. ESPN was being very gracious to me on the way out, and I didn't want to, throw up a middle finger on my way out. As I said in many interviews on the way out, is like I left ESPN with hugs and handshake, with hugs and handshakes, not middle fingers. And so, and I still have a lot of friends over there, and I root for them. Nothing bad to say about ESPN, but yeah. So it was a crazy day, and the reaction was so incredibly kind and overwhelming to me. As I said to my wife, I said it's really nice to be trending on Twitter and not be dead. Or canceled. So that day, whatever, I trended on Twitter all day, and the responses were incredible between tweets and Instagram DMs and DMs on Twitter and texts and emails that I got, and just I heard from people that I hadn't heard from in 20 years, and people I went to high school with, and like it was really wonderful and touching. And so I felt bad because that same day, Scott Fishbowl is launching, and I'm in this league with all these people that have donated money to be in a league with me, and I want to make it a great great experience and everything like that. So anyway, it was a crazy day. The last thing I'll say is, I think in your question was, you asked about Football Night in America. And so after I left ESPN, and I announced it, so I started, having serious conversations with a lot of people and a lot of different companies, including, multiple NFL rights holders. And for me, NBC is listen, I'm a company man, right? There's my name. Okay, there you go. There's the peacock. There you go. So, for NBC, it was just, for me, it was a lot of different things that just made so much sense. Was, we talked about, they were going to let me bring the Roto-World brand back, which I thought was important. And I loved that. It was a chance for me to come home, because obviously I started my career at Roto-World. On a personal life basis, it's great. I live in Connecticut. NBC Sports is based in Stamford, Connecticut, which is about a, extra half hour. It meant that I had about an extra half hour commute. I wouldn't have to pull my family out of school, my kids out of school. I wouldn't have to move, anything like that. So from a life basis, it made sense. But the most important thing is that, there were two things that they said to me, is that they said, they basically said to me, listen, we will put you on Football Night in America, not, not on some side set, not as some 45-second thing going into commercial. You will be a full-fledged cast member of Football Night in America. You will be on the set. You'll be next to Jason Garrett and Maria Taylor and Chris Sims and, everyone that's on the show, right? You'll be Rodney Harrison, the whole thing. And you'll be on the show. You'll be a full-fledged cast member of Football Night in America. And, oh, by the way, we'll let you do whatever the hell you want with Fantasy Life. And we'll support it. And so, it was kind of a no-brainer for me, because Football Night in America not only is obviously an NFL pregame show, but it's the #1 NFL pregame show in the entire world. And in fact, it's the highest rated show on television, period. It's not the highest rated sports show or the highest rated studio. It's like the highest rated show on television. The only thing that rates higher than that, across all of television, is the actual Sunday Night Football game. So, to get that wide of an audience to be on what I consider to be I personally consider creatively to be the #1 NFL pregame show. Numbers wise, it's the #1 NFL pregame show. To be a full-fledged member, it was just sort of kind of a no-brainer, I thought, and I stepped forward for the industry. Every NFL pregame show should have a fantasy analyst, a betting analyst, but it was so it's really, anyway, it's been a magical year. And to NBC's credit, they have everything they promised me in the negotiation. They have not only met, but they have exceeded. I mean, guys, it was stupid. I was on this, for the last playoff game we did was Jacksonville, Kansas City was the divisional round, and I was on the sidelines. I'm at Arrowhead, holding an NBC microphone, talk with Chris Sims, talk with Mike Flory. I'm part of the pregame. I'm standing on the sideline in an NFL playoff game. I mean, fantasy's done, and I'm sitting there at Arrowhead. It was just stupid, right? Oh, hi, Trevor Lawrence. Oh, yeah, there's Patrick Mahomes. It was dumb. It's just like, you're like, what am I doing here? So it's been a magical year. It was the best year of my career. Again, no disrespect to my former employers, but I love NBC Sports, and I can't believe, I wish I'd made the move a lot earlier. Anyway.
No, you clearly reached the mountaintop. And somebody asked this question, any former colleagues you miss working with? Now, what I'll say to you before you answer is, I've tried to get Mike Clay to come on a Podathon for 6 years. You left ESPN. He's coming on this year for the first time. So I'm not saying, there's any friction. No, I'm making that joke. But I'm sure you mentioned that you miss a lot of the people you worked with.
Listen, I'm the one thing I've said to a lot of people is that, I absolutely made the right move for my career and my family. I missed my friends at ESPN for sure. I'm very happy at NBC, but I definitely miss my friends, and I miss the entire Fantasy Focus crew. I miss Mike Clay. I miss Daniel Dopp. I miss Field Yates. I miss Stephania Bell. They're all great. I miss just, honestly, I was friends with a lot of people at ESPN, but certainly I miss my old fantasy show. Honestly, I miss the producers, people that you guys don't know, but I miss, Ed Eck and DJ Gallo and, the guys that produced my puppet show that we used to do on, on ESPN Plus. I miss, Kevin Pulsfer, who's a, researcher for Fantasy Football Now.
He's in the league.
Which, yeah, I believe I got him in last year. And so anyway, I miss all those people. I will say, to your point, and you can Sal, you can feel free to give Mike Clay crap about this. If you've been asking him for 6 years and he hasn't come on till now, I will say this. I will say that I have certainly noticed, and once I left ESPN, there has been an increase in a lot of things. I think there were a lot of different things. I want to choose my words carefully here, because again, I like ESPN and I definitely miss my friends. But I will say that I just noticed as a whole, I'll talk about their fantasy department in a generality. That I think they have done a lot of things that they didn't do previously when I was there, which is they've gotten a lot more attention on social media. on the bigger ESPN accounts. Like we could never, when I was there, we could never get the @ESPN account or the @SportsCenter Instagram account or even the @ESPN on NFL. You know, any of those accounts, we would be like, hey, can you promote this? Can you promote this? And they never would. And like the minute I left, all of a sudden, like, you know, every other post is like a fantasy post, even in the off season. You know, I asked, to your point, Sal, like I asked for 15 years. I was there for 15 years, and I asked for 15 years, hey, can I be on Monday Night Football? I mean, can I be on Monday Night Countdown? What about even in the preseason? Can I be on Monday Night Countdown in the preseason just to promote our game? You know, the ESPN. And I was always, no. And literally a week and a half after I showed up on NBC on the Hall of Fame preseason game, Field Yates was on the halftime of Monday Night Countdown. Oh, okay, interesting. So I do think, and I feel like, and you guys are a better judge of this than I am, but I feel like they have, by that I mean the entire fantasy department at ESPN, I feel like they have done a much better job this year of embracing the broader fantasy community than they did when I was there. That I feel like, I remember when I was there, I always tried, you know, I've always tried to be very active within the fantasy community, and I don't know that that was always fully embraced by everyone at ESPN. Again, I'm not calling out anyone specifically, but I don't know that that was always fully embraced by every single person, both behind the scenes and in front of the camera at ESPN. And I feel like they have this year in a bigger way.
Well, before I let Scott say something, that's a direct counter reaction to what you brought to NBC and them feeling like they have to compete with you. I mean, it's so obvious that that's what they were doing. They lost the berry, and then now they had to go compete with it. But we are coming to the end of the segment. I want to let Scott close it out. So, Scott, have at it.
Yeah, sure. I was going to say something similar to what you just said, but if you do want to play with Matthew this year in SFB, it's fantasycares.org/Barry. You can go find the information there, maybe sign up, try to play with Matthew. And also, I wanted to give Matthew a minute. I know Fantasy Life is your baby. It's got a lot of big things coming, I know, especially coming up on Monday. I don't know if you want to mention what that is, but we can just say, keep your eyes peeled to fantasylife.com on Monday because some big things are happening. But maybe you wanted to mention that because that's a rocket ship over there.
Yeah, thanks. We're having a lot of fun. Elliot Chris, my CEO, is doing a great job. Jordan Fiegelman, who is the chief content officer for Fantasy Life, does a great job. Honestly, you know, listen, you know, my name's on it, but it's, you know, the heavy lifting is done by, you know, those guys and by Peter Overzet and Dwayne McFarland and Ian Harditz, and you know, Cooter Doodle and Sam Wallace, and like our entire team over there is just doing a great job. We've got some fun announcements coming down the pike as well, but and I'm sure I'm forgetting people off the top of my head. I don't know. I feel like there's somebody super obvious that I'm. Kendall Valenzuela. Oh my God, I can't believe I forgot Kendall. I knew it was
Ian Harditz. I think.
Yeah,
drop him in there.
Ian Harditz. Yeah, Ian Harditz. I mentioned, but yeah, Kendall does an awesome job for us. She's amazing. Anyway, thank you. Yeah, Fantasy Life. FantasyLife.com does they're doing a great job, and so sign up for the newsletter.
It's
whatever.
The beautiful thing about that team. Just amazing people.
Thank you very much. I've tried to assemble a really good team, and I think I have. I'm really proud of it, both in front and behind the camera. A diverse team, and an important team, and I think, you know, people that are really good at fantasy football, really good, really smart, and most importantly, no assholes. We have a very strong no asshole rule for the company, and I think we're up to 12 full-time employees now.
12 full non-assholes.
Full non-assholes.
Sal has not gotten the call.
By the way, I tried to work there and I was told no, and now I know why.
Rule 1.
Yeah, we're 12 for 12 so far on the no asshole rule. So we're very happy about that, and everything like that. But no, I wanted. What do you guys have at 9:30? What's coming up at 9:30?
This guy right here.
Oh, Heath. All right, yeah, Heath can wait 5 minutes. It's fine. Just sit there. I want your guys' reaction Heath can chime in too. Heath's seen this as well. Heath does a great job over there at CBS. But I want your guys' reaction. Am I crazy? Or again, and I don't say this as a bad thing about ESPN. I want to be very clear about this because I don't want people always try to like take stuff that I say and then misconstrue it and like try to start stuff. And I'm a lover, not a fighter. And I've gone out of my way to try to, be very clear about that. It was a very, very amicable parting from ESPN, and I'm still friends and support all of my colleagues and friends over there. But I do feel like that they have, in a bigger way, embraced the fantasy community and done more since I left, which, by the way, is an awesome thing. They should have been doing it the whole time. So if me leaving meant there were more opportunities for Field and Mike and Stefania and Daniel, and oh, by the way, Liz, it's a great spot for Liz. She does a great job over there as well. That's awesome. Like, I'm happy about that. Like, I love that Daniel was on SportsCenter. I love that Liz was on SportsCenter so much last year. Like, it should have happened a decade ago, but like, it's awesome. So I don't mean it like in a bad sense, but I'm just curious if I am too non-objective, and I've noticed that, or if you guys that are outside of those walls have noticed that a more concentrated effort to promote fantasy and also to embrace the fantasy community.
Well,
Sal, you want to take that? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I fully noticed, but I don't pay attention as much as a lot of people to individual tweets. I follow all those people, and they're active on social media. I haven't really noticed the maybe it's just the timeline of Twitter. I haven't noticed the main ESPN accounts, but it does seem like they're pretty social on Twitter, the ESPN analysts. Maybe I'm not sure if it's more or less, but maybe Sal knows. Maybe Russ has noticed.
Yeah, I'm going to turn this question over to Russ.
All right. Yes, honestly,
okay.
I love that you do see more fantasy football stuff on, and I also love the reaction that you do see in the Twitter community, where it's just like, oh man, this person's on whatever show on ESPN right now. Why? I can do that. But you can't, because that person's there doing it, and but like that's the part I love about it, where it because it does get everyone talking about it, seeing it on these shows. You're absolutely right that it is great for the fantasy world. That
awesome.
It does. Scott and Sal made the funny joke, which is like, well, ESPN lost Matthew Berry, so now they have to try. Like, you're just too good, Matthew. I think that's what the problem was.
I don't know about that. I
think integrating them in more programs is also a direct result of you being integrated in just regular football programs at NBC Sports instead of just fantasy related ones.
Yeah, I mean, like here, so John Byrne just made this comment that I was on the main page of the Peacock app on Sunday mornings, which is and very cool. Which thank you. Yes, that's true. I mean, like if you watch Sunday Night Football, like literally the actual Sunday Night Football game, like at the end of the game, they put up a full screen about, hey, coming up this week on Peacock. And there's Mike Tirico saying one of them is like, fantasy football happy hour with Matthew Berry, like that's mind blowing to me. It's like,
it's
I'll chime in here for a second because I was going to come on and make a joke about you guys being assholes for making me follow Matthew Berry. But I think this discussion is just it's what's always happened. Like, I want to thank you because we've been kind of following your lead for the last decade. I don't know that I would have had this job if it wasn't for the stuff that you did a long time ago. And so I do think that's probably happening. And it's probably happening because of your departure and because of what you're doing over at Peacock. And now they're doing that. But that's not really something new. That's something that's happened for 10, 15, 20 years is we're all kind of benefiting from what you did at the beginning.
Yeah, that's the point I tried to make is that when you came on to Football Night in America, I tweeted out right when I saw that announcement, I'm like, this is huge for our industry because we weren't on these shows before. And now we're going to start being on these shows because of your move.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, that was important to me. Like I said, like I felt like I had an opportunity in time to sort of try to break through that wall. And I took it. And Heath, you're incredibly gracious. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say. I think it's it's all of us, right? Every single person that contributes to the industry and has for years and years and years and years. And before it was popular, and before there was DFS, and before there was even money in it, just like, the people back in the day that were grinding at Roto World, and and the people that have been doing it forever, the Greg Ambrosius of the world, right? And Scott Engel, and Brandon Funston, and like guys that have been and Ron Chandler for fantasy baseball, and like so I think it's it's been a collective effort. But thank you, Heath. That's again incredibly gracious and kind of you to say. And so anyway, I don't want to take any more of your time. I have just two last questions, and then I'll leave. Scott, are any of my NBC people? I should have checked this. I sort of check out once my kids get out of school. I try to focus because I never get to see them during football season. So I check out. But are Jay Croucher and Connor Rogers and Scott Fishbowl my co-hosts on Fantasy Football Happy Hour over at Peacock?
I will check. If they're not, they'll be the first replacements. If you can text me their info or whatever.
I'll do that. I'll get on them if they're not. I know a bunch of my producers. I know a bunch of my producers are, and I know obviously all my colleagues, Denny Carter and Pat Doherty, Roto Pat, Lawrence Jackson, Lord Don't Lose, my guy Lawrence. So I know all those guys are. I just don't know if my
and I got your fantasy life people in, so
which is awesome. Which is awesome. And I know all the CBS people are in. So I will say goodbye. Heath, love it. Appreciate all the work you guys do. Dave is an old friend of mine as well. Jamie does great work as well. You guys all just crush it over there at CBS. So anyway, good to see everyone. Good luck in Scott Fishbowl. Heath, what position do you have?
I am drafting the 101 in the First Watch division. So
okay. Yeah. First Watch is like a breakfast place, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
I think they do lunch too. Breakfast lunch place. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I've been to a first. Should I just stay on and conduct the interview with Heath?
Absolutely. Do it.
Heath, what are you going to do at 101?
I'm going to fight this battle until the very last moment. I think the right answer is probably Travis Kelce, but that third round reversal and the idea of being able to start two quarterbacks, and probably if you take Kelce at 101, if you start two quarterbacks, that second quarterback might be a negative on you. So I'm going to most likely end up with Mahomes, but it's Kelce or Mahomes for me.
Interesting. I chose the 4. I chose the 4 because I decided to punt the decision to my team. And I'll take whoever's left at 4, right? There's sort of an obvious big 4 there. And so I'm just going to sort of take who's left at 4 for me. I think that's probably right. That's the concern on me with Kelce at 101 is I'm with you. Like, it's just like I feel like you have a better shot, right? You're going to have to take a hole somewhere. And I feel like you've got a better shot at hitting on a tight end that'll be usable and or pop than you do on a second quarterback, given the way they go. In some leagues, like you get down to that, right? You get down to, the last pick in the third round, and you're like, maybe Baker Mayfield wins the job. Okay. You start talking yourself into like, well, maybe if Desmond Ridder runs a decent amount, like you start making those arguments with yourself, and you're like, good God, what am I doing?
Yeah, I can get Sam Howell late. He ran a lot in college.
You know what? I do. I'm kind of a Sam Howell guy.
I am too.
I'm excited about that. Yes. But I think like there's two competing facts here, because I was looking at it. And I think Andrews last year in this format would have outscored tight end 2 by what, like 200 fantasy points or something?
Yeah, it was really Kelce, Andrews, and like a huge gap. Andrews, huge gap 3.
But then also Mark Andrews scored the same number of points as tight end 3 as Russell Wilson. So like there is a big gap between Kelce and everyone else at tight end, but the third or fourth best tight end is going to be scoring what the QB 20 or 25 did last year. Yeah.
So I have the 101 as well, and I'm pretty darn near locked in on Kelce because I have a lot of quarterbacks I kind of feel like I can get. My son thinks I should take Hurts, but I think I'm leaning Kelce.
I think the important thing is, and Sally, you can weigh in on this, so can Ryan. I think the important thing is, Heath, and maybe this influences your decision, but the fact that Scott Fish, the guy who created the rules, is taking Kelce at 101 should inform you until you think about the fact that Scott Fish is actually fairly terrible at the Scott Fish Bowl.
Terrible.
If history is any indication.
As the league has grown, Scott has gotten worse.
I came in second place to Mike Clay in year 1, and then And then since then, it's been all downhill.
Yeah.
Well,
it seems like there's a
yeah.
Sorry, Heath. It seems like there's some kind of mystique about the SFB every year because Scott does change the scoring, and it's different than any other league we play in every single year. So it almost feels like the players in the league feel like there's some secret out there that Scott knows something that the rest of us don't know, or that the average player doesn't know. But it's all out there on scottfishbowl.com. So check out the scoring, plug it into your favorite website to, you can get custom rankings and things like that. But yeah, I think the Kelsey versus QB1, Mahomes, or whoever your QB1 might be, is going to be really interesting to watch on Monday when these all kick off.
Heath, I'm curious. I'm going to ask you a question here as an analyst that also that's in Scott Fishbowl, right? Which is a different experience than if you are a fan that's in Scott Fishbowl. I'm curious. Do you pay attention to the the Roto Grinders ADP app? Are you, as the draft is going on? Are you, I noticed some analysts they'll post a lot of screenshots. Here's my team so far and get feedback. Are you going in with a plan? Do you do it as one of those things where you're looking for fan interaction and feedback and paying attention to everything, or do you just sort of shut it out and then at the end of it you'll be like, all right, here's my team, here's what I was thinking, that kind of stuff?
Oh no, I'm definitely the sharing screenshots that nobody else cares about guy, and absolutely love Josh's app that he's put together over the years. I will tell you, it's much better than playing in the Scott Fishbowl with Josh, because I did that one year and it was like 3 hours and 55 minutes every single pick, and he kind of laughs about it. But no, he does a fantastic job with that app. I love all that stuff. It's a headache for me. Ryan mentioned the rule changes, and I'm a projections guy. I don't rank completely based on projections, but any league that I'm in, I'd like to have projections for the league. Well, I've never projected first downs or completions before because they don't matter for fantasy points in leagues unless Scott Fish is running them. And so I've been over the last couple of years I thought Russ Prentice over at FTN did a really good job doing a study on first downs, and it really simplified it. It's basically 5% of your rush yards, 5% of your receiving yards is a pretty good translation for the average number of first downs somebody's going to score. Completion percentage, at least that's a little bit sticky for quarterbacks, but it is a bit of a headache, and I hope Scott takes some joy that I have frustration with that.
Well, this is a little easier. Anyway.
Yeah, Scott Fish's attitude is, I want to be very clear about this. Scott Fish's attitude is just like, listen, if I'm going to suck at this, we're all going to suck at this.
And I have.
Bring you to my level.
No, it's very clear. Yeah, I mean, it's very upsetting. I do think sometimes, Scott's talked a lot about how his son is involved in Scott Fishbowl and plays. I honestly, be honest, Scott, your kid is the one that comes up with the rules, right? It's just like,
I'm not going to confirm or deny that.
Yeah.
I think the Fishbowl is going to turn into the Ian Fishbowl very quickly. I think that's really what it's coming down to.
There might be one of those coming up with a bunch of analysts and their kids.
Do you have a Heath? Do you go in with, what is your strategy in terms of, are you a big let the draft come to you, or are you a guy? I don't want you to give away your strategy here, but I'm just curious. Are you a guy like, hey, out of the first 3 rounds, I'm getting at least 1 quarterback, maybe 2. I'm not going past round 4 without a tight end. I'm going to wait on running back. Whatever your strategy is, do you go in with a kind of, here's how I want to attack this? Or are you just like, I'm going to take my 1-on-1 and then I'm going to let the chips fall where they may, and I'll figure it out when it's my turn to pick?
And I probably think about this more in the Scott Fishbowl than I do in any other draft that I'm in, especially redraft season. So I would say generally I'm a let the draft come to me guy. I mean, for a long time, my idea was no intentional positional strategy. You go take what falls to you. I get a little bit more concerned with what everybody else is doing and what I'm making sure, especially in a league where you can start 2 quarterbacks, you've pretty much got to have 2. And another thing that I really struggle with the 3rd round reversal is Josh Jacobs is going to be there at the end of round 2. And I think that's insane. And so I would really like to take a quarterback in round 1 so I could take Josh Jacobs in round 2. I think he was the number 1 scoring running back in this format this year and the only real young running back not coming off of an injury who's guaranteed to get a lot of volume. And so those types of things, like I said, I get a little bit neurotic when it comes to this. Thank you, Scott.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm glad that one of the things I like to have the scoring do is create draft chaos. And I feel like it does do that.
Well, I think that's one of the best things about, like, we get a lot of people put a lot of effort. I mentioned Josh, but there's all kinds of great ADP information, mock draft information. And then you get into your individual league and what everyone else is doing doesn't matter at all. Like what the 11 other people that you're with are going to determine if value falls, if quarterbacks fall, running backs, like whatever. That ADP is fun and it's a nice average of what everybody does. But for your specific league, sometimes it's not very helpful. Sometimes it might even be harmful.
I get really annoyed with that because what happens for me is I always get stuck because I always, people are paying, nice money to charity to be in leagues with me. And so I always get people that are really good players and they pay attention. And then you look at Josh's app and you're like, wait, what do you mean Mahomes went in the 5th round in that league? The fuck? You know what I mean? Like they're like, it's literally stuff like that where you're just like, wait, what? And you'll see some other analysts like, yeah, man, I just got DK Metcalf in the 10th. And I'm like, in what league is DK Metcalf in the 10th? He went in the 3rd in mine or whatever it is, pick your player, right? And it's just like, I'm always like, there are no bargains ever in my leagues. And then I look at some of these other people that like, oh yeah, crushed my league. And I'm like, well, how are you in a league with 11 morons that let, let Daniel Jones fall to the 8th round?
I got a question for you. Would you rather have that or like no discounts, just a really tough league, or would you rather have the 3rd slowest draft in SFB history again?
You know what? I'll take the 3rd slowest draft in FSB history again if it's filled with morons. Yeah, I will suffer through it.
I'm in.
It was like 14, 15 days that draft was going on.
Yeah. My very first year in Scott Fishbowl, I had the word, and I'm like, this is unbelievable. This is so painful. Everyone went, people
I just shooting messages. I'm like, it's not normally like this.
And Scott told me later that I think it's since been passed, but at the time it was the 2nd slowest draft in SFB history. It's now the 3rd.
Yep.
It's the 3rd, and it was absolutely painful. And I'm like, Scott, I don't know if I can do this again. But but anyway, I at this point in my life, I'm older. Give me morons. Give me morons.
So in the choice between competition, fun, and winning, Matthew chooses winning.
So Matthew wants to play with Sal next year. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not or you, Scott. But like we've established, you're not good at this. Put you in my league. Love of God. Like I don't want to. Heath can be nowhere near my league. I don't want Ryan in my league. Ryan's really good. Scott, Sal, you guys are welcome anytime.
I feel the love. Real quick, we did have some sponsors I didn't get to read, and they did make a nice donation. So I'm going to read them real quick.
Hey, Sal, before you read the sponsors, let me just say goodbye. I've taken up way too much of the time. Heath, I'm sorry for
it's been great.
Anyway, again, Heath, and so take I won't focus on Heath the rest of the way. Heath, congratulations on everything you guys are doing over at CBS. I think you guys are absolutely killing. Please say hi to Dave and Jamie for me and everyone over there. And much love to you all, guys. We'll see you in those Scott Fishbowl streets.
Matthew, the good news is Lawrence Jackson is a 10, so Heath is just going to take his time. So
yeah, Heath, absolutely. By the way, I'll allow that. Just Heath, you stay up for an extra 15 minutes. Just take Lawrence's time. He doesn't care, and tell him to bitch at me if he cares. Like I'll deal with Lawrence. Don't you worry.
Matthew, have a great rest of the weekend. We always appreciate you, pal. Thank you.
Of course. Thanks, guys. Good luck to everyone.
Bye-bye. All right. Well, this segment, which is, you're not going to get better than that. I mean, we got 34 hours, but Heath and Matthew together, amazing. Heath, I know you don't mind at all what just happened. So let me get through these reads real quick, and we'll let you finish up the next few minutes. This segment is presented by Dynasty Underdog, a Dynasty football podcast delivering key information about the basics of Dynasty football. New to Dynasty? Dynasty Underdog has you covered and will help you compete with the Sharks from the start. Join at Just Uriah FF, at Willie Beeman DFF, and at Joshua M. Goldberg as they keep it real and fun to help listeners avoid common mistakes when playing Dynasty football for the first time. There are Sharks in the pool. Listen to Dynasty Underdog on all major platforms to navigate the Dynasty waters together. Dynasty Underdog, bite down. And also brought to you by JWB Fantasy Football. More than a fantasy brand, we're a tight group of fantasy football fanatics building a community, helping others, and sharpening our fantasy skills. JWB brings different perspectives together to find an edge in all aspects of fantasy football. We offer daily mock drafts, rankings, projections, and weekly Dynasty content, including a clip catalog that provides video takes ordered chronologically. That's a hard word at this time of the day. On every player in the NFL. Don't miss our free Scott Fishbowl 13 projections at JWBFantasyfootball.com. Check out the JWB Fantasy Football YouTube channel and links to all our content and our team in the pinned tweet. I guess the pinned tweet is on JWB_FF. Give the family style JWB team a chance today. So it looks like everybody, like Matthew left, and it was like mass exodus.
I've got all kinds of space now. I can talk about whatever I want.
I'm just happy my Wi-Fi's working. I don't know if you saw earlier in the day, but it was pretty terrible. So, Russ is back.
I'm back, and I need to apologize to Heath as well.
Why?
A while ago, I was on the CBS podcast with you, and we did a mock draft, and I was asked to talk about Heath's team, which I thought was a great starting lineup, but I didn't like all the risks he took on his bench. And I gave it a B-, and I have felt bad for that.
Well, you're such a Minnesotan.
Since that mock draft. And like, I feel like a jerk. And I'm like, that was a great team you drafted. And I was like, too much risk on the bench, as stupid analyst guy does. And man, I feel bad about that, man.
It would not be very good content if we did a bunch of mock drafts and everybody just stood around and talked about how great everyone else did. So I appreciate your honesty. I refuse your apology. You've got nothing to apologize for. I just want to thank you, Scott, for letting me be a part of any of this. Thank you, Sal. Thank you, Russ, for the stuff you guys do. What a great day, huh?
It's an amazing day. And Heath, I'll say it again. I've told the story many times, and I tell it at work all the time because I try to sound like I know cool people, is year 3, you were the first person to reach out immediately and say you want to be on. And that was the first time I didn't have to go find somebody to be on a show. It was like, I want to do this, get me on. And that led to an explosion of guests. We raised $42,000 on the Podathon alone that year, which it was mind-boggling to me. So, thank you. You do shopping every year. We're all in that group chat. We all post our pictures, and you've been a part of this really since before I was a part of it. You've always been involved with the charity aspect of it. So, big shout out to you and the time you take as well.
Yeah, it's every single year. It's a privilege to go on that shopping trip. The last few years, I've done it with Kenny from RotoWare, and really have enjoyed that and kind of building that relationship up. And it really is. And there's something that there's a little bit of poetry to it, I think, because we get to work in the toy department of life. Like, we're just basically playing for work. And so the fact that we somehow turn that into a way to raise money to give toys to kids who wouldn't otherwise have them is it's absolutely perfect. I'm thankful that I get to do it every year.
Oh,
Yeah,
just real quick to answer Pig Bird Jet fan. Here, let me throw it back up here. How old do your kids need to be for you to feel comfortable just swearing to your heart's content around them? You never feel weird if you just do it from the beginning, just putting it out there.
Isn't it actually like almost like a bell curve? Because there is a time at the beginning where they're not going to remember anything that you say, and so you're free to do whatever you like. And then there's a time when they're old enough to where it doesn't matter. There is for me at least, there's a period of time in the middle where you're trying to not have them go to second grade and curse at their teachers. So you got to be a little bit careful in that middle range. But yeah, definitely on the ends, you're fine.
Yeah, I definitely don't swear a whole lot, so I'm a bad one to answer this question, but I feel like Heath's answer feels correct. So I wanted to mention while Heath was on here, thanks also to Heath for being on the board for Fantasy Cares. A lot of people probably don't know that Heath is a board member for Fantasy Cares. So thank you for that and all the things you help do with that. Yeah, I'm just happy to have you on, man. I'm happy to see you. Every time I get to see you, I'm happy.
We should see each other more often. You should come to Florida.
You guys want to be alone?
I should. That's it seems hot there though.
How about like maybe January or February? You come down here and see me, and then I will come up and see you in like June or July. It works out perfect. Let's make it an annual
go
thing.
there in like February for Disney or something.
Hey, thanks for saying hi, jerk.
I know. I was right in the neighborhood. I'm sure. Oh man.
No, that is one thing. Is people come to Florida and they remember like people from where I'm from. They remember, Heath moved to Florida. Let's see what he's doing. You can come to Florida and be literally 12 hours away from me. Florida is an enormous state in terms of driving from one place to another. People come to Disney and think, oh, I should check in on Heath while I'm there. Disney's 3.5 hours away as well. So it's okay. You weren't that close.
And on the contrary, in New York, Russ and I in New York, New Jersey probably live 10 miles from each other. It also takes 3.5 hours to get from here to there. So
I've been to New York a couple of times for work, and it's really an interesting place. As somebody who is from the Midwest and grew up, I mean, I was born in a town of like 4,000 people, and then went to school in a town of like 8,000 people. South Florida was a major shock. New York is just a completely different universe.
Yeah,
that's putting it nicely.
There's a whole lot of people, and there's a whole lot of, we'll say, very interesting people.
Yeah.
And I just need to say that if there is a Scott Fish, Heath Cummings get together at some point, I think now that it's been built up on the Podathon and everything, we need that slow motion, you two like running at each other and then embracing in like a wheat field, like a nice romantic comedy scene. Maybe, in a, well, I guess if you're in Florida, not Disney, is there like a swamp nearby that we can pull off a little bit?
Lots of a really big swamp, actually, about the size of New Jersey, probably. So, yes, we could do that in the swamp. That'd be fantastic. I'll take him out on a kayak. We can see some alligators. It'd be wonderful.
How's that sound, Scott? He is so taken aback.
Scott, the first person on mute. Scott, you talking on mute? Are you the first one?
Oh yeah. There it goes.
It wasn't me.
Got it out there. Yeah, I will. I just wanted to say the first time I ever met Heath in person was at an FSGA conference, and he let me use his laptop to charge my phone. He was very nice.
Aww.
And there wasn't a slow motion hug then, but I'm pretty sure there was a hug involved.
It was slow motion in my head, but I don't know that it was actually slow motion.
Physically, no. Emotionally, yes.
Emotionally, it was definitely like that. By the way, Matthew Berry, I do not suck at fantasy football.
30 minutes later,
I have made 10 of the 12 SFB playoffs. I won my division last year. I beat my son. He came in second. Even our St. Jude league, our St. Jude charity league, Heath. I made the championship game and tied because of the week 17 thing.
Every time somebody brings that up, I'm trying to forget that happened.
Yeah.
And it was a wonderful, like it turns out to be a wonderful story, and I'm looking forward to seeing him play this year.
Yes.
But in a league that Scott and I are in, I had my first ever undefeated season, and it ended up the championship game was impacted by that game. I'm just trying to forget that it ever happened, so that can just be my undefeated team. Yeah. But yeah, that was a weird. There's that asterisk, and there's certain sites you go and look at stats, and that 17 game is either factored in or isn't. So then we're talking about fantasy points per game, and we're arguing over how many points the guy scored. It does still kind of impact things.
Yeah, that IDP league is fun. I love doing that one every year.
When is that's then scoring rules for next year, right? We're going IDP for Scott Fishbowl.
Oh God, no! Please.
I love the IDP community. It's been 10% of the industry for my entire career in this industry. More and more people play it, but the percentage hasn't grown. You know, like I would love to. It's just I don't know.
You know what might make the percentage of people who play IDP grow? If there was this guy who ran a tournament that was like the biggest tournament in the history of fantasy football, and he decided to use.
If a host would do what I'm doing with the kickers and the flex, where you don't have to start them,
right?
And then you like, all right, you can start an IDP linebacker in the flex or whatever.
Hey,
you know, like you just slowly bring it along. Yeah, I can see that coming.
I'm going to forget about the kickers again.
Is this wrong to do to Heath if he keeps talking like that? Is that the wrong thing to do to him? So, Heath, I have a little bit of control still.
I just recently, I've been on the podcast for almost 8 years now. And I just in the last month or two received access to the StreamYard controls. And I'm trying not to use it too much because Azer did not give me that control. And I don't think Azer really likes me having that control. But every once in a while, I'll just sneak in something from the comments. It's a little jab at Azer and then try to take it down before he sees it.
Keith, we want you to stay. If you'd like to stay, we'd like you to stay. I'm going to have Russ read the next set of sponsors and bring in our other guests, but you're welcome to stay for a little bit if you have the time.
I really do appreciate the offer. I have a 7th grade basketball team that is waiting at the park for me, practicing at 10 a.m. this morning. Go Jacks. We got our first game next week, so I need to go whip those guys into shape. You know, there's nothing better for conditioning than practicing on asphalt in South Florida in July. So we are going to get these guys ready to play.
Time to run some wind sprints.
We need a weekly update on their record and if you've been ejected, technical fouls, things of this nature.
Those things don't happen as often as they used to, but if they do, you'll be the first to know.
All right, Heath, all the best, and thank you always for being a part of this. We'll speak to you soon.
Thank you guys for having me. Thank you for all you're doing.
Thanks, Heath.
Well, real quick, Matthew Berry's section is sponsored by Dynasty Rewind, a fantasy football podcast that entertains and informs listeners with the best rookie breakdowns and strategies in the industry. The Dynasty Rewind team consists of host and founder Michael Bauer at Rewind, CEO Chevin Noon at Chev Boyard, sorry, man, that is hard for me to say, and Nate Christian at Nate NFL, and we strive to provide you actionable advice and have fun doing it. For all things rookie-related, strategy, team building, and so much more, the Dynasty Rewind has you covered. For even more access to our crew, head over to our Patreon, patreon.com/Dynasty Rewind. I'm part of it. They're awesome. Now offering a 10% discount for yearly sign-up. And as always, be kind. Please rewind. Gotta love the age level of people that actually understand what that means. Also, Matthew Berry section, tired of being in your league's toilet bowl year after year? We get used to it after a while. Well, Podathoners, keep your eye on the prize at TrophySmack.com, the official sponsor of the SFB Podathon. Commissioners know that Trophy Smack is the 101 of trophies and the only way to celebrate a winning season. But it doesn't stop there. Outside of trophies, Trophy Smack offers championship belts, rings, loser prizes, and a new collection of metal wall art that can be easily customized around your league's needs. It's time you had a trophy worthy of the hours you spent combing waiver wires, reading our draft guides, and sweating your matchups, and it's only at TrophySmack.com. And we had a whonderful display of the magnetism of the wall things from Scott before. Now just toss it, like just whoosh.
My son playing football. He was quarterback there.
Oh, look at that. That was like a nice try. I thought that was Trevor Lawrence for a second.
I know. It's a good picture of him, right? Like that's,
right?
That's
like beautiful action right there.
Yep.
So, Russ, I just want to make sure, are you reading Canvas to Canton next?
But by the way, it's Devin Noon and it's Chef Boyardee. It's not Chef Boyard. I
said I tried. That is really the best I could do. Yeah.
I got a
on mine for Lawrence is another trophy smack.
So Lawrence Jackson is who's in the waiting room coming up next. I have different reads. I have different reads than the one that Russ just read. So,
well, mine was for berries. We didn't read berries.
Well, Matthew Berry's was like an hour ago already. You forget?
And we didn't read it, so I needed to make sure we got read.
I'm pretty sure I did read those. But anyway, Let's add this one because Trophy Stack sponsored both hours. Our guest is brought to you by CampusToCanton.com, a website focused on all things college fantasy, including Dynasty, Devy, College Fantasy, and Campus to Canton leagues. Campus to Canton is the fastest growing format in fantasy where your teams have college and NFL lineups, and as college players enter the NFL, they join your NFL roster. Visit CampusToCanton.com as their team of experts bring you articles, podcasts, cutting-edge tools, exclusive ADP, industry-leading draft guides for Devy, college fantasy, freshman supplemental drafts, and the deepest set of college rankings anywhere. Check out CampusToCanton.com today. And Russ, to your point, Matthew kind of, he came in, he stole the show. We probably did miss some things, but who would trade that off? And who's joining us now? One of Matthew's co-workers, Mr. Lawrence Jackson. Lord don't lose himself. How are we doing today, my friend?
What it do is happening, fellas.
Lawrence, I'll bring it up because, I like to take credit for your success. 2 years ago.
There's a lot of people that are going to be trying to do that.
You've done it 100% yourself with originality, being yourself, and just being comfortable to go out there and say, this is who I am, and accept me or don't. And 2 years ago when you joined us, and I say jokingly what I said, I just knew it. The first time I spoke to you, I knew this guy's not going to be a free agent for long. And
sure.
You were scooped up very quickly. You were scooped up and then quickly stolen for somewhere else. And tell us about the last year at NBC.
Yeah, for sure, man. But first off, though, man, that's crazy how y'all just let Matthew hijack this whole shit, man. Y'all just let that. This was almost the Matthew Berry fishbowl for a minute. That's what I thought it was.
It's getting a name change next year. I swear. He'll do that. He'll do that, man.
Yeah. But nah, man, it's been cool, and it really kind of, for me personally, it done moved fast. Here go Troy King right here. He taught me absolutely nothing, by the way. But it's been the year 2022. A lot of things move quick for me. Just from being freelance at Roto World. Well, they call it back Roto World now. NBC Sports Edge it used to be, but now back to Roto World. And the next thing I'm on TV with that dude that was just yapping off a couple of minutes ago, man. So, a lot of people, some folks kind of know the background of, I was driving a truck before this. So at some point in 2022, I was, swerving in that big body truck. And then at another point in 2022, I'm on the TV, talking fantasy with Matthew Berry, and I don't take it for granted. Definitely grateful for the situation. Hell, there wouldn't be no fantasy show on Peacock if he didn't go to NBC. So, it kind of let a couple of us get through there, but definitely took advantage of the situation because I know a lot of people probably would like to be in that position. So when I do get out there and get a chance to do my thing, I make sure that it's done correctly and always at 100.
Yeah, he used to produce a lot of videos from those trucks. So tell me, what are your coworkers, your former coworkers, friends, can they believe? I mean, because it was a quick flip.
Yeah.
Same year, you say. What's the reaction you get from the people that were in your life prior to this?
Well, from the dudes I was working with, I ain't really talked to them like that. So there's no like, hey, how you doing, man? You know what I'm saying? But on my last day, I was like, hey, y'all, today my last day. You ain't getting no 2-week notice or nothing like that. Cause it's just way too, like any other situation, I'd have done that. You know what I'm saying? Any other situation, but this, I was like, I'm not finna come driving the market. And they knew, you know what I'm saying? They knew I was pursuing this anyway. You know what I'm saying? Mike saying I wore a shirt. Well, I had some time this year. I had a little time this year to throw me a shirt on this time, and so it's all good. But like the last day when I went up in that job, I was like, hey, I ain't coming back tomorrow, but I'll finish out the day. You know what I'm saying? I'll do that for you. I'll do that. Still can't believe he has a 7 card chicken. That's coming. That is coming. Chicken head segment. I'll find some way to integrate that into my content there. But nah, man, the people I grew up with, my family members and friends like that stuff, I got them watching fantasy football happy hour now. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, even myself, I was not playing no fantasy football growing up. I was playing football, but I wasn't knowing about fantasy till I was in my late 20s. So now, like, the people I came up with, when they see I'm on, they'll tune in, and I like it because it just bring a whole different type of demographic. Like, we just was caring about many other things besides who to put in the lineup and who the flex spot is, because we didn't know none of that stuff, man. So it's cool like that, just for everybody, that I came up with to be supporting that.
Yeah, and it was cool because I remember finding you on Twitter, and literally just the way you were able to keep people's attention and make it entertaining, like you said, while sitting in your truck on the side of the road.
That was my next question. Have you approached Roto World about bringing that into a segment, like having them stage up a truck for you to start doing those videos again?
Forget
Like
diners,
that?
drive-ins, and dives. You drive random places and, do some content on the side of those roads.
That's a good idea. I did actually start out at Roto World. I was working at both places at one time at one point. So when I first started, they was like, "Oh no, it's cool, man. You could be in the truck." You know what I'm saying? And the fact that I was still in freelance, it kind of gave me an excuse to do that, But then when it become full time, it's like, now I got time to do some other things. Now I got time to, actually be creative. But I never forget where I came from, baby. The truck, the whip, you know what I'm saying?
Was it Ed Williams that was like, "Yeah, just keep doing
Yeah,
that"?
Because I met up with him at the 2021 Expo.
Right.
And this is another thing I say to the people. You definitely want to go to the expo to have you some fun, right? But just keep your head on a swivel and be mindful. You never know who you could meet, because you could walk out of the expo with some type of job. You may not be making $1 million, but you could walk out with something that could, get you to the next stepping stone. And that's what I did. The 2021 Expo, I was just going there to see what's happening. And now it's like, it's this. So it's like, cool. But yeah, Ed Williams was like, "Hey, man, want to work together. If you want to talk about Kyle Pitts in your work truck, man, by all means do that." And I did it.
Yeah. That's a big thing about those expos, the FSGA conferences, all those. And you don't know if it's going to happen there a month later, a year later. Just making those connections and those face-to-face connections in person. Just, you never know what it's going to lead to.
Yeah, indeed. You want to go there. You know what I'm saying? You want to, I'm going to get me some drinks up in my system in that thing. Believe that. But you best know for sure that I'm going to know what the limit is. So when I wake up that next day, I'm ready to talk to some folks, to see what got going on. And, even last year at that expo, and even this Scott Fish Bowl does the same thing. It could put you in an arena where you may not know somebody, or you may not know what they got going on, but y'all might got some of the same things going on. You know what I'm saying? So all of this stuff, man, it's just a culmination of, getting your network on, finding the right people that you gel with, and then making something bigger than that. The reason I got into this thing was, to, each one teach one. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not the same guy, and I ain't in the same situation as 2021 or 2022, but I'm looking for that guy who was in that same situation, because maybe I could put him on some game or lead this man or woman into the direction wherever they trying to go. You feel me?
Yeah, that's one of the greatest parts about this community, is that's really how this community is built. It's interacting with people mostly on Twitter, maybe Threads now. That's a new thing. Everybody's switching over to Threads. And we've all kind of found each other that way and liked what someone else was doing, brought them on our show, brought them on our podcast, put them in a writing segment. Scott gave me the first opportunity to write in fantasy football with Fanball a few years back. I think it was like 2017, maybe we did that, or 18, something like that. Was an amazing opportunity. And obviously, I convinced him to let me do this podcast, which means I get to be in the league every year. Just build a 24, 36-hour show around one of Scott's inventions, and you're guaranteed to be invited back every year, whether you suck, whether Matthew Berry thinks you're an asshole, no matter what. I get every year.
Yeah, Scott and Sal, y'all can't just go out like that. Y'all now have to get in the league with Matthew, and y'all gotta take him down, man. He tried y'all for real, man. He wouldn't do that to me. He know, but he ain't gonna, because he know if we square up in the fantasy square circle, it's going down.
Well, listen,
I think Matthew knows I have thick skin. We've been friends for years, and that's just a thing. I think maybe with you, Sal, that same thing. But like, even when he was announcing the Matthew Berry Game Changer Award this year to the newest Game Changer, and I was the last one, he's like, "This is a guy that is much better than that crappy last one I picked."
Yeah, right.
No problem. Like, yeah, we dish a little. One of my favorite Matthew stories is when he did give me that award. Is I walked up on that stage and I'm like, if you would have told me 10 years ago, I'd be standing on a stage with Matthew Berry, because it's a little surreal, right? Like when you're younger watching Matthew Berry, you're like, he's the fantasy guy, like you're working I worked manual labor. You know what I mean? Like, and I got up on stage and I'm like, if you told me 10 years, I'd be on a stage with Matthew Berry and he'd be handing me an award, I would have told you, yeah, that tracks. That makes sense.
Right. Yeah, nah, man. It just goes to show in however you got to that point, it was a combination of, Scott, whatever work you done, whatever whatever networking you done, just whatever overall energy you done put into this overall thing, and boom, there you are getting an award from Matthew Berry, who some say, allegedly, they say he is the fantasy football GOAT, but Roto Pat would have something to say about that. That's debatable between them two, you know what I'm saying?
I was lucky enough.
Part of my point is if he didn't like me so much, he wouldn't shoot those shots. Like
that's a fact. And that's a good thing about him for me, especially because the way I go back and I go harder, even like off, what I'm saying, stuff that people don't even see, what I'm saying? And he probably one of the few that that could take it from me without thinking this, what I'm saying, really something serious. Everybody got their own, different relationships with different people, how far you could go with this person or that person. And so you, at the end of the day, everybody know it's all good, love and fun. You feel me?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So Scott, do you remember we played when they had the AAF league and the XFL league we did?
Yep.
So Scott invited me in to play.
Yeah. The first years of the AAF and the XFL and stuff, I got leagues going with Barry, and I like that Lawrence is one of the guys that I can talk to about those kind of leagues and talk to about basketball at the conference. Like it feels like no one else.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But yes, I remember that, Sal. Yeah.
Well, I clearly won. I believe it was the XFL league, but
was
Matthew
that the one that ended after like 3 weeks?
He beat me straight up, but I had more points and the same record. He will not let me call myself the champion. It's been going on for 3 years. 3 years, he will not let me be the champion.
He probably didn't know the players on his team. What year was this?
Well, it's got to be 3 years ago, right?
Oh, the 2020 XFL.
Yeah.
He got lucky and drafted PJ Walker or something. Because
I had PJ Walker.
You had PJ Walker, and you didn't win it.
I did. He won't let me be the champion because the league didn't finish.
Well, nah. You can forget that. He ain't. If you didn't just get it outright, you could forget him just handing it over like that. Nah, that ain't gonna happen. I tried to get a Jalen Hurts jersey for him one time because I'm really the one who, like, that was his ride or die, but I really was riding and not really dying. But I was really riding for Jalen Hurts, you know what I'm saying? He ain't let me get the Jalen Hurts jersey. So you ain't getting no fantasy championship for him if it ain't outright.
All right.
All right.
He
So
said,
should we
let it go.
let's swing this back? Scott Fishbowl,
Yes, sir.
happy thoughts. What division did you put yourself into this year?
I remember vividly the division is Zaxby's because I live in Jersey, but I'm from Georgia, and I wish they had a Zaxby's up here. So I hopped in that division, grabbed the 101 like I've been doing the past couple years, and I'm just gonna take Lamar Jackson 101 like I always do and let the good times roll, baby.
I'm just saying, I don't know where in Jersey you are, but if you want to take your big fantasy football money and open up a franchise, whatever, I'll be there in line.
Man, that would be something. Like if I could just get me a Waffle House around this area
Oh, yeah, another thing
and
we
a
don't
and
have.
a Zaxby's, you know what I'm saying? Then I'll be good to go. But yeah, I'm in the Zaxby's division. I didn't get to see who in my division yet or if I know anybody, but you know, I'm sure there's some folks in there that I don't know, and it'll go back to what I said just a few minutes ago about how you kind of, you know, you just link up with new people because of this big tournament like that. Hopefully this year I could actually do a little something in my division. I have not fared too well the past 2 seasons in Scott Fishbowl.
Well, Lawrence, you're in New Jersey, but you're not going to join us at the live draft next week.
Nah, man. So I got a daughter just graduated high school, man.
Oh,
So
that's bigger. That's bigger.
yeah. So she just graduated high school, and you know, we got the graduation party. Because remember, Scott, I had DM'd you. I was like, "Yo, what's the dates for these things?" And most of them fall on the 17th or the 15th. So, yeah. But I would have went to the Vegas one though. To be real, I wouldn't even went to NYC. I would have caught that plane out of Vegas. I'm a Vegas guy. You feel me? So I'd have been out there, you know, frolicking or something. So it'd have been all good. But nah, man, I got the graduation party, so I had to keep it online.
I was gonna say, like, if it was just the actual graduation, we could have just streamed that from the bar. It's fine. We would have put the graduation on TV.
No, you know what? In that case, let's hook it up right now. We could just stream it from the graduation party. Everybody from the draft come through. You know what I'm saying? We'll have the live draft from the college, the high school graduation party. But some drinks gonna be flowing though. I don't know if that's good
They
for the
rented
live.
out the whole bar. I mean, like it's got multiple levels. Could we move the graduation party to one of the levels?
Go.
Hey, we'll take the free graduation party now. We'll definitely take that.
Look, that's what every high school graduate wants is a bunch of drunken fantasy football players at their party.
Yeah. They'd be like, "Hey, yo, Dad, what the hell you got? Who are these people and what's going on? What's happening here?"
Doing? Why are they here? What's going on? Oh, don't just ignore them.
Scott Fishbowl, damn it!
Oh man, that'd be funny. Sal.
I'm actually just not talking right now. But I think you can hear me.
Hey, look, I see the in the little corner of my little box right here. What's them little bottles right there? Them supposed to be some glasses with Hennessy or something when I come on here.
So it's Land Shark. So this year's logo.
Okay. All right.
Shark.
It go with the beach.
Yeah.
Those are Land Shark bottles.
Yeah.
Everything's been SFBI's. Did you see this thing?
Yeah, I did. I did peep that. It made me want to play. Then I realized I was old. But you see some kind of football equipment like that every time. It kind of get you fired up and make you miss the game a little bit. But then you realize, nah.
If it makes you feel any better, you're probably most likely the youngest one on the screen.
I'm the oldest.
But y'all know when you start hitting the mid-30s, things just start hurting for no reason. You take one false step,
Yep.
You take one false step, and then that's a tweak right there in the knee, the hamstring, the quad, the toe, the ankle, the shoulder, everything. You cough, you getting hurt. So, I saw the helmet. I was like, this helmet look good. It reminds me of I don't know if y'all used to play Madden in the day, but they used to have that all Madden team versus the Tiburon team. You know what I'm saying? It kind of gave me them vibes right there. Football
Scott.
game plan, what's happening? Shout out to Emery Hunt right there. Asked him how many burgers he could eat in one setting. This is why he asking me this right here, right? We went out to eat together one time. I forgot the name of the place, but the food was good. And I had 2 big grass-fed burgers and a lot of sweet potatoes. And it was, I don't know, I guess people only eat one burger when they go out to eat. Well, I like to eat 2 of them. So there you go.
I think at this point we've all been at this place where you when you feel a sneeze coming on, you're like, oh man, am I in a good place in case my back comes out? My back goes out. Am I near a couch when I sneeze? That's what I need to know.
That's a good one, Russ. Sneezing definitely gets that. Sneezing definitely. You either gonna hurt your back or you gonna chip your tooth. So it's nothing good is coming out of that.
Every sneeze I make is followed up with "fuck you," like this.
Yeah, you don't really want to do it, but you got to do it. Yes, sir.
So you doing flag football at the expo then, though?
No, I'm not gonna do it. I don't think so. Unless the Roto World dudes come and say they want to give it another go, I can't foresee that. I'm still bitter about Denny not throwing me the ball on the easy screen when I got, nothing but open space. He wanted to be a hero. He throws it to Roto Pat Daugherty, who's in triple coverage. Why he was in triple coverage, I got no clue. But Denny wanted to show off the arm strength, and there was a pick. And so we only ended up playing like 3 plays because of how the rules are. So the rules for the flag football at the expo are not in my favor. I would like to inflict physical punishment on fantasy content creators because of what they say on Twitter about football and football players sometimes. So because I can't do that, I'm just going to be watching. Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is if you do end up playing, and if you end up playing defense against someone, and we see that, oh no, they said something bad that Lawrence doesn't like, just don't leave your feet because you might not be landing.
Nah, I can't leave the feet. I don't know if I can. There's a lot of other things I can do. I can't. I ain't trying to lead the feet. Like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? If just don't say nothing about guys like, Tua, Lamar, Anthony Richardson, you know what I'm saying, Dalvin Cook, then I wouldn't want to stiff arm nobody. But you ain't allowed to do that in the Expo tournament. So it's not gonna be, the rules aren't in my favor. So you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna just have to, maybe I'll find another role. Maybe I could be a referee or something like that. Be one of them athletic referees. But as of now, I don't think I'm gonna play.
See, you could do that though, because you have those referees that can run as fast as every player, but they run backwards.
Have you seen that one video where the referee is just like out sprinting the high school player who like he going for a 60-yard touchdown? That referee sprint all the way to the goal line. That would be me.
See, you joke, but I think we'd be more entertained by that than a bunch of fantasy football people trying to actually
be a referee with some. But I still wear my shoulder pads though, just to show you it's real.
So I'm going to assume Tim Tournament stiff arms someone.
No, I don't think he meant that.
This would just make the whole event weird, Tim.
Oh,
have you met
Tim? You say he gonna stiff ass someone? Pause. Hold on now.
Even if that isn't autocorrect, is it a little weird that the word arm autocorrects to ass on his phone?
For Tim, no, it's not.
I'm a stiff ass. I ain't stiff assing nobody. I ain't stiff assing nobody, especially not at the expo.
He has to stiff ass someone.
You want a nice career path? You don't need
I'm not. Man. I don't need no. You know what I'm saying? I don't need no Johnny Manziel slip ups. I'm good, baby. I'm good.
Tim is doubling down. He's doubling.
Oh, so he with that? Hey, I can't. Hey, Hey, that too much for me, blood.
All right, Lawrence, we're going to let you give a parting shot, wrap up. Anything you want to say to the community that's watching.
Scott Fish. You hear it every day, but it's a great thing that you're doing. I appreciate being part of it. Scott Fishbowl 13. It's up, baby. That's all I got to say, man.
All right, Lawrence, always a pleasure, my friend. And,
All right, y'all have a good one.
Maybe I'll get to the expo. Maybe one of these years. Be good.
All right. And before we move on to the next read or whatever we're going to do, we haven't pointed out in a while, donorbox.org/SFB-Podathon. And I know you made an easier one, Scott.
Sure.
What?
FantasyCares.org/Podathon.
There you go. That'll bring you right to the donate page. And you're here, you're watching, you're having a good time. Maybe there's a good way to let us know how good of a time you're having. Maybe it's donating a couple of bucks to Fantasy Cares. Maybe. I'm putting the idea out there in case it hadn't crossed anyone's mind. And that's all I'm here for. I'm here to push ideas onto all of you. And I guess speaking of pushing ideas, we are at 10:30. So our next read. This next guest is sponsored by the Dynasty Rewind, one that I just read, but I'm going to do it again. A fantasy football podcast that entertains and informs listeners with the best rookie breakdowns and strategies in the industry. The Dynasty Rewind team consists of hosts and founder Michael Bauer at Rewind CEO. How do I say this one again?
Chef Boyardee.
Chef Boyardee and Nate Christian at Nate NFL. And we strive to provide you actionable advice and have fun doing it. For all things rookie-related strategy, team building, and so much more, the Dynasty Rewind has you covered. For even more access to our crew, head on over to our Patreon, patreon.com/Dynasty Rewind, now offering a 10% discount on yearly signups. And as always, be kind, please rewind. And our next guests, as we just read their spots for, is Wyatt Burtle. We good?
We got big Leo and Wyatt.
There you go. All right. I mean, I was talking, but Sal doesn't seem to care. Hey, Wyatt. Hey, Leo. How's it going?
What's up, fellas?
Yeah, fantastic.
Truth be told, I don't care, Russ. That is true.
We know.
Leo has showed up in the best shirt available. Wyatt's been on with us before. He's slacking.
I'm sorry. I have my Scott Fishbowl shirts packed for the live draft tomorrow.
Oh man, man, you don't have an entire closet full like.
I guess I should have thrown on one of last year's. I messed up, guys.
No,
I'm so
you're
sorry.
all good. You're all good. It's good to see you, Leo. Good to see you, Wyatt. I do have to jump off here and get a little work done. I have a fire to put out, but
I have a
just
few.
wanted to say hi before I head out.
Oops, just getting a message from a future guest that wasn't. So a little bit of bad news. I'll have to. When his segment comes tomorrow, we'll talk about it later tonight. But anyway, Leo, you and I have interacted on Twitter before. I don't know if we've ever spoken in person. Like, I may have, but I'm getting old. I'm not quite as old as you, my friend, but I'm getting there.
No, we never have. This is the first time.
So when I first had this idea 6 years ago, you were the first person to reach out to me because you had done something through the fantasy community to raise money for a young child at the time. So talk about your history in doing charity long before I got involved in doing it, and why this is such an important thing that Scott and what we're doing here at the Podathon.
Well, I mean, that's an open-ended question, Sal. I mean, there's so many driving forces behind what Scott does that it just steamrolls down the road, right? I mean, one charitable act leads to another. And when Scott started this out, it was Toys for Tots. That was the main focus. And what we've seen over the last couple of years is we've seen how this has branched out to local charities. Some of the live drafts are having their own local charities. Matthew Berry spoke about the one that's, in Connecticut that he's supporting. And I think that's the key, right? I mean, whether it was what I've done years ago, what Scott and what the entire team is doing now, just pushing that forward and just, building on top of that and just when you can spread it that wide and you can just get so many folks in the community that want to just donate time and effort and engagement and finances. I mean, it moves the needle across the board, and it's not only inclusive. Like I said, it doesn't only foster engagement, but it's just such a positive force that, it's just great all the way around.
Yeah, Wyatt, how'd you get linked up with this guy?
Yeah, so like Scott Fishbowl, I mean, all of this really, I joined like many others fantasy football Twitter during the pandemic and started making content at that time, and Scott Fishbowl brought me to a lot of different people in a lot of different places, and to hear, because I mean, like the first time I heard about it, it was something that I knew I wanted to try and be a part of because it's the best thing I've ever heard of, right? Charity fantasy football, especially something this size and doing so much good. I knew I wanted to try and be involved in any way that I could be. It's just there sometimes on fantasy football Twitter there are like a few bad apples, I guess, and like in anything that can kind of like outshine all the good that happens. And one of the great things that Scott Fishbowl does is that it kind of outshines all of that and really brings out the good in a lot of people.
Wyatt and Leo, this is a perfect segment. We have a big announcement for the Podathon right now. The first 120 sponsors or donors to this link at the bottom, fantasycares.org/Podathon. The first 120 donors of $20 or more will be receiving a free shot glass with the Scott Fishbowl logo, the Trophy Smack logo, and the Going for Two logo on us because Going for Two and Trophy Smack stepped up. So speaking about charity, let's get it going. Let's get those donors in because it's got a really cool shot glass and we're going to help out our community, and let's get it going here. Let's get those donations in, guys.
So to Dave's point, go to fantasycares.org/Podathon. I've changed it on the screen. You can see it rolling down there. I hope somebody buys one for me or donates and sends it to me because I'm trying to do too many things at once. I can't donate right now. But that's awesome, Dave. I appreciate you jumping in with that announcement. And you're welcome to stay because I see Russ is taking his time to eat in the background. I should put him on and expose him. I'm over here. I'm thinking about, look, what time is it?
Pop-Tart.
11 o'clock in the East. We're going to drink this beer right now.
There you go.
Let's get going.
I love it.
Good stuff. So, Leo, how many years have you been in the Scott Fishbowl?
Wow, I think I started Scott Fishbowl 5, maybe. It's quite a few, and I've had some success, and then I've had some absolutely dismal performances, and but every year it's been fun. The greatest change for me personally has been the live drafts. I mean, as much fun as they are online, just being able to get together with 50, 60 folks in one particular setting, all the fantasy football folks in the community. Last year up in Boston, this year up in Boston again next Saturday. It really adds a whole nother layer to the whole occasion, the whole event. Again, as much fun as it's been over the years doing it online, just being able to meet these guys and see your extended fantasy football family, because it's the area, right? So I know a lot of these guys in the Boston area. So being able to get together and break bread and just harass each other and sarcastically, pin the tail on a donkey on everybody is a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm getting to attend my first live draft next week. I mentioned earlier, both Russ and myself will be at the New York City live draft at Tito Murphy's, being put together by Ryan Hallam, Rick Wolf, and Scott Engel, I believe, Russ. I think JB Barry is assisted with that. Mike Hoff, to an extent, is assisted with that. And just a really great group. I mean, that group chat quickly turned into what's the best pizza in New York, because that's what New Yorkers do. We're very simple people. We like to eat pizza, play fantasy football, drink beer, and talk shit about each other. So I'm really looking forward to that event. Wyatt,
I was just going to say what I really love about the live event is, it's one thing to have a little bit of a timer when you're, when you're doing it online and you've got some time to digest picks and kind of think about the board, the value board, who's falling, how you want to build your team. You got a little bit more wiggle room. What I love about the live event are the poker tells, because you don't ever get to see anybody's face when you're doing it online. And when you're in a room, when you're in with those guys and you're going, and they're all, everybody that's there is pretty sharp and they're skilled at what they're doing. And when you start going around the room, and the folks that don't usually draft live, the folks that do like 100 online drafts, and now all of a sudden they're in a room with other people, when you start to read their faces and you start to see the snipes, or you start to see the value fall or the eyebrows raised, that's the best part, is watching all these guys who don't normally hide their tells, and now all of a sudden they're all out in the open for everybody to see.
See, I love that Leo believes that most of us don't just start screaming the second we get sniped. There's no subtlety in most of us where it's like, oh, I was gonna take it, and then we start throwing stuff at each other. But yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, definitely eyebrow raises. That's what we do when we get upset.
Wyatt, where's the live draft you'll be attending tomorrow?
Cincinnati, run by John Bosch. Super excited.
Here's my thing with John Bosch. I always attack him because John has a full head of hair, right? I don't.
Yeah, we're not doing so hot for
John's
3 corners of this
like yours
spot on right now.
I don't understand guys with heads of hair shaving their heads. I want to choke them.
I know, right? Enjoy it while you got it.
I'll enjoy it enough
forward to. I know John is not who you're looking forward to meeting tomorrow, but who are you looking forward to meeting?
Let's see. I'm trying to remember. I think I've met most people who are actually going to be at the Cincinnati Live Draft. Through the expo, all the other different kinds of stuff. Tim will be there. Honestly, I mean, I'm excited to meet everyone because it is like the best. I was at Canton Live Draft last year, put up by Bob Lung, and he did a great job. We drafted at the Pro Football Hall of Fame. We went to the DoubleTree, the famous DoubleTree from the expo, afterwards all together and stuff, and like ordered pizza to the bar, meeting everybody that you talk to on Twitter but never actually meet, and people that you haven't really talked to yet, and connecting with everybody. I mean, that's one of the best things about fantasy football Twitter has been being able to meet all these people that become your friends and are crazy like you when it comes about fantasy football, and they're complete degenerates just like you.
Well, it's not the live draft for SFB because I haven't been to Canton or anywhere for the live, but I love the Kings Classic drafts in the Hall of Fame because you walk down a hallway and then there's just a bunch of big rooms with glass walls and glass doors. It literally just looks like, oh, now we see fantasy football players in their natural habitat, huddled over their laptops and spreadsheets. It's so much fun to just like sit there watching, and like it legitimately feels like you're watching a nature documentary. So what division did you guys jump in? And again, I know live is very region related. So I guess Wyatt first, which division
Sure.
are you in?
I'm in the La Rosas division. I picked it mostly by draft pick. I'm not from Cincinnati. I'm from closer to Akron area. So like, I mean, I've never been to a Skyline. So maybe everyone at the Cincinnati Live Draft will give me some crap tomorrow about that. But so yeah, I picked my division purely on draft pick.
All right. What about you, Leo? What division did you end up getting into?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you the name of the division. I know it's one of the Boston ones, and I know who. Whoops. Did I lose you guys? No, there I am.
No,
all right. No, sorry. Another screen popped up. But yeah, I joined the one. It's a live draft in Boston, and I know who I'm going up against. I just don't remember the name of which division it was. But the interesting thing for me is once I figured out who was in my, who were going to be the league mates I was going up against, I went back and looked at last year's live draft, and I was able to get, I think, 7 of them because some of them were in a sleeper draft last year, and so I wasn't able to access, how they picked last year. But MFL gives me, the ability to do that. So I went in and took a look and got some, I don't know if it's going to translate at all, but that's kind of my calling card. And I went in and looked to see how early the group of guys that I'm drafting against picked their second quarterback. How was there, a handful of them that waited and tried to get a quarterback at their second quarterback in the 7th or 8th round? How early did they go running back? Did they go running back heavy? So I put together a little spreadsheet just to have some idea, just, to kind of go in with at least lay down the framework for what I think is going to happen and still have on ramps or off ramps for when my strategy blows up completely.
It's because it was funny. It's like we had a bunch of people before, Heath and Matthew. We're all just like, yeah, you don't really want to keep a strategy. You just want to be water. You want to flow. And then Leo's just like, nope, I have this is all the and of course, it's nice that you acknowledge in 3 seconds that is going to get blown up. But it's nice going in with it.
Yeah, it'll absolutely get blown up. And I think that's the key to the fishbowl is there's so many different ways that you can build a roster. There's so many different, you can go running back heavy, you can go wide receiver heavy, you can go quarterback early, you can focus on tight end. I mean, it's so unique to each individual. And I say this often, there's a thread that I usually tweet a couple times every time there's a fishbowl. I think there's a couple things. I think having folks that are veterans that have done a lot of fishbowls adds a layer of normal ADP behavior to your group, and folks kind of stick to that. I think having some newer folks in it, while the energy is fantastic and they're so excited and they bring such passion and engagement, sometimes ADP goes right out the window, just because they've got kind of their own way of doing things and they don't kind of go status quo. And those are the most fun to be in, because then you just watch the entire draft go to shambles and you can tell everybody's, kind of not sure what way to go. So, but it's a blast. Just the fact that you can build it so many ways. And even leading up to this, right? I mean, I have read a bunch of articles. I've seen a bunch of spreadsheets, just on this is the build you should try. Here's where your value is going to be found. And all of that, while great and gives you, again, kind of a layer of strategy. And I agree with those guys that were on earlier. You do need to be very fluid in how you approach this. But for me, I build on ramps and off ramps. If this, then that. I kind of like to have an idea of where I want to go, what my plan's going to be. And then as value falls, or as the other 11 rosters and how they're constructed, that will impact which direction I go in. But it's still nice to have a blueprint when you walk in to say, okay, this is what I want to think. This is how I think I'm going to draft. And again, it could go out the window by the 3rd round. And all of a sudden, everybody went the quarterback run was overwhelming, or the tight end run was overwhelming, and you hadn't prepared for that. And you've got to adapt and be fluid and be water, as everybody says. But it's still nice to go in having at least a blueprint.
All right. So you are, by the way, drafting at the 102 in the Cheers division.
Okay. Thank you.
Just to let you know. And now that you know that you are drafting 102, and I've already said I have the 101, but I'm going to ask you what your strategy is at the 102, so I can just steal that and take that at the 101.
Okay. Fantastic. Well, so it's really what happens with Kelsey. I mean, I kind of have 2 blueprints in my head, because I think Kelsey is the true 1-1 in this draft. And so I got to wait and see what happens. I would have loved to have snuck into the 101 chat and kind of got an idea of, what the guy that's picking first in our division was talking about. I've looked at a bunch of mocks, and, I think at 80% of the mocks, Kelsey goes first. So it's really, what's my alternative plan? I'll do cartwheels if Kelsey is on the board at 1-2, because again, you still have to have a sound plan, because that's going to really throw a monkey wrench into what your quarterback room looks like, because you're going to lose the ability to go quarterback, and that's usually my comfort zone in a super flex draft. So, so I'm prepared for Kelsey being off the board, and then I'll be debating right up until 12:29 on Saturday next week as to whether or not I want to go Allen, Hurts, or Mahomes at 1-2, because there's an argument for all 3, and I'll be debating it in my head. The voices in my head will be debating that for the entire next week.
It's funny. Well, first of all, for that situation, I know Zach Reed, who is like your fantasy football son at this point. Like whenever there's a situation like this, he always says, what you do, you go to get some gelato, pay with cash, and they'll give you change. You take that coin and then you flip that coin, and that's how you pick. And that is see, I like that because at the 101, my division, we have our group chat just like everyone else does. And the person at like the 104, 105 is just like, now I really wish I knew what everyone before me was thinking and how they were going to draft. So I knew I know what I could do. And me being me, I literally started letting them know what I was thinking because forget strategy. A, I never have one. B, what's the point of doing something if you're not going to be dumb about it? And it literally came down to, well, it's going to depend on how I feel that morning. Am I waking up and feeling dangerous and intelligent and taking Travis Kelce, or am I going to be scared and just take a quarterback? Like, that's really what it comes down to. I know Travis Kelce feels like the right answer. It really just, Travis Kelce seems like the right answer. But like we said before, am I going to be stuck with like Baker Mayfield and Sam Howell at quarterback?
I felt that pain.
I said those words out like before I can get the words out loud. Sal was just like, oof.
Yeah, that was me 2 years ago. Baker Mayfield was my QB2 2 years ago, and yeah, I mean, we all know.
Yeah, it doesn't go well.
Last year, I had a choice between that guy who plays quarterback in Chicago. I don't know if you heard of him, Justin Fields. He had a decent fantasy year, or Trevor Lawrence. I took Trevor Lawrence. He was good, right? But Justin Fields probably was a league winner. I think I made it. Into at least the second round of the playoffs, but man, having Justin Fields would have been so much nicer. So yeah, it's for me, I'm at the 111, so I will not be seeing Kelce at all. But I have a real interesting decision to make there, seeing on how the tight ends go the rest of that round, and knowing that I have, 2 picks before pretty much everybody but one person. I'm probably leaning QB tight end because I cannot go with Baker Mayfield and Sam Donald as the guys. Is he even playing somewhere, Sam Donald? Do they play on the same team? I don't even know at this point.
He's like a good number QB3 in San Francisco right now. I think it's a solid pick.
Sam Darnold will get drafted in Scott Fishbowl.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I might get drafted in Scott Fishbowl.
No, you won't.
Guys, you want to see me run? I can still do it.
No, nobody wants to see you get hurt, Sal. Well, okay, that's not true either. But we right now don't want to see you get hurt.
Not with your dial-up speed, no.
Good idea. The turf toes acted up.
By the way, I just wanted to put out there, Dave came on, talked about people donating, I think it was $20 or more, getting a shot glass, and Scott was nice enough to give us a nice little picture of what that shot glass will look like. I believe Dave said we're going to have some sponsor pictures on the back of these as well, but like, this is one of those things where I would probably get it and then just like take shots of apple juice out of it. Like, or I take my one cookie and dip milk into the little shot glass of things. But yeah, these are so cool looking and absolutely, and it is, we only have raised $3,575 so far. And it's not quite 11 o'clock. We're almost at that 3-hour mark and only 3,500. Like, come on. What are you slacking for? What are you waiting for? Don't wait for later. Do it now. Everyone donate right now. So Wyatt and Leo could just be like, no, it was us. We had the most people coming in. It was
I'll definitely take credit.
Just us. Oh, hold on, Scott. He heard me talking.
Very nice.
Trophy smack into going for 2 logos. Very beautiful. Oh, hey, Daddy.
Mike.
You're muted. That's two people.
I just totally pulled the cell there. I am covered in sweat. Yeah, so I just wanted to say I just crushed my children with football, but just wanted to come back in drenched in sweat to say hi to my friends. Leo, I will see you next week, buddy, and you know this is going to get ugly. Wyatt, I'll see you next month.
Can't wait. Sned eye.
There will definitely be sniping happening. There will be trash talk. I'm going to steal Andrew Cooper's soul for the second straight year. That is the entire plan.
You have to.
Yeah.
Cool.
We'll bury him in Fenway.
Perfect.
I'm going to put this up here pretending that he was talking about Mike coming in with the sweat glistening.
Yeah, that has to be what Jeff was talking about, right? I do look sexy, and I appreciate that.
We know. And hey, Toronto Dave's happy to see you too.
Cool. Well, I'm not staying. I just want to say hi. Love you guys. I'm going backstage to continue to try to keep this mess going so Sal can look good. So I'll talk to y'all later. Have
See you
fun
next week, Mike.
It takes
Later.
a village to make Sal look good. That is absolutely the truth.
By the way, I don't come on mute. My Wi-Fi just cancels me out. and I got to be honest with you. I'm in a different location this year than years past. The Wi-Fi has worked perfectly. I've lived in this apartment for 9 months. So I've abandoned it now, and I'm literally recording on my phone on cellular because I can't trust the Wi-Fi in my own apartment. It's turned its back on me.
Well, it knows you. It's had 9 months to get to know Sal and be like, all right, he trusts me now. And right when he needs me most, bam.
Sounds like everybody else in my life.
Exactly. See, like your Wi-Fi just wants to be part of your family and part of your friends and treat you like the rest of us do.
By the way, did anybody see that sneeze and the pain that I was just in?
We were worried. You muted and turned. I'm like, oh no. I'm not ready to host this by myself, Sal.
I'm going to keep numbing. It up. Hold on.
There you go.
There you go. A little medicine.
All right, so we're hitting that 10:54 where we need to just work on shoving you guys out the door. Not quite.
Oh no,
yet.
wait. These guys are staying an extra 15 minutes.
Oh.
Matthew Berry hijacked the show and moved on earlier, and now his segment is open. So Leo and White are going to stay with us till 10:15. You could read the reads at 11 o'clock. Feel free to do that if you'd like. But they're going to stay with us for an extra 15 minutes, and we shifted Kluge and Troy back to 11:15. So.
All right, so I guess it was me that was just trying to get rid of you and having nothing to do with
Appreciate that. Thank you.
It's okay.
Just, I mean, let's call it what it is. All right, well, I guess before we don't start pushing you out the door, I mean, you are here, and it does say on our sheet that you are DLF, Wyatt and Leo. So I guess, like, maybe we should talk about DLF for a second, just to be like, hey, guys, company people. Like, we had Matthew Berry wearing the shirt. Heath was sitting here talking about CBS. You know, Lawrence comes on talking about, you know, NBC and all the people he's met along the way. And you guys just, Ryan was on before, and just, you guys skip right over the whole DLF part.
Yeah.
And they got
DLF is great. Is a great place. Honestly, I've been with DLF for a little over a year, writing for them, and everybody on the team is so nice, so helpful. It's sincerely just a great team of people. Everyone's always been so kind and so helpful to everybody. You know, new people, everything. It's a great place, and it's one of the best, if not the best place to get your dynasty analysis.
For sure. And so what do you say you write? What do you write for them?
So currently I'm doing my Traversing the Trade Finder series, where I use the DLF Trade Finder to try and find some inefficiencies in the market and, you know, spotlight a couple players twice a month that I think you should be trying to go trade for or trade away.
So who should we be trading for? Who should we be trading? I mean,
so you should definitely be trading for Kyler Murray. The Kyler Murray hate has gotten absolutely out of control right now. He's like got a 3rd round startup ADP, which is just absolutely absurd for someone who's been an elite QB every moment they've been on the field. He's always been a QB1. Thank you for the shout out there in the chat. He's just ridiculously cheap. And the worst case scenario, even if you look at like the worst case scenarios for Kyler Murray, it's really not that bad. Like what's worst case scenario? He doesn't play this year, which doesn't help you for this year, obviously, but you're baking that into his price already. And then let's say they get the number 1 overall pick, they draft Caleb Williams, and they trade away Kyler Murray. Well, whatever team is trading for Kyler Murray is not trading for him to have him sit on the bench. He's now their starting QB. They're trading for him because they want him to lead their team. So, like worst case scenario, I honestly don't think is that bad. He's a perfect buy for rebuilding teams or retooling teams who don't necessarily want the points in their lineup. And I think even competing teams should be trading for him in the chance that he does play this year. He can help you down the stretch in the playoffs. And the moment that he is playing again, his value is going to get a boost.
Yeah, and I can't claim credit for this idea. It was Kane Fassell who brought it up, saying trading for Kyler Murray in a rebuilding team right now is brilliant because there is the chance that they just shelve him and play for Caleb, but that's also what you're doing in your dynasty
Exactly.
team. So you can walk in next year having Kyler Murray and Caleb Williams as your starting quarterbacks, and you are all of a sudden probably not rebuilding anymore after the move like that.
Right.
Sal, you agree, right? That's what you're doing in all of your dynasty leagues right now, right? You remember you play fantasy football, do you?
I scaled back so many of my dynasty leagues. Even Ryan basically kicked me out of Kitchen Cinco. He's like, you don't pay attention. You're terrible. Get out. But he said it more like, hey, I think we should just move on because he's a super nice guy. So I've scaled back so many of my dynasty leagues. But what are the chances that Kyle Murray's actually just good? And they don't bench him.
It's almost like someone has been QB6 in points per game every single season, or better, I should say, every single year he's been in the league.
That's the thing too, right? Like when players are like in a situation like this, where we all look at it and say like, well, Kyler Murray has no business playing this year, right? Like there's nothing for it. The Cardinals don't need him. They're trying to lose. Like it doesn't do any good. But players want to play. Teams want to win. The other players on the team don't want to be a losing team. They want to win. Well, how do they win? Like that means Kyler Murray playing. I think if Kyler Murray is actually healthy, he's going to be playing this year at some point, just because like that's the way it is. People don't just sit out the entire year like that. Players don't want to do it. Teams don't want to lose. I think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I want to agree, but it's more fun not to. Do you want to say hi? Nope. All right, my son brought me my coffee, but doesn't care about any of you people out there enough to say hi to anyone.
Somebody give me a call. Oh, there's nobody here. Forget it. I'm by myself.
Yeah, it's really funny. We want to believe that that NFL teams, NBA teams, like real teams, like they do kind of tank a little bit, but it's just like, yeah, no, these are competitive human beings that don't want to go out there and lose. They don't want to. That's not how that works. Not to mention they need to keep selling tickets for people to come and watch them play. So yeah, maybe they do want to go get Caleb Williams, but they like being able to pay their employees as well.
Right.
Sal, Russ is taking a sip. Maybe you should take over for a second.
Hey, oh man, I love that mug, the old Dynasty game night
Yeah, man.
mug. I have one I'm going to bring out later. So, Leo, let's talk about we haven't done a lot of fantasy football talk yet on the actual show because Matthew Berry hijacked most of it. Who's somebody expected to come out of the blue? Who's the sleeper this year? Redraft. It doesn't have to be dynasty related. Redraft. Do you think it's not on a lot of people's radars? He's Leo's guy. You're putting him on. He's putting you on his back this year and carrying you.
Yeah, Leo doesn't have one of those. But I guess what I would say, Sal, is, and I'll steer it a little bit, more back to Fishbowl. I think what's just really interesting for me this year are those middle rounds, because with the way the scoring has changed this year in Fishbowl is, the running backs and the tight ends got a boost, and the wide receivers, while still productive, they didn't get quite the same boost. So what's interesting to me is when you're making those decisions in rounds 3 through 7, because there's some ADP value there for running backs. You're starting to see, especially at that 3-4 turn, Pollard, Stevenson. There's some guys there that kind of make you want to make that pick. But the drop in wide receiver productivity, game point wise, the difference is so much better for the elite wide receivers than it is for your wide receiver 2 and wide receiver 3, that you really got to make a tough decision there. And I think that's going to, and you have to start 3, right? With Fishbowl, you have to start 3 wide receivers. So that's really going to be a hang up for a lot of folks when they go through rounds 3 through 6. What does that look like? Am I going to go running back heavy? Am I going to go try to capitalize on 1 or 2 elite wide receivers early to take advantage of that boost? One guy that I will say that I think has kind of fallen off the radar to some degree when we were drafting him so early last year is Gabe Davis for the Buffalo Bills. He was everybody was talking about him like crazy last year, and his value skyrocketed, and now all of a sudden his value, he's an afterthought. and you've got the issue with Diggs and Allen, and what does that look like? And now that there seems to be some, there's really the continuity factor in the back room, in the locker room, in the coaching staff. I've got some concerns. Just what does that look like? Because are there some underlying issues taking place in Buffalo that are going to cause some dysfunction? I mean, I hope not. I love watching Allen play, and I love watching them be prolific, because they're one of the offenses that not only are they fast paced, but they're super efficient. So those are the offenses you want to target. And this guy, again, has dropped off. And so he's one of the guys that I'm thinking about in any drafts that I do, best ball or fishbowl, just because his values there, his ADP's dropped, and he hasn't fallen off the face of the earth. He's still going to put up decent numbers.
And I don't have a really bad thing to say about Stephon Diggs, aside from sooner or later, you're the problem. Like, it happened in Minnesota, now it's happening in Buffalo. And it's a thing that's going on in sports. Obviously, we've talked about this on all the shows. It's like, you sign a contract, play the contract. Don't get mad because somebody else is making a little bit more money now and things have changed. That's going to happen year to year. So it is that's actually a bigger thing that I think people are letting on to, because he's made comments that reflected on Josh Allen. And Gabe Davis is a guy I've had in those dynasty leagues, Russ, since his rookie year. I'm holding on to. I did have him in Kitchen Singo, by the way, if I didn't mention. I got kicked out of that by Ryan McDowell. So whoever inherited my league now has him.
All right, so we have some business to attend to. First, Kevin wants to know, besides Cincy, what other live drafts are tomorrow? I happen to have a list that is San Francisco, Orlando, Atlanta, and then tomorrow is Philly, DC, Cincinnati, Minneapolis, Denver. And I am only sad because I wanted to go to Philly, but Sal's like, Russ, if you don't do this, I'm going to hunt you down and break your knees. And I'm like, all right, well, I choose my knees over going and hugging Shane Manila and Rocky Petrella, my co-host for Trade Addicts. I can't hug them if my arms are broken. So clearly, I won't be able to be there, which makes me sad. But those are all the live drafts we have going just this weekend, and there's still more next weekend.
Oh, and I love the fact that Boston is next week, because that gives a week worth of ADP information, so that that always comes in handy and kind of lets you know if there's that sleeper out there that everybody's higher on than you really thought. Because everybody right now has built models based on last year's point totals with this year's scoring system to see what that looks like. But you'll get a real idea of what folks are really thinking after you get a week's worth of tabulated information. And that's why I like the fact that Boston's next Saturday.
See, I like being part of the chaos of the original information, because, you say all this stuff and I'm like, wow, I wish I had the attention span for that stuff, man. Like, I am absolutely the make it up as you go along and just the agent of chaos in these things. So like, no, I just want to do it now. Let's go. But I also am smart enough to know that I would not be able to handle it live. So I'm slow drafting, but going to the New York live drafts just to hang out. And before we keep going, because I know you guys are still here for another few minutes, but it is 11:06 and I'm failing at my job when I don't say, this segment is brought to you by the Devi Devotional, a podcast focused on Devi and C2C players while keeping an eye on a championship. The Devi Devotional combines film analysis from Aaron Wilcox and an analytical perspective from John Arrington to find the best NFL rookies before they're drafted. Can't get enough of the Devi Devotional? Check out at Aaron Wilcox86 and at Dynasty Coach A's Twitter for the links to Devi and C2C ranks, rookie models, and Dynasty League Evaluator to bring home those championship trophies. Listen to the Devi Devotional across all favorite podcast platforms and make sure to click that bell on YouTube. And also, JWB Fantasy Football is more than just a fantasy brand. We are a tight group of fantasy fanatics building a community, helping others, and sharpening your fantasy skills. JWB brings different perspectives together to find an edge in all fantasy football. We offer daily mock drafts, rankings, projections, and weekly Dynasty content, including a clips catalog, and provides video takes ordered chronologically on every platform in the NFL. Don't miss our free Scott Fishbowl 13 projections at jwbfantasyfootball.com. Check out the JWB Fantasy Football YouTube channel and links to all of our content and our entire team in the pinned tweet at JWB_FF. Give the family style JWB team a chance today and every day after that.
JWB stepping up big this year. They've got a lot of segments, which means they've coughed up some nice donation money. So shout out to all of our sponsors. Year after year, it continues to grow, and Dave Wright does a great job with the sponsors and these live reads. Dave basically puts these live reads together with each sponsor, and we get to read them very terribly live on air. So, but thank you for your donation.
I've never thought of myself as a butcher before, but I'm working my way into it every time I have to read these reads. Yeah.
You're a fantastic butcher.
I have to say, it's kind of amusing as the co-owner of JWB. The read was not meant to be on while I was on, but because of the way the schedule went, now here I am as it's read.
I was going to ask you how I did. Like, did I do you justice?
Loved it.
Do you need me to try? I could.
No, you did great.
You're here. You're ready. Like,
no notes.
Yeah, we know. You're a smooth guy, Wyatt. We know how you planned that out. Can eat live on air again. Don't mind me.
I won't say anything on that subject.
Okay, so we're going to still talk about live drafts, but we're not going to talk about the draft itself. I want to know your strategies approaching just walking into these areas. Now, Leo, I believe you did a live draft last year.
Yep.
Wyatt, did you do the live draft last year?
Yeah.
Okay, so you are experienced in SFB live drafts. Are you mind gaming right away? Are you walking in like why getting the big long strokes of that luscious beard you got going on, and like just getting into people's heads right away? Or are you gonna be the nice guy, walk around, hey, so good to see you, how's it going? And then you hug them, and then when they can't see you, you're just like,
yeah, I think you have to lull them into the thinking that they're okay, being really nice, and then be the silent assassin in the drafts.
So Boston is just filled with a bunch of headhunters. It really is. Everybody, you talk about New York being typical New York attitude, and Boston's pretty rough. And when you've got Daddy's Home, and you've got Coop and Zach Reed and Gilchrist is there, and Mike Reedy, and I mean the list just goes on and on. There are some really talented, skillful, boisterous. Bob not so much, but he's the quiet assassin. But still, I mean, there's so much talent, there's so much skill in that room that it's a little. You walk in and you can be a little awestruck. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time, and I'm still impressed with the amount of talent that ends up in that room. But it's just fun, man. It's just, I don't even really think about that. I kind of go, like I said, I go in, you guys talk about just being water and doing your thing and not planning. I go in, I got my baseline strategy. I know I got on ramps, off ramps for the first, we get there. Zach and I get there early. We walk around Fenway. We go to the, pro shop. Then we go to brunch. By the time we get to the draft, I mean, there's no, it's not until the bell goes off like Wall Street and the picks start flying and you get about the 4th or 5th or 6th pick in and somebody does something crazy, then all of a sudden everybody knows it's real. And then all it takes is one snipe and then it's crazy and it's just so much fun.
All right, but let's hear what kind of a brunch man are you? Do you still go breakfast? Do you go lunch? Like what's your go-to brunch meal?
Oh, we go to this place near Fenway called Loretta's that is to die for. They make this brisket, like poached egg, or I forget what it is, but it's phenomenal.
Speaking my language.
And it blows the doors off of any breakfast place around there. And the crazy thing is, Zach is like the food connoisseur of the entire planet. Everything he does is based on like the best food wherever he is. And so he picked this place out last year, and it was just amazing. And so I always make sure I stay close to my son says that he's my long lost younger brother, and I always make sure that we stay close together because of his talent for sniffing out the best food.
Yeah. And if you are, by the way, I don't know if you're an expo kind of guy, but there's a place called Samantha's Downtown, which is, I would go once a year to Canton just to go eat food with Zach there. Like, that's how good that is. And it just, it reminded me of that when you started talking about the sniffing out that beautiful place, that breakfast place right before you go into the draft. Like, that's what we do. We go right before we're about to hit up the parties or the expo. We go get full bellies of, I think I stuck with some corned beef hash and eggs with wonderful home fries.
Right. Always a good choice.
One of my go-tos for lunch/brunch.
Yeah, my next goal is to get to the expo. I didn't book it this year, but I definitely have to get out there. It's so many folks that I want to meet that I haven't met, and I need to make that happen.
And I will let you know, by the way, that if you do want to show up, even without it, I'll sneak you in. Like,
okay. Right.
I'll walk in like you could hold my bags, like you're my assistant, and you just walk in like you own the place, and no one will stop you. It's fine.
All right.
Can
Sounds
somebody
good.
pick me up?
I'll hold you to that.
I'd like a ride, if possible.
Just start
listen,
walking now, Sal. We'll see you then.
We're about to let you guys wrap up and get out of here. Last question, Leo. Does my former co-host, Kevin Cotillo, still show up to these things? Is he involved at all in anything? He disappeared from the face of the earth.
I think so, yeah.
If you see him, like Sasquatch, get a picture.
Okay, I'll send that to you.
It'll be blurry. He'll be in that mid-walk.
Yeah, he's a decent sized guy. That might be him. So anyway, guys, we do appreciate you filling in an extra 15 minutes and helping to carry the show. We're 3 hours and 15 minutes in. Russ and I have a lot to do, a lot ahead of us, and we can't thank you enough for being a part of this and contributing in the way that you guys did, both in past charity efforts, JWB being a big time sponsor this year, Wyatt, and best of luck to you guys in everything you do this year and in your SFB drafts. Be well.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you for having me on. If you're watching, you haven't donated yet, go donate now. If you've already donated, donate
Absolutely.
again.
I mean, we're at 37:30. I told you guys, you two being here, it's going to be a spike for us, and it absolutely was.
I think it was the shot glass.
Yeah.
Don't be silly.
All right, gents. Well,
good luck, fellas.
Thanks, fellas.
All right, Russ. So we made it 3 hours and 15 minutes. For the first hour, nobody could hear me, so I wasn't here.
And I think that's for the benefit of everybody, a little bit.
Yeah, I know how the people feel about me, and it's not good.
But also, you came in nice and early with that gravel in your voice already, and you needed that hour break before coming in. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
I would say I'm going to 11 o'clock tonight straight. I would say that I'll have no voice at all by the end of that, and people will again be thankful for that.
Yep, that's why we do this. We really we tune in for the destruction of Sal every year. Just you slowly start going a little bit lower, a little bit lower, a little bit lower, a little bit lower. And then we're just like, go.
I think that's a song, right? And a little bit lower now. No, it's a little bit softer now. But listen, the next two guys that are coming up, I have no idea how they've made it this far in fantasy, to be honest with you. But they have. People seem to like them. But they're actually two genuinely good dudes. And I'm going to bring them in right now. Mr. Dave Kluge and Mr. Troy King. What is up, gents?
What's going on, Sal? Heck of an intro there, man. Thanks. Appreciate that.
Yeah, no, I'm nothing else.
I mean,
he was telling me I was banned, man. Sal was telling me I was banned this whole time, bro. So I'm glad I got through. I got through security because, Sal didn't want to let me in. But I'm excited to rock with y'all today.
No, don't, because Sal's vindictive. He'll bring you in just to boot you out, so that you really are banned. Like, it's just you not getting in. It's just like, all right, maybe I got looked over. No, he's going to bring you in just to say, no, you're out.
So see, I locked my spot in years ago.
That would be pretty
my first
evil.
year on the SFB Podathon, I brought Adam Rank on with me, and now I just keep getting invited back, thinking that I'm going to bring some big name guests with me. I think that's it, right, Sal?
Well, it's funny. I remember Adam Rank. I didn't remember it was you. No, I'm just kidding. I just locked off my iPad.
Opa.
So listen, good story.
Smooth.
The reason nobody sees me doing weekly fantasy podcasts anymore is A, I was not good, but B, I got a real adult job working in a hospital in an administrative position. So I was in a deli maybe 2 days ago speaking to a coworker, and I was talking about the show. He's like, wait a second, you're involved in all this stuff? And he's like, the first name he says is, I follow Kluge, but he called you like Klug or some shit like that. But I don't know. But
I stopped correcting people at this point. You want to call me Kluge, Kluge, Kludgy, whatever.
I
just
like
nod and go
Kluge.
along with it.
No, like
Kluge's got a
that's
fancy
like
aspect to it.
an alternate personality. Like you can have a show where you're Dave Kluge, you're having a good time, and then you have like a late night show that's very fancy, very formal, and you're Kluge.
I could have like
Kluge
a
after
monocle and a
dark.
twisty mustache, and welcome to the Dave Kluge show.
Well, that's be the hour, like the Kluge hour.
I like it.
Ooh.
Kluge after dark.
Wait, trademarks.
it's
I
getting
get
hot
I
in
get to
here.
do that when it happens.
it's just me. But yeah, random people in Brooklyn know who you are, Dave. So you got that going for
Love
you.
to hear that.
That's
yeah, my
not
buddy,
always a good thing.
my brother was out in Vegas not too long ago, and he gave his debit card to somebody, and he goes, "Kluge." He goes, "Are you related to Dave Kluge by chance?"
Starts growling under his. All right, so Sal's walking away and Dave's frozen. So it's just me and you, Troy. How's it going, man? How's your day looking?
Yo, it's looking great. I see Sal's weird face like kind of on the side, but nah, things are going well, man. Look, I love this every single year. I'm glad that I get the opportunity to rock with you, Russ. It's good to talk to you again, man. It's been too long. You're going to the expo. I can't wait to see you at the expo, man. But yeah,
there was at least one time last year where you had no idea what was going on, but all of a sudden there was a very large dude just like hugging you from behind. And
yes,
yeah,
that happens. That's how I know you're around. You just randomly come and hug me, and then that's like, okay, Russ is here. Wow, Sal's just flexing his view.
Seriously,
I just want to get outside, get a little fresh air. That's the Verrazano Bridge out there. If you guys could see it, the gateway to Staten Island.
Nobody
It's
wants
beautiful.
Nobody wants to deal with Staten Island.
No one wants
The
to
only
deal
way
with
to get
it.
to Russ in New Jersey is through Staten Island.
Nobody wants to do that. All right, so back to Troy because it's what people want to actually talk about. And we are here. We're talking Scott Fishbowl for the moment. So what division, what position, and tell me what I should be doing because I have no idea what I'm doing.
Sure. So last year, I'm based out of Florida. I'm in Orlando, Florida. So last year I did the Orlando one. So this year I'm actually doing the LA live draft.
Oh, nice.
So I'm very excited. The LA live draft. So I'm actually in Pink's Hot Dogs. I don't know what that is. And it's funny because there's just something with like now people associate me being like the glizzy guy. So I didn't even mean to go into this division. Not like I was looking for Pink's Hot Dogs and wanted to join it because of that. I just ended up there. I'm the 105. But yeah, I'm so excited to draft with all these LA legends that are going to be there. I know last year's was super fun. I know Trophy Smack, the sponsor, they're going to be hosting it. I heard a lot of good things. So I'm just too excited. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully I can show out. And in terms of strategy, I have absolutely no strategy because the last 2 years, I didn't have a strategy. I performed better than I did like the previous years. So I'm just winging it. I will say that at 105, I'm trying to get Lamar Jackson. Hopefully he falls to me. But outside of that, I ain't got no other strategy, man. I'm just out here having a good time. And I'm going to let the draft fall to me. And hopefully everyone else messes up. I get good draft picks and I win. So that's my strategy.
Yeah, see, I like that. Other people do bad, me get lucky, I win. Like that. See, that's what I need to hear. That's what I love to hear, that other people are doing the same thing.
It's the best strategy because I'm like, look, no matter how many mocks you do, no one is going to go according to the plan. Like, all right, you think it's going to go one way? Okay, like once that's out the door, what am I going to do? I'm like, nah, I'm just going to wing it. I'm going to drink some apple juice with me. I'm going to drink some apple juice and just start picking things. And then hopefully, I'm going to just do what opposite everyone else is doing. And I'm going to do my thing. Mike, to support me, you see, he needs to change his profile. But you see this profile pic, it's horrible. Mike, delete that picture. Get a new picture, man. Like,
I mean, Mustache Troy was like
whatever
a thing.
he puts up there, if he's in it, it's terrible.
And I need to just point out my oldness. It was like months of hearing this word glizzy, having no idea what anyone was talking about.
I learned about it last year, and then ever since I heard about it, I don't know. I recently learned about it, and somehow I got associated with it, and that's why you see people call me Glizzy King. And I don't know. I feel like my shirt's kind of a color of a hot dog. I feel like it's unintentionally like it's just surrounding me, and I'm not even meaning for it to happen. So
You're the best wiener we've had on the show all day.
oh, that's the best compliment I probably heard all year. So thank you.
So you got, I guess, if you go back to your Thirsty Thursday tweets of you dancing and singing, that'll start pulling.
Those are some good times, man. I don't know if you're gonna see any more. Like I can still sing. I don't know if I'm gonna be doing as much dancing, but man, I had some good times, man. The fact that Thirsty Thursdays is still a thing and people associate me with that too. I mean, I have a weird reputation in fantasy, man, but I love it. It's like people who don't know, like they just think I'm associated with glizzies and Thirsty Thursdays. They're
Glizzies
like,
and
man, what is
glizzies and furries?
Oh, and furries too. So,
all right, maybe you just don't mention that one.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's like glizzies, furries, Thursdays, and people who don't know who I am and don't know any of this stuff, they're gonna be like, "There's a reason why I was banned from the show because of all these things."
You underestimate.
Oh my, bro, that is, you see that?
There it is.
Beautiful. The merch, the Thirsty Thursday merch.
I had to go dig that out of the drawer, but I didn't know where it was.
He had to pick that out of the garbage. I mean, out of the drawer.
Hey, nah. Listen, he had a shrine, so he just got it out of his shrine room and make sure that he presented it to everybody. So nah, man, I haven't seen that. I'm glad you rocking that, man. Look, I should have sponsored this too, man. Now that I think about it, Thursday should have sponsored it. I regret it. Next year.
Just letting you know, it is never going away apparently because Mustache Troy will never die.
Oh my god!
That was like peak 2020 Twitter right there when Troy had to shave off the beard and just rock that mustache. That was
I lost
one of the
bet.
funniest things.
I lost a bet for DJ Moore. Basically, like I was trying to root for DJ Moore. I needed him to get like 10 PPR points, and I was betting like, yeah, he's gonna get 10 PPR points. I'm like, I was so confident. I'm like, if DJ Moore doesn't get 10 PPR points this week, I'm gonna shave my beard. And he did not get 10 PPR points, and that's how I got the mustache. And it looked terrible. I got roasted for a week straight. People call me Mr. Potato Head. People call me Steve Harvey. It was rough. People were flaming me all week. So
it makes you feel like I was as a quarter as cool and rich as Steve Harvey was. So just putting it out there that like that's not the worst thing in the world to be called.
Yeah, it was some good. It was some good times, man. I've had a lot of fun in this space and got to meet so many people, even when they're roasting me.
All right, so Dave, it seems like you have gone the Sal route, and
he's back.
Wi-Fi and computers.
I'm actually really glad that this happened today because I think that Joe and Clayton thought that I was just making up internet issues yesterday when I just kept flaking on all my responsibilities. So this is great that it actually happened in the middle of a show. Hopefully they see this and know that these are real internet issues I've been struggling with for the last few days.
No, Dave just trying to get ready for the live draft tomorrow in Denver, and so he's trying to flake on everything.
That's gonna be a good time. Luckily, I got everything laid in place today. All we got to do left still. My wife is in the kitchen right now. We're baking 6 pies for tomorrow, so we'll be bringing those to the live draft. But we got everything else ready to go.
Forget that. What pies we got going?
My favorite. This is my favorite part of the Podathon so far.
She's doing a peach caramel crumble. She's doing apple. And then, you know what? I actually don't even know what the third one is. So that'll be a surprise to me as well.
I need to fly out to Denver just for the pies.
Okay. How would one of those survive its way to New Jersey?
Yeah, she ships them nationwide. Yeah, we can reach out if you're interested. She'll actually be at the expo this year too, and we got an Airbnb with a big kitchen, so might have some pies at the expo as well.
Oh, so I'm like, is it like the old cartoons? Is she going to put them on the windowsill to cool down so I could like sneak by and try and steal one?
Yeah, and the neighbor's dog comes and snags it. Yep, just like that.
No, I'm reserving one of the pies, yo. Emily, I'm gonna talk to you. I need some of those pies.
So this is a great fantasy football weekend. So I'm in the Hills and Pies, named after my wife's company. So that draft's tomorrow at 11 a.m. Mountain Time. We're going to be at Improper City. We've got an awesome group, man. I'm so excited for this. We actually have people flying in from all over the country. Jordan Vanek came in from Florida, which is great. Gary Zam came in from Kansas City. We're going to have Josh Larkey there. Jordan Fiegelman over at Matthew Berry's Fantasy Life. It's going to be a really good time, man. We're excited about this. And then Joey Wright is actually in town this weekend as well. Couldn't get in the draft. It had already filled up. We're going to see a concert at Red Rocks tomorrow, immediately after the draft. So just a fun weekend filled with fantasy football goodness.
Who are you seeing at Red Rocks? You don't just leave that part out.
The Abbott brothers. They're doing 3 straight nights. They're doing a Friday, Saturday, Sunday show. So we're going to the final night. This is actually, I've been in Colorado for over 5 years now. This is my first Red Rocks show. So I am beyond excited.
I have heard magical things about that place.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard the same thing about the band too. So I'm excited. Should be a fun night.
Okay, wait, no, hold on. You moved off of it. This one. Now I don't care about, I'm sure you know your wife's sales. I don't care about that. Or I want Dave Kluge, your answer. What is your 101 of pies?
People ask me that all the time. And I'm really torn between two, but I will say her cherry pie is my favorite. And I only say that because my entire life I hated cherry pie. I don't know what it was about cherry pie. I was never a fan. She makes this cherry pie where she uses sweet and sour cherries. So she used 2 different types. And then she uses a maraschino liqueur in there that adds this extra flavor. She had made this pie a ton of times. I never even wanted to try it because I was so anti-cherry pie. And now it has become one of my favorites. But the peach caramel crumble is a close second.
That sounds legitimately wonderful. I wasn't a dessert person until I joined my wife's family, and my mother-in-law just I found a new recipe, so I made 3 cakes, and it's just like, oh, okay. If I say no, I'm a rude boyfriend, and I can't do that. Gotta have the mother like me. So I'm like, okay, sure. Okay. Oh man, peach caramel. What about you, Troy? What's your 101 of pies?
Oh man, 101 of pies, yo. I'm trying to remember. Actually, Emily, I forgot the flavor, but Emily shipped me a pie. I think it was last year, and it was absolutely delicious. But in terms of my 101 of pies, I don't know, man. I don't really eat pie that much. If you ask me about cake, it'd be easier.
What's your favorite cake?
I can give it like the best of them.
Cheesecake.
What's your 101 of cakes?
Cheesecake.
Yes.
Cheesecake is different kind. Look, I'm a cheesecake connoisseur. So there's different flavor.
You're there.
Yes, it's like, yeah, it's gotta be cheesecake, man. Cheesecake is so flexible, so versatile. That's why it's in my 101 starter lineup, But yeah, I would say cheesecake. But I gotta think of some pies. Maybe I'll think of a 101 for pies before the segment, but I can't think of it right now.
All right. Well, The Hills Have Pies is the name of the company again. And as soon as I'm not doing this anymore, I'm going to go order me at least just one of those.
Oh, me too.
Caramel crumble ones. So just go for it. Oh man. All right, here we go. We got a vote for coconut cream. Banana cream pie is, say like the cream pies just seem, it's a pie shell with pudding. It feels like cheating saying those.
I like key lime pie.
I will say
I do
she
like
does
key lime pie.
a cream pie as well. That one you can't ship that one because it needs to remain refrigerated. But she makes this banana cream where she crushes up Nilla wafers into the crust, so it's like a cookie crust. Oh my goodness!
You got it.
Like I said, no way to ship it, but if anybody's ever out here in Colorado, be sure to let us know.
All right, and apparently we just need your wife to be on here because this is what we're talking about.
Yo, that's what I'm saying. Yo, he's just representing the Kluge, pie company. That's what. That's
here we go.
Here for.
Think about this one for next year. Donate Fantasy Cares, get a pie as a thank you.
Ooh,
there you go. Yeah, how about it? Yeah, we're excited tomorrow though. We got some fun giveaways, and we're going to be doing a silent auction as well. Really excited. So last year we didn't get an actual live event for Denver, but last year was the first year that they did the places. That was the divisions for Scott Fishbowl, and there was a Denver division, but we didn't have an actual live draft. And I started looking around, and I was like, I'm pretty sure everybody in this division is from Denver. So on the fly, we just threw it together, and we said, sure, we got a slow clock, but let's just meet at a brewery and do this draft together. And it ended up being a really good. We're, good enough that we were able to get a Denver SFB 12 shirt. And then this year we were gifted with an actual live division. So we've got 2. The other one is actually a place I haven't heard of. Sam's number 3. I think it's a breakfast spot in Denver. Haven't been there before, but we're super excited. What I wanted was a Casa Bonita division so we could draft there, but maybe SFB 14 will have that.
All right, but before we do keep moving on and talking about more pies, because that's all Someone brings up shepherd pie. That's just a little bit of cheating. This segment, brought to you by JWB Fantasy Football, yet again, is more than just a fantasy brand. We are a tight group of fantasy fanatics building a community, helping others, and sharpening our fantasy skills. JWB brings different perspectives together to find an edge in all aspects of fantasy football. We offer daily mocks, rankings, projections, and weekly Dynasty content, including a clips catalog that provides video takes ordered chronologically on every player in the NFL. Don't miss our free Scott Fishbowl 13 projections at jwbfantasyfootball.com. Check out the JWB Fantasy Football YouTube channel and links to all of our content and our entire team in the pinned tweet at JWB_FF. Give the family style JWB team a chance today and every day after. Like, I feel like I have to do that every time now that something ends with today, an exclamation point or capital letters, because I got called out on it the first time I just accentuated that today. I got called, like, why don't you do it every day? All right, fine, man. Fine, every day.
Yeah. Sign up for JWB tomorrow.
I can't tell whose Wi-Fi is
Sign up
at this
Wednesday.
point. I just checked out because I was like, maybe it's my Wi-Fi. Maybe it's Kluge's.
No, it's Sal and Dave are having a Wi-Fi off.
But it's like Wi-Fi golf. Like, the lowest score wins. All right, so you guys are here. You both, I guess, happen to not so coincidentally work for Football Guys. What do you guys got going on right now?
Dave, you want to start?
Yeah, I'm staying super busy this time of year. We actually just rolled out a new rankings platform that is completely customizable. So you put your scoring settings in there, league size, roster settings, all that. And we've got it linked back end to our projections. So once you input all of your settings, it gives you a completely customized set of rankings. That's been our biggest project this offseason. We just rolled that out about a week or two ago. Super happy with the way that turned out. So definitely recommend checking that out at footballguys.com/rankings. On top of that, I'm still doing the Launchpad. That's coming out every single week. Have had some really fun guests coming through this offseason. I don't want to give away too much, but we're going to be switching things up here in the next week or so. So, follow over at Football Guys on Twitter, and you'll see an announcement that we got coming up about some new show schedules that we're going to have coming out for this year.
Oh, I love the tease right there. What do you got going on, Troy?
Professional tease, they call that.
Ooh, professional tease. I would say for me, this offseason, I feel like this offseason is the first time in a long time. I feel like for years, off season's been crazy hectic, just going. I actually, as the kids like to say, I touched some grass. I've been touching grass recently, spending time with the fam. So, I've been guesting and doing different things here, but I've been touching more grass this off season more than I have in, again, the past like 3 years or so. But I'm really excited to get back into the content, with the, football season coming up. Man, I'm just going to be, diving into just a bunch of different things. And look, Dave's the art of the tease. So you're going to see it, but I'm excited. I'm excited for, the different things to come this season. I just can't wait. But now I've been touching grass, kind of, seeing what's on Twitter, guesting on shows, but I'm really excited to, be rejuvenated and then get back to work, with this football season coming up.
See, Sal, this is why I like having these kids on here. Troy was like, I'm touching grass, and I'm like, just nod like you know what he's talking about and hope for context too.
Yeah, because you know what it is? Because, I guess it's when people get, because in the off season, fantasy Twitter, like Twitter in general, but fantasy Twitter specifically, things get a little crazy. People say some crazy stuff. So, people like to say, go out and touch some grass, right? Because you're acting a little crazy. You need to get outside. You need to get some fresh air. Because, again, we all know how people are in the off season. They be wilding on Twitter. So I've just been touching grass more recently.
You wilding on Twitter, Sal?
Well, I don't wild out too much, but I noticed somebody wrote that it was a Mike that if you donate, I'll get Fios. I actually pay for Fios. It's just at the house that my ex-wife lives in. So that's why I'm in an apartment with the optimum Wi-Fi. Don't judge me.
So, I just got fiber. I'm hardwired into fiber. I just got a MetroNet, which is new to Colorado Springs. Just got it a couple months ago, and it's been great ever since. I had fiber living up in Fort Collins. We moved to Colorado Springs, and I had to go back to Xfinity for about a month, and it was terrible. terrible because I'm uploading videos to YouTube and streaming. Going from fiber to cable is terrible. So this is the first time though I've had issues with the new fiber network out here. Had nothing but good things to say about MetroNet until a couple of days ago.
They got nervous because they knew you were streaming, for the SFB Podathon.
Yeah.
So it got a little shaky.
Is anyone in your division like an employee of one of these places? We're just like, no, we don't want to get Dave we don't want to get his head too big. We don't want to let him give out any of our Denver secrets. So throttle.
No. Actually, there's a guy 2 doors down. Actually works at MetroNet though. So as soon as I get off this call, off this show, I'm gonna be knocking on his door asking what's going on. Oh.
He hears you through the walls and he's tired of it. So he's trying to knock you off the internet.
I want you to shut up. Yeah. My entire building works in a hospital. I live in a hospital-owned building, so I'm not going to get any help. The only thing I can maybe get some surgeons. I think I got 2 surgeons on the phone. That's about it.
Somebody working at a hospital, a guy working IT. There gotta be somebody who knows technology.
We have IT people. They just don't live in this building.
I got you. Well,
yeah.
You can get
All right. Well, I pulled this up there right in time for Dave to freeze. There you go. Because again, this is nothing with you, Dave. This is all about your wife at this point. How do we order some pies?
So full disclosure, like I said, we just moved a couple of months ago. So we had the business operating up in Fort Collins. Now that we're down in Colorado Springs, we kind of put things on hold. My wife has a new job that's been keeping her busy. So just kind of doing this as a hobby right now, shut down the website, not at the farmer's market anymore, but we'll still do them to order. Just reach out directly on Twitter and we can set it up for you.
So what I'm hearing is the fantasy community needs to do a better job of ordering pies and letting her doing this for a living. Like that's what I've heard. And I want to apologize for my part in that.
I mean, yeah, we could totally do that if that's what we want to do. We just need I think the quota would be about 120 pies a month. If we can hit that, then my wife will be able to quit her job and go fully into baking again.
I feel like we could pull that off. And there's
the
a couple of
community
guys
can make that work
with those. Like I speak from personal experience, a couple of guys that wear, shirts with a number before the XL, where we can really eat into that total pretty easily on our own.
Oh, there have been nights where we've come home after, a few drinks, go out to the brewery or whatever, come home. We don't even cut the pie up. We just eat it straight out of the tin and just smash an entire pie in one sitting. They go quick.
See,
I feel you have to do it like that. Ooh.
Oh yeah, especially if you're making pies, I can't imagine taking the time to cut yourself a slice. You sit down with the tin and maybe just a gallon of ice cream next to you and just
scoop the ice cream right on top. Yeah. So we're actually saving a couple slices. We're bringing most of them to the live draft tomorrow, but we're going to have 2 slices in the backpack for the concert. So I'll be munching on some pie while we're at Red Rocks tomorrow.
See, look at that. And not only do you have the pies, you have the pies and you have the plan. I like it. It's coming together. I love hearing about this. Now I need someone to make me pies. Maybe I'm moving to Colorado because I don't want to ask. Yeah, I don't think anyone's moving to New Jersey. Wow. Come on.
Y'all crazy, man.
Some high production value in this segment right here. We're absolutely crushing it, fellas.
Nobody did mention pies, by the way.
I really have no idea what you're talking about. I'm fine. I haven't touched anything.
Russ and I are holding it down, man.
Yeah,
Russ and I, we holding this down.
Yeah, we got 2 professionals and then Sal and I.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't mean to talk down to you, Pigskin Panic 20 before when you mentioned shepherd's pie. I love me some shepherd's pie, but I just that might be outside of the realm of pie.
No, just chicken pot pie.
Wait, did I just hear yes, chicken pot pies?
Yeah, she does chicken pot pies too, but the problem is we can't ship those. So it's
I was about to say that will not survive its way to me.
Yeah, so you want shepherd pie, chicken pot pie, coconut cream, banana cream. You got to make your way out to Colorado for those.
Yes, I absolutely do need. And this is brilliant. If we need to make a pies based charity so we could make Save the Pies bumper sticker magnets. Whoever's calling on Sal's landline. I love that we have people that are old enough that remember that when people would call and you were online, it used to knock you off. I love that.
Shout out dial up. What?
It wasn't that long ago. I mean,
It was long
technology's
ago. We're
progressed
old,
at
Dave.
insane rates. I mean, no, what, 15, 20 years ago that we were on DSL? It wasn't that long ago, was it?
It was long. It's 20 years ago.
20 years ago,
bro.
cable was already big and bad and moving around. It was you're hitting the late 1900s, as the kids these days like to say, and make me cry.
Yeah, I'm doing the math
That
in my head
really
right now,
will
and that
rile
was
up
about
everything.
25 years ago. I think 25
Exactly. It was,
years
we
is a
old,
long
Dave.
time.
I'm glad Dave came to the realization that we're all old.
I had a
live
daughter
on the
in the late
Podathon.
1900s.
I
had a daughter in the late 1900s. She's going to be 24. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, my kids, they're 8 and 10. I tell them, they asked me what year I was born. I said, 19, and they're like, what? And I'm like, you didn't even let me finish, but still, okay, I get it. Yeah, that's. Ugh. All right, but it is about time for at least one professional and one guy who connected to the internet and found his way in here with a famous wife to head on out of here. So why don't you give some parting shots, remind everyone who you are, and just get on with your lives, unlike Sal and I, who are chained to our chairs for the next 36 30
Am I wrong, or are you guys not staying with us till 12?
Are they staying with us till 12?
I think we are
I thought
staying
we got
with you
asked for
till
45
12.
minutes. I got nothing better to do today, man.
This
If you
is
want us to
really
stay for another half
Russ-
hour, I can do it.
Russ is trying to
No
kick
one-
us out. He
no
told you
one-
we were banned.
I'm trying to be
suck in
polite.
general.
I'm trying to let people take the hint that I'm just tired of you and I want you to leave. And everyone's like, I thought we were here for longer. And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, fine. You're here for longer.
I'm staying whether you like me to or not. I'm staying till 12. I signed a contract, and my contract says 12.
Okay, so I need
All
to
right,
add.
let's start over from the top.
So I see behind you, we got a Chicago helmet and we got a Lamar jersey. Are we a Bears fan and a Lamar fan? Or is that, no, see, he just got, I apologize. I offended Dave.
See, you made him run away. See, I don't have anything in the back here, but I will tell everybody that I am a Dolphins fan. I'm a diehard Dolphins fan.
Yep.
Look, so I'm trying to figure out what this Dalvin Cook thing is going to happen. I've been very patient, but clearly that's taking forever. But I'm really excited about our season this year. I think, look, I don't know about Super Bowl. We're going to get a deep playoff run. This is going to be a different year, man. I'm too excited about that. Now we can talk about Dave.
By the way,
his,
Troy.
Yeah.
Troy, I've seen you from behind. You got plenty in the back.
Oh, thank you.
Hey.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
It ain't Thursday, Sal. Calm it down.
Nah, look, we can make sexy Saturdays a thing.
Oh.
Troy's got
Yeah.
a pun for every day of the week. I did hear your
SFB,
question, Russ,
SFB
before
graphics department, get working on that sexy Saturday.
Honestly, I was
feature.
thinking about taking over the whole week, but that would just be greedy. I gotta give some.
Well,
I gotta
you
give
can-
something to everybody else.
You can take a good 4 or 5 days, and I think we'd be fine with it. It's like you give us a weekend off so we can rest up and work our way into whatever your version of Monday would be. So,
Ooh, I have my first thought, but it's kind of dirty, so I don't really want to say it on live. For Mondays, the word that people don't like when you say it. Like that word, like there's a word that people don't like when
how
you say
bad
it.
is it that I knew
Is it moist?
exactly what
Is
you
the
were
word
going
moist,
for?
Troy?
Yes, it is. It is moist. So I'm
Yeah.
glad you said it. Moist
Right away,
Mondays.
like that one word that nobody likes. Oh, moist. Everyone knows that.
Exactly. I wasn't gonna say it. Sal said it, so now
And
I
now
can
we're
say
going to
it.
say it as many times as we possibly can in the next 3 seconds. So,
There we go. See,
Moist Mondays. Yeah, Moist Mondays is a great thing. Yeah, Moist Mondays.
What was the
There we go,
chances that
guys.
the moment my mic would work?
All right, so before you run away on me again, Dave, and I'm sorry that I offended you.
Oh my
by-
goodness, John! John,
Yeah, I
that's
was
a holy
not
day.
putting that up there
That's
for
a
a reason,
holy
Sal.
day. That's a holy day, John. Dang. Oh my good slot. Oh my goodness. This SFB Podathon's gone off the rails. I did not mean this is why I was banned because of this. I told y'all you would regret it. Keep me on longer. But wait, Russ, you gonna say something?
I was
I did hear the question before it disconnected. I did hear your question, Russ. Right as I was about to answer, I got disconnected. So yes,
All
Bears
right,
fan
so-
and a Lamar fan.
Where are you drafting in SFB? Are you going Lamar no matter, like, do you have that post-it note somewhere, Lamar no matter what?
Yeah, so that actually, I've had 109. This is my third straight year, and I wish I said that there was like some theory behind like the new scoring or something like that. But really, it's been a lot of the same guys in 109 year after year, and we've kind of built a camaraderie here. With my buddy Herms over at Draft Sharks and Tom Strachan out in the UK. So we've been drafting from 109 for a while now. As much as I'd love Lamar Jackson, I don't know if he's going to make it that far.
He's not.
But he's not. He's probably not. Especially with this new Todd Monken offense, I'm expecting a huge step forward from Lamar Jackson. So he's been a target of mine in redraft. He's been a target of mine in dynasty trades. But I don't know if I'm going to be lucky enough to get him at 109. But I do have a clear-cut tier of 9. And I will be happy to get any of those 9. So, I got my 9 listed out. As they're going off the board, I'll be checking them out. But I'm pretty happy with who I'll be able to get at 9. And then back around on the second. Last year was great. I got Kyler Murray and Jalen Hurts from the 9 hole, which was a nice start. And then somehow Eckler fell to me in round 3. And then I got A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith. So stacked up that whole Eagles offense. Hoping I can recreate that because I made it pretty far last year.
This right here. We play fantasy football. We do it a lot. We might win, but we don't win enough to be able to pay for good internet.
Hey, mine's been working, Josh. I just updated my computer right before the show. I was prepared. Look, Josh ain't giving me no credit, man.
The thing, like I said, I just got new internet too. So I got my internet. First month was free. I paid my first bill on Wednesday. As soon as I paid my first bill, I started having internet problems. I don't know.
The word to the wise: don't pay your internet bill, and you get good Wi-Fi.
Just pay it when you get that letter. All right, we're going to shut it off. That's when you throw them a little bit. Not full. Don't fully pay off because you need them to keep chasing you. That's okay. So good. I'm glad we're learning things.
This advice is free, everybody. You better write this down.
Don't do that. Just don't. Do that.
We ain't trying to get people, we ain't trying to get people, build or whatever. But wait, Russ, what division are you in this year, by the way?
I'm in Gusto's because I see Disney or Pixar and I'm just like, yep, okay, I'll do that now. I almost joined Honker Burger because I was a huge Doug fan growing up. But again, I accidentally looked around and I'm like, oh, all right, well, I guess I'm doing Gusto's now. But I want to point out how brilliant I am and how good I am at technology and everything. With third round reversals, I wanted that late pick. I wanted 11. I want 12. I wanted to be able to take advantage of that. And when I signed up for Honker Burger, I did take 11. And I'm like, oh man, let me go join Gusto's. I meant to hit 11, but apparently I hit 1. So I'm drafting at the 101, the exact opposite of what my actual plan was.
You psyched yourself out. You're almost too good at what you do. And then you're like, you know what? I want the first pick. You're going to dictate the whole draft. So good for you.
Yeah, I'm just like, you know what? If I draft 11, I'm going to win too easily. I'll embarrass everyone that's in here. Let me just go with the 1 and just make it a level playing field.
And you can't embarrass everybody for a tournament that's meant for charity. So I completely understand the logic.
Like last year when I finished in the 2000s, you're welcome, everyone. I did that for all of you. It had nothing to do with me. I could have done better. I chose not to do better.
Because of your philanthropy, that's why you're hosting this show, though. It makes so much sense now. Thank you.
It has literally nothing to do with the fact that Sal couldn't find anyone else that wanted to sit with him for this long.
No. It was philanthropy.
It was philanthropy. It had nothing to do with the last 2 guys just couldn't take him anymore. So one of them literally just like fell off the face of the earth. We haven't seen or heard of Kevin in like 3 years.
Sal really did a number on him, huh? Shout out to Kevin wherever you are.
Wherever, we don't know. We just don't know. And Sal mutes his mic and turns around right as we start, talking bad about him.
So Russ, let me just ask you real quick. Picking from 101, I feel like if you're taking 101, you're putting so much faith in that number 1 overall pick. And I know that wasn't your plan. It happened unintentionally. But I mean, that guy is making or breaking your team because you've got a late 2nd round pick, and then you got to wait for the late 3rd round pick as well with the reversal. So, if you don't want to show your cards, you don't have to. But do you have an idea?
He's 101. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Sometimes you want to psych out that guy at 102, though. You don't want to show him. You want him to have to, play on the fly. So I get it. But if you're comfortable, I want to hear who you're going with at 101.
Oh, I have absolutely no idea. It was really funny. I was I think it was someone who had the 104, 105 was just like, man, I wish I knew what everyone before me was doing, so I knew what to get ready for. And me being me went right just to tell them what I was thinking. I'm like, no, I should be keeping this close to my chest so no one knows what I just started talking. And I'm just like, well, I think the right and the smart answer is to take Travis Kelce, but I'm a big scaredy cat. And knowing what my QB situation is going to look like in a super flex league, by the time I get to draft 2 quarterbacks, I might not be able to do it. I might end up going with flip a triple-sided coin between Allen, Hurts, and Mahomes. And so I really said it depends what happens, what I feel like when I wake up that day. Like, am I waking up? Am I feeling dangerous? Am I waking up at, was there a weird noise? Like, is the trees outside scratching on the walls? Do I wake up? Am I scared? Like, that really is what it's going to come down to. Am I
Aren't you
scared?
always feeling dangerous? I feel like just your middle name should be Danger. So I feel like you should go with Travis Kelce.
I want to say that's what I'll do, and that is also literally the first time anyone has ever uttered anything close to that sentence before.
I mean, I'm just speaking facts.
And so, like, I want to believe I will take Travis Kelce, and I've been psyching myself up for it, especially ever since this morning. When Heath Cummings and Matthew Berry say Travis Kelce's the right pick at 1, I wanted saying, all right, look, it's not just me being crazy. I had intelligent Justin Tucker 101 in normal redraft leagues. If I play in a regular redraft league, I play in a league with my friend and his wife. His wife is a gigantic Ravens fan, and my friend is the only reason we still have kickers.
Ooh, that's such a good joke. I wish I thought of that. Sorry.
Danger Us, yeah. Me and Russ Wilson, we're very, very similar. And we have a game of chicken as who can draft Justin Tucker the earliest and not screw their team up. I took him in the 2nd round, and I still made the playoffs. Like, that's my record. I took Justin Tucker at I think it was like the 203. It was also not late in the 2nd, and still ended up doing decently. And that is absolutely a point of pride.
And you said you're a scaredy cat. Look what you're doing, crazy stuff. What are you doing?
Well, I mean, when I can do something to just make fun of my friends and beg them to get rid of kickers and team defenses in leagues, I'll do it. I will take that for the greater good of that league. Sorry for all you kicker and team defense people out there. I just give me another flex spot.
I think people forget that fantasy football is supposed to be fun, and doing goofy stuff like that, taking a kicker in round 2 and still winning the league is fun. And that's,
he made the playoffs. He didn't win the league.
Oh,
he didn't win the league.
No, Troy, come on, man.
I'm just saying, like, if he won the league, that would be a big flex. But no, he just made the playoff.
There's no trophy for that league. I would make one, and it would be the Justin Tucker. I would 3D print a picture of Justin Tucker kicking a field goal and make a trophy with that as the centerpiece on. Now I kind of want to do that anyway. I'm going to go buy a 3D printer. I'll be right back.
I caught a few bits earlier, and I don't know if you guys have talked about it. I might be tipping my hat a little bit to my strategy tomorrow, but everybody's talking about Kelce 101, and the one thing in all leagues, whether it's redraft or best ball, Scott Fishbowl, I don't understand. I think one of the biggest deficiencies in the market this year is the huge gap in ADP between Travis Kelce and Mark Andrews. Mark Andrews had a slightly down year last year, but if Kelsey's going 101, I don't understand why Andrews shouldn't be going 102, 103, and I see him consistently fall into the back end of the 1st round. When you're doing redraft leagues, he's fallen into the 3rd round this year. I mean, this is the only guy in the last 7 years who has a tight end 1 finish under his belt, and now we're looking at an increased pass rate, an increased pace of play, all of that in Baltimore. I think you could just as reasonably make a case for Andrews to go 102 as you can for Kelce to go 101.
Man, David and I don't agree a lot, but I agree with that sentiment wholeheartedly.
Yeah, I think we are stuck in that Baltimore offense, not really keeping in our heads that Greg Roman is finally gone. I'm still mad at Mark. I'm too mad at Mark Andrews still because, I mean, in the leagues I play in, there's a decent tight end premium, and I'm like, all right, I'm going all in. I'm buying all these tight ends. Give me Mark Andrews. Give me Mark Andrews. Give me Mark Andrews. And then he let me down in the championships last year in the playoffs. And I'm not saying I lost leagues because of him, but I'm saying I did not win in a league where I had Mark Andrews. And I blame it solely on him. Nothing I did, solely on Mark Andrews.
So it's a grudge. That's why. So the answer is he's falling because the grudge, because of Mark Andrews not doing his thing and the Ravens offense. I get it. Look, all of us have been scorned by the Ravens offense. They had all these different injuries last year. Like, look, the Ravens are set up for fantasy gold basically everywhere. Every position almost is set up for fantasy gold, and I just can't wait to basically draft everybody. So.
Oh, by the way, I think I'm doing this wrong. I don't know if you're a tattoo guy, Troy, but every once in a while we have Sal lifting his arm. We see he's got, was that your kids' names over here? And then Dave just pulls one of these and uses this nice thing going down his arm. Like, I went the wrong way. Like, I have to put like something up here so I can lift my legs up and, you know, try and show off my tattoos because I don't have anything on my arms yet. Like, apparently I'm doing it wrong for this.
Fun fact, I actually don't have any tattoos. It's not like some special reason why, I just haven't decided on one yet, but I'm actually tattooless. So I feel left out. Maybe one day soon I will join a tattoo gang. Some people were trying to get me to get a tattoo in the expo. I'm not doing that. That would have to be some crazy stuff going on for me to do that, but just FYI.
I am all for tattoos pretty much whenever. When you are around a bunch of idiots like we are at the expo, that is not the best time to choose a
Oh, that's a horrible time, but people are
You're
going to
not
try
no,
to.
that sweaty red emoji tattooed on you.
Oh, honestly, it's my logo basically. Now the sweaty red emoji is basically my logo. I would probably one day I might get drunk and get that thing tatted on me somewhere. We'll see. But no.
Underwear clothes covers is really my go-to for something like that. Just like, you know, put it on your upper arm so even short sleeve shirts got you covered when it's one of those things like that.
I haven't waited this long. I actually just turned 33 this week. I didn't wait this long in my life just to get an emoji tatted on me. So I don't think I'm gonna go down that road.
Yeah, why not? I mean, I don't have an emoji on me, but I was 31.
Oh, I know. I seen your tattoos, man.
I was 31 when I got my first tattoo.
I got a meme tattooed on my leg.
Like, I mean, I know you couldn't really see it, but my entire leg, it's Gotham City and like with a giant Batman. Like, I was 33 and getting Batman tattoos. So like, don't worry about it. Just go for it, man.
I appreciate that.
All right, hey gents, we made it all the way to 12 o'clock.
We did.
Somehow we made it. So, final parting words, Mr. King, Emoji King.
Sure. Well, guys, I just want to say thank you guys so much again for, allowing me to come on every year. What you guys are doing is awesome. Everybody make sure you go donate. If y'all want to follow me, you can find me at T King Mode on Twitter. That's T King Mode on Twitter. I haven't joined Threads yet, but it'll probably be the same thing. But yeah, check out my work at Football Guys this season, Destination Devi. Appreciate y'all. And that's it for me. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Kluge.
Yeah, thanks a lot for having me, guys. Sorry about the internet problems here today. It seems like I finally caught it. I just need to stand right next to my window, and then I'm getting a decent 5G up here. But yeah, just follow me on Twitter at Dave Kluge. You'll see everything I'm up to, and you'll probably unfollow me after a couple months when you get annoyed. But that's where you can find all of my stuff. But really stoked for the live draft tomorrow in Denver. We'll be posting pictures, having a good time, and hopefully raising a bunch of money tomorrow.
Okay, gents, be well.
Have a good one, guys.
Lots and lots
See
of
you,
pictures
fellas.
from live drafts.
Will do. See you guys.
Finally, they're gone. Am I right?
So Russ, I just got an interesting note in the Podathon chat. I'm going to do the reads first before we bring on our next guest, and then I'll make an announcement. This guest is sponsored by Upper Hand Fantasy, created by Faraz Siddiqui. Upper Hand Fantasy delivers high-quality content and digestible Instagram stories and posts, and dives even deeper on the Upper Hand Fantasy podcast. Don't assume you can't find good fantasy football content on Instagram. 120,000 other fans already have been getting the upper hand in their fantasy leagues. Upper Hand Fantasy has built an amazing community over the last 5 years, and so many depend on Faraz as his team and his team for their opinions and analysis as the NFL landscape shifts every day throughout the offseason and during the season. Come find out for yourself. Visit Upper Hand Fantasy on Instagram at Upper Hand Fantasy. Check out the daily show on the Upper Hand Fantasy podcast on all platforms. And also, once again, we're brought to you by Trophy Smack. It's the one-stop destination for fantasy leagues this season. Bring your draft party to the next level with the coolest and most complete draft boards in the industry. Celebrate your league's champion with thousands of fully customizable trophies, rings, and belts using their So Easy a Child Could Do It, that eliminates me, design tool, and humiliate the loser. No championship season is complete without a true loser. Trophy Smack has a growing collection of loser gear with new additions coming within the next few weeks, found only at TrophySmack.com, the official sponsor of the SFB Podathon. And Trophy Smack is who's been with us now for, I think this is their third year as a title sponsor. And Matt and those guys out there are doing a great job. Great friends of the show. So let me check John Bosch's most recent. He told me to wait until 1 o'clock for my announcement. So I'm going to wait till 1 o'clock and bring on this fantastic guest, Mr. Matt Harmon. What's up, Matt? Wait, is Matt on mute?
Yep.
Off to a good start. Yeah. No, what's up, boys? Sal, I almost wore the exact same shirt as you because I ordered one of those bad boys. But as you guys probably know, I'm still in the process of moving. So I don't know where anything that I own is. Yeah. Shout out to Lane Shark. I also had about, give or take, 50 of those over the last week at the beach. So I'm happy to finally be on with you guys, man. I appreciate this.
Yeah, and if you guys out there do not know, Matt did just move, but I was in Los Angeles in April and finally got to meet the man in person, and we did have a couple of beers at a local brewery, along with Juan from NFL Network and Sam from Fantasy Life. It was a great time, and my daughter was with us, and we were terrible. We played trivia that night. We weren't terrible. We were mediocre. It was mediocre, right?
It was fine. My knowledge of random things is very hit or miss. I like if there had been a football section, obviously that would have been great. But I think we did have a Star Wars section, if I remember correctly, and that was like, okay, that's pristine. I'm good there, but like very limited knowledge outside of that.
Yeah, but it was a good time. Russ, sorry you couldn't be there, but you could ask a question if you like.
I heard Star Wars trivia and I'm in. Let's go. That's what I heard.
Russ, one of the very few things I actually have set up in my new office here is the 3 original movie posters right over. I mean, I could flip you around there. They're kind of in the other corner there. So if you can see them. Other than that, this is one of the rooms we haven't got to yet. So hopefully by the time I'm actually doing podcasts in this room, it looks a little bit better than just the gray blank wall. But we'll see.
See, but you leave the blank wall because your personality shines so hard. Everything else is just
No, that is absolutely not true. A couple of months, like about a year ago, probably actually at Yahoo, they're like, look, what we need to do is we got to like clean up these goofballs' backgrounds. Like we can't just have them in control of their own stuff. And I thought I was like really doing something, Russ. Like I thought I was like, I got this like custom. I go got it at like a art walk in town, like a beach painting. And Lauren Johnson, shout out to her, she did a great job designing all our background. She's like, no, that's terrible. Can't have that. Can't have this. Can't have that. So I'm sure they're really happy that I decided to pick up and move. And now I have to feel like I have to do it myself, okay? Because they're not flying them out here. So we'll see how bright my personality really is.
So far, you're crushing it.
It's all right.
So tell us how things are different for you, or did things really change moving back over to the other side of the country? I think back home to where you originally came from and to be around family. How's that changed your day-to-day operation and how work is going?
Well, again, I haven't really settled into this house just yet, so I still feel like I'm kind of completely out of rhythm. Over the last like month or so, we've been living out of my mom's condo in Sandbridge on the beach here. I know, tough life. Please feel
Very
bad.
tough.
Please feel bad for me. Although I will say this, Andy Behrens and I talked about this on the podcast. Like we were living out of a condo on the beach where like people are vacationing. So that can be tough, right? When people around you are aggressively, again, really feel bad. I really want people to feel bad for me in my very, very tough life. But, people are aggressively on vacation around me. And I'm like, as much as I love doing the podcast with Andy, it's a real treat, but like I could jump from the balcony on the first floor and like maybe sprain an ankle, but I would be like this far away from like getting a margarita, It's like podcast with Andy, margarita, podcast with Andy. So it's like kind of a give and take. So I'm actually really looking forward to being settled in this house, like back into kind of our normal routine. So hopefully by the end of this next week, I feel like we should be fully operational here. But look, I've really loved being back here. Like you said, Sal, I'm from Virginia. My family's all here. My dad lives in Emerald Island, North Carolina. That's where we were hanging out for the last week, just on vacation. So I feel like I've had enough downtime. I've had enough like prep time. time to get settled into this house and like start cranking out, more reception perception profiles, more Yahoo work and everything like that. So I'm looking forward to actually being in the rhythm of my life.
Man, but you're talking about that, and you're talking about jumping off balconies. I'm like, man, I would absolutely just tie a string to a bucket, lower that down, just like put up the number 3. They drop 3 margaritas in there. You roll it back up.
Yeah, my mom said the exact same thing to the owner of the restaurant down there. Like, hey, can I just wheel down like a little pulley system, little basket, like put some queso and chips and reel it back up? What are we doing there? So
drop a $5 in the bucket on the way down. It's
yeah. I mean, you gotta treat them right. You're getting bucket service. That's good stuff. But yeah, no, things have been great. I'm looking forward to getting back to work though. As if I hadn't been working the whole time. Other than last week, I did actually take a week off. So hopefully all the good reception perception subscribers were fine with the delaying a few profiles. It's like I promise I will. I hope to never ever move again after this experience, but I definitely promise to never move cross country in the middle of charting season. That's for sure.
Moving is the worst in general. I can't, and I'm born and raised New Jersey. I've never moved more than like 2 towns away from where I was born, and I still hate moving. I can't imagine what moving cross country feels like.
Yep, did it and then came back. And I'm not going back again. That is unless somebody wants to pay me like $2 million, I guess, per year. Maybe. But even
okay, wow, that was a very quick line in the sand in your head. You are ready with that number.
$2 million, I think, is the number. But even then, honestly, Russ, I don't know. Even then, bro, I don't know if I'm ever ready to do this again. It's funny when you move like down the street. It's even then that it's a total pain. But at least like you could probably take like your house supplies, like some of it. Yeah. My wife and I were at Target this morning, and I was like, we don't have anything, we don't have a damn thing that we need. So that's the real fun part. But again, the theme of this my stint on the Podathon here is definitely feel bad for me and my very, very hard, difficult, very, very trying life. That's what I want people to get out of this for sure. Actually, please don't take the opposite of that.
So what division did you find yourself in Scott Fishbowl, and what spot you drafting from?
I'm Mike and Ike's, and which is crazy because I haven't had a Mike and Ike probably in like 20 years. So I don't even know what spot I'm drafting in because I was on vacation last week. Am I a bad Podathon host if I said I haven't even looked yet? I'm gonna look right now while I'm on with you guys. So that way we can figure it out. Because I haven't even looked at this yet. Which is I haven't even looked at. My whole idea of being on the show and hosting is so I can get other people's information. Yeah. I have no idea what's going on this year at all. I'm 9. I feel like I'm 9 every year. I'm the 9th spot. How do I talk to? By the way, but one thing I did notice because I just saw the DM chat forming. Like, I'm gonna lose this league. I'm gonna tell you that. I'm not gonna be good. Chad Parsons. We've got Paul Perticchese. Like, this is gonna be difficult. I'm not gonna have a good time. Yeah, Scott. Welcome to your own Podathon. How you doing, buddy? I got a bone to pick with you. Why am I always like 9th? I'm always 9th. I'm never a fun spot. It's like the middle.
It's almost like you get to choose
that.
Because I never
choose your own position. And if you're too late on choosing your own position, we slot you in. And for some reason, nobody likes the 9th position any year. So,
I know, and I always forget to choose. That's why I didn't want you to show up. I wanted this to be like I'm talking about Scott. But why can't I do this? Although everybody out there probably watching is like, hey, this
if I next year, maybe I'll just choose for you right away and give you I'll give you your own division so nobody else can take a spot, and we'll wait for you to pick.
Yeah, why don't you just go ahead and pencil me 9 until this whole thing stops going.
Actually, this is what we'll do. I will invite you and only you first. Okay. And then the first wave will be like a week later. You'll be the first one in SFB next year, and no one else will get in until you've decided what you want to do.
I like how this is going for me so far.
It started out with everybody feel bad for you. Now it's like, okay, everybody give me stuff, make my life
I'm
better.
Also considering a name change to the Boy Young Boy Bowl, but
well, let's not go that far.
Yeah, that might be a little too far. Yeah, I'm just listening in the background, so I thought I'd jump in and have fun with you. It's been too long since we talked. I don't
I
think
know,
we've
dude.
talked since Tampa, right? Like, I mean, in person at least.
Definitely not in person. Yeah, maybe one of these podathons over the last few years, but yeah, man, it's been way too long, and I hope you're doing good, buddy. It seems like I mean, listen, I can't imagine being you. Like, I have actually been, sitting here complaining about, my hard life and like the logistics of moving across the country. I would probably rather do cross country move again than like juggle all of the like try to catch and wrangle all the monkeys that you are at this point. So I know everybody says it, Scott, but you're the man, and I appreciate you doing all this.
I appreciate that, man, but I do think I enjoy what I do. Like, it's like putting in tons of hours with reception perception. When you love what you do, when you enjoy what you do, yeah, it's a grind, but it's better than a lot of things we could be doing. So
right, yeah. There's a lot of worse jobs we both could have. That's for sure. And it's same. I'm sure same for you. Like you said, it's. I always tell people, listen, I'm the lunatic that decided to chart all these routes and spend all this time doing reception perception, but I did that so you don't have to. And same for you, Scott.
Yep. I spent 14 years doing manual labor. Like, I love my life now. I mean, you were one of the ones that helped me make that jump. I remember calling you up when I was considering, do I jump into full time? And I think you're like, dude, no one I know who has made that jump has regretted it. It's just not you make that jump. It's good. No, but we talked. Yeah, it's been a while, but it's good, man. I'm glad things are good with you. I love checking up on you and the two dogs and the new wife and the traveling across country and everything that's going on. It's very cool to see you out there touching grass and enjoying life.
Dude, I'm trying. I have the worst guilt complex in the world, because once you have a fun thing that you love doing, and then much more that people start like subscribing to your site and paying for your stuff, and you don't want to let people down. So I've been like, I hope luckily good people love reception perception in the Discord and stuff like that. When I was like, hey, I got to delay a few of these profiles, like, typically I would release them on this day, but I've just been juggling a lot, cross country move, and everybody's like, we don't care, like, it's fine. We understand. So I'm glad to be touching some grass, but I'm like itching to be back. And like, the crazy thing is, man, the season feels like a billion years away, but then you start looking at the calendar, and like once July 4th happens, and then once Scott Fishbowl happens, and then it's just kind of like bang, we're in it.
The official start. Start. Nice.
Touching some grass is the official tagline of this podathon. It's been said. That's the third time I think it's been said by a different person. So we're going with it. Young hip people.
We got to get a tally going, like pops on the screen every time or whatever.
Take a sip of your land shark whenever somebody says they're touching grass.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be.
I do have to jump off. I have a fire to put out, so I will talk to you guys later. It's good.
All right, buddy. Good to see you, man.
See ya.
That phrase always scares me. Like, I hope not literally. I hope there isn't a fire in his house. Like,
honestly, I wonder which one would be more preferable at this point, like a Scott Fishbowl related fire or an actual like small contained fire. Which
small contained fire I think we can handle. Like the other day, I'm sitting in my couch watching TV, and my wife's just like, "Uh oh," and I look over, and our microwave has a little bit of a fire going on inside of it.
Oh, that is.
And it's just like, "You good?" She's like, "No." All right. So, we take care of that. Like, okay, so small,
something
easy,
like that.
Yeah,
something like that.
I think at that point, yes, as opposed to like, MFL just crashed and deleted all of those leagues and we have to start all over.
Right.
No, I'll take a little cup of something being on fire in a microwave.
Yeah. Oh my God. Seriously. That like stresses me out just thinking about it.
All right. So you're here. I get it. You have your articles and your Patreon and all of that stuff. And, people should be seeking you out and not just happening upon you on when they're here to see Sal. But I mean, as someone who has absolutely stalked your work for a couple of years at this point, what wide receiver are we liking right now?
Well, okay. What do you gotta listen? I like a lot of wide receivers.
Well, okay. What newer, what younger wide receiver? What's a wide receiver that you haven't really just gone out there on a limb for that you're ready to be like, all right, I think this is my guy. You don't have to be like, I don't want you to spoil your big bang for the season. Like, make those guys wait. But do we got Ayuk?
I mean, Ayuk is definitely one.
I've already heard you talk about Ayuk though, so that's not super exciting for me.
Okay, well, this is if you're stalking my work. Hopefully, you're keeping up with. Hopefully, hopefully you've
the body blow.
I mean, but you're not wrong though. Like, I literally signed up for that new. I mean, by the way, can we talk about all of these new, social media websites? It's like enough already.
Yes.
How many? I'm trying to become less available, and these places they want all these Twitter knockoffs. Like, give me a break. But to that point, I signed up for Threads, and I was like, my first tweet should definitely be just like, oh, cool, another social media platform for me to tell you how good Brandon Ayuk is at football. So you're right, Russ. That is not good enough. I think that in terms of like a guy who is like, I want it to be like more specific about this because there's plenty of dudes I like, right? I mean, there's plenty of like receivers, coming into the league this year. Second year receivers, I still think are the most fun to talk about. And based on just like site activity, people love just like read the second year reception perception profiles. I really feel like this is not like a sleeper name or anything like that. But I think Chris Olave is a guy that like is not getting enough credit for, but like he's about to take that jump into like, I don't know, like superstar territory, like real. Like I think we all know that Garrett Wilson's going to be that guy this year because of Aaron Rodgers and obviously what Wilson did as a rookie. And I think when you really parse out like who is better between the two of them, it's so close. Like there are areas where Wilson is, he's incredible against press coverage, like 81.2% success rate versus press as a rookie. The only rookies to do that are like all superstar players. Like the worst player among them, like might be like CeeDee Lamb, and that's like the worst, right? So he's ready to jump into that category, I think. But I think Olave's there too, and I feel like guys that win like Chris Olave, true like downfield route runners, not these like yak guys that are easy to spot or like great in contested situations. I think it's part of the reason why Olave didn't get a lot of steam for offensive rookie of the year last year because he doesn't have a lot of like signature plays. But some of that can be circumstantial, right? Because he's not really a yak guy. So I think he's a player like ready to jump into that superstar category. And like, I think if you look at him too, he's kind of set up in a really good spot this year where he has like a more than functional quarterback. Like wherever you want to rank Derek Carr, he's certainly, we just saw it last year. He's good enough to pump, Devontae Adams into a great season, and Adams is a great player, but I think Olave can be a great player too. And I think the surrounding cast around Olave is just like exactly what you want for a number one wide receiver, that it's good enough to keep the defense honest and like put him in a little bit of binds, whether it's Rashid Shaheed, who I think, by the way, is a really good young player. Michael Thomas, if he's out there, for however many games, like the tight ends are just solid enough. The running backs are just solid enough, but none of those guys are good enough. Even I think Thomas at this point in his career, none of them are good enough to like interfere with Olave and having a dominant target share. So, I think you're going to have to kind of pay like an iron price to get him this year, but he's somebody that I'm really excited about. And I think another guy that's in that same vein in a very different circumstance is Devontae Smith. Like I think Devontae Smith is ready to make that jump as well as a true downfield route runner who he actually has like more exciting contested catch plays just because he has unbelievable body control. But those are two guys that are sort of like second, third year that I think are just in really good spots. And I also think are really good young players. Then I think the guy this year, Russ, in terms of who I haven't talked enough about, but like if you look at his reception perception data, is definitely Jahan Dotson. I mean, I had to bump him like way up the dynasty rankings after doing the RP charting on him. He comes in extremely well against zone coverage, really shined against press as a true outside receiver. And we know he's like the weirdest dominant contested catch player in the league, given that he's like sub 6 feet and sub 190 pounds. Great young receiver that I think because it's Washington, I love Terry McLaurin. I think McLaurin's a great player. I think he's like a fringe top 12 type of receiver. But I think Jahan Dotson, can kind of put him, like he can have that Devontae Smith season from last year where he's a second fiddle, but like is really more of a 1B than a true 2. I think he could jump into that group.
All right, and we need to take this point and transition to a conversation we had a little earlier. Now, I don't know your feelings on pie, but we had Dave Kluge on earlier, whose wife makes pies as a side hustle, and we asked someone asked what their 101 of pies are, and these are 3 fantastic suggestions right here. So 101 of pies, and if you're not a pie person, I'll allow you to sidestep to cake.
No, I think my favorite pie is like a key lime pie, though. I'm really into like a dessert citrusy type of pie. My real answer, where is she? My wife's lemon pie is the 101 pie for me.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I think you need to say it a little louder.
My wife's lemon pie is the 101 of pies. This house is she's not going to hear me from here, but yeah, no. So, but seriously, I like a lemon citrusy type of pie. I'm not crazy about apple pie. I know that's like going to get me kicked out of America for saying that, but it's too much for me. A good like chocolate or like bourbon pecan pie is definitely up there, but for me, like a lemon or key lime pie is 1.01, especially if it's my wife's.
The correct answer is pizza pie. Pizza.
We get it. You're from New York, Sal. All right.
Yeah, right. What a shock.
I'm also human.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to actually argue, but I mean, I still have to make fun of you at any chance I can. So I went for it.
If there was a choice between eating like a dessert pie or a pizza, yeah, I'm gonna go with pizza. So yeah.
I'm absolutely second course of dinner over a dessert person. So I feel that.
Yeah, 100% with you.
Now I got to call and get pizza delivered.
I mean, you can get anything delivered these days.
And here, they could just toss it up to your balcony, Sal. You don't even have to leave.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Bucket to a string.
Toss the bucket. I'm serious. We should probably come up with that idea at my mom's place. Like, just drop that bucket down there, reel it back up. That'd be pretty epic.
Like you even made like a great idea. Just get a fishing reel attached to it, so you don't even have to use any power whatsoever. You got a nice pulley system going for you.
Based on the size of those margaritas at a place like that, you might need like a deep sea ocean reel. Where you really got
one of those
really crank it up to get that thing up here. So,
right.
But there is that.
So
no, I still feel bad about the 9th spot thing. I feel like I really was trying to talk behind Scott's back, and he just came on the podcast. What an unbelievable thing.
He's
can
always
never
watching.
talk behind Scott's back in the fantasy community. There are spies, there are microphones. He might just be behind me right now, and I don't know it.
He might be. Well, look, he's right. See, he's still right here.
Like you could actually, like, if if I raise my camera, there's actually, you see a picture of T. Higgins' face, but its eyes moves because it's really Scott behind the wall.
What most amazing, well-connected man in the entire business. You gotta love to see that. What division are you guys in?
I joined Gusto's because I'm a Disney Pixar obsessed person.
What's the 1.01 of Pixar movies? And then Disney, I'm gonna let you split them into 2 categories.
All right. Well, my favorite. Okay, I'm going to go completely personal. I'm not going to do anything technical whatsoever. My favorite Disney movie is Robin Hood.
Oh wow, good.
Yeah.
Good response. My dad and I were just talking about Robin Hood yesterday, oddly enough.
Yeah, it's always very difficult to get into the conversation because my 2 favorite Disney movies are Robin Hood and Sword in the Stone. And everyone's like, oh, I mean, I like Cinderella or Moana. I'm like, oh, no, me too. Don't get me wrong. I can sing you every song from Moana and Frozen and all that stuff. And no, it has nothing to do with the fact that I have kids, which I do. I just know them anyway. But
I think that's a good goal for hour 10 of the Podathon.
Yes,
singing.
I am in the Nathan's division. I do live in Brooklyn now.
We get it from your New
home
York.
Nathan's in Coney Island, where the hot dog eating contest takes place every 4th of July. So I figured it was only right that I be in the Nathan's division. So the 101 of hot dogs.
That makes sense. Again, shout out to you. You gotta keep it standard, Sal. Love to see it.
100%. I was there on July 2nd eating hot dogs before the big event.
But they also have very thick cut crinkle fries that make fantastic cheese fries.
Yes, true.
Cheese
and
fries.
they serve
Can't
beer.
go wrong with that.
They serve
What
beer
else?
there.
What else do you need? at that point. Honestly, what else do you need?
An extra hand so you can hold it all at once.
Yeah, the extra hand. That's a good one. I love that. That's a good suggestion.
All right, but I'm turning. Okay, well, also my favorite Pixar movie is, it's almost impossible, but I have to go with the first Toy Story, because I remember going to see that in the theater as a child, and like my jaw was on the floor because we've never seen anything like that before. There was no real full CG movies of anything, and this was beautiful and well voice acted and hilarious and great. So while it's absolutely a little bit of a nostalgic answer, that's still my go-to.
Wait, also, you were a child when Toy Story came out?
It was in the early 90s.
Fuck, I'm old.
You are old. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. Fuck. I think I've seen that with my nephew. Jesus.
Yeah, you're old. This is not new.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like you, not new.
I would vote for Monsters Inc. By the way, Monsters Inc. is
that is a fantastic answer as well. What about you, Matt? What do you got on Disney and what do you got on Pixar?
Okay, well, I like your call on Toy Story, mostly because as a kid too, Sal, as a kid when the movie came out, you would think like, are my toys doing that? And like my toy, like you try to,
room, you're like,
yeah, you try to keep peek back in, see what's going on, like. Okay, if like two of my toys were having sort of a romance, like Bo Peep and Woody, like who's who, who's hooking up in this environment here? I guess I probably wasn't thinking about that as a kid, but this is what I'm thinking about now.
You start leaving Cobra Commander and Barbie a little closer to each other, so they don't have to walk so far.
Yeah.
I looked it up. I was 21. I was 21 years old when Toy Story 1 came out, so not that bad. So
yeah,
I think I was around the 10-11 mark.
Matt, stay with us. I'm gonna keep you. I'm gonna do the reads because the guy that's with us is outside. And I don't want to keep him there too long, but I want you to stay here when we bring him on. The next guest is brought to you by CampusToCanton.com, a website focused on all things college fantasy, including Dynasty, Devy, College Fantasy, and Campus to Canton leagues. Campus to Canton is the fastest growing format in fantasy, where your teams have college and NFL lineups, and as college players enter the NFL, they join your NFL roster. Visit CampusToCanton.com as their team of experts bring you articles, podcasts, cutting-edge tools, exclusive ADP, industry-leading draft guides for Devy, college fantasy, freshman supplemental drafts, and the deepest set of college rankings anywhere. Check out CampusToCanton.com today, Russ, and every day after. Also, the guest is sponsored by The Dynasty Rewind, a fantasy football podcast that entertains and informs listeners with the best rookie breakdowns and strategies in the industry. The Dynasty Rewind team consists of host and founder Mike Bauer at Rewind CEO, at Chevin Noon, Chev Boy RD, and Nate Christian at Nate NFL. They strive to provide you actionable advice and have fun doing it. For all things rookie-related, strategy, team building, and so much more, the Dynasty Rewind has you covered. For even more access to our crew, head on over to our Patreon, patreon.com/Dynasty Rewind, now offering a 10% discount for yearly signups. And as always, be kind, please rewind, and let's bring in the hitman who is outdoors.
Yeah, baby.
Waiting for your son's football tournament to start, correct?
I am. What's up, everybody? What's up, Matthew? How you doing, buddy?
Are you allowed? Should you be outside right now in Arizona?
Thankfully I'm in Shola right now, so I'm actually like Denver elevation. It's not too bad, and is the wind coming through? It's pretty windy up here.
It is a little bit coming through, but dude, what's up, man? You look good. Yeah,
Thanks,
you look
buddy.
amazing. You look. How's life?
Oh, dude, life is good. I see that life is pretty good for you as well, Mr. Reception, blowing it up.
Doing okay, man. Yeah, we're doing all right. But
hey, congrats to you're married, you're moved, you're big time in it over there.
I don't know about big time in it, but I'm older.
Big time for life.
Yeah,
for life.
I'm older and things are good, so that's all I can hope for. But yeah, man, things are good. Things are great, and just looking forward to more, man. It's a good time, that's for sure.
I feel like I was just taking a little Maddie to see Toy Story a week ago. He's really grown up so quickly.
I did hear it. Toy Story is top-notch entertainment, my friends.
I mean, honest to God, like I do feel like the boy young boy nickname like doesn't make a lot of sense anymore. But
Yeah, you got to be man, young man.
Yeah,
Got to change the handle.
I know, right? Like, well, honestly, like if I change a handle now, who cares?
Yeah, you lose nothing. The
nothing.
checks are come and go, man. Anyone can get the check
Anyone
now.
can get the check now, yeah, but no, I feel like MYM also doesn't have the same name. It's kind of, I mean, you get this, Mike. It's like a tattoo. Once you get it, you just got to let it ride. It is what.
Oh,
it is.
I know.
That is the BYB.
Or Matt, Mike is at his son's football tournament. You could make a new boy, young boy. You know what I'm saying? Get settled in over there, and I think you know what I'm getting at.
Give me 2 to 3 years, and I think a kid is on the way. But
oh, that's a breaking news.
2 to 3. Well, I mean, not
Godfather,
that
Mike, right? Godfather Hitman.
I'm here. I'm ready.
Let's do it. Yeah. No, but I got to enjoy a little bit more life. My sister just had a baby, so I'm enjoying Uncle Matt for right now before
Yeah.
Dad Matt. That's for sure.
Highly recommend. Because you're how long's the marriage at yet now?
Just over a year. We got married in May of 22.
Yeah. Just take it. You got a couple years. Just enjoy that life before you change it up a bit.
100%. Yeah, especially now that we just got this new house. I mean, we got a pool out there. Like, I don't need to be thinking about kid pool stuff. I need to be just thinking about like, how many koozies can I have out here?
The limit does not exist.
It does not.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't want to crowd in on Mike's time. But it was good to see you, bro. It was awesome.
Yeah. Good to see you as well, man. Have a good one.
Yeah. See ya. Hopefully we catch up soon in real life. And same goes
Absolutely.
to you too. Appreciate you guys having me. And everybody, what a great, I mean, just love this time of year. Love this time of year, man. It's awesome.
Thanks for coming on.
See you guys.
Bye-bye.
All right, I'm trying to position
Mike,
so that the wind doesn't destroy the microphone, but I don't know if there's a spot for that.
We don't need.
Hopefully
We don't
y'all
hear
can
the
hear
wind, so.
Oh,
just-
great.
I think you're doing good. Sounds good. I was mentioning earlier, Mike. I was out in Los Angeles in April. I got to meet Matt finally in person, have a drink with him. I've met you in person twice. Russ and I came together the last time you guys were in New York, and I made the comment earlier. I'm sure you were not listening. COVID's over, my friend. It's time to come back to New York.
Yeah, it's just so far away. That's why we're blowing it out in LA, man. Come on down, the Megla show. We still got a couple more tickets left, but that thing is gonna be rowdy AF, man. It's 1,000 seats, and that thing should be easily sold out by the time the show rolls around at the end of August. It's gonna be just freaking wild, man.
I mean, on a very selfish level, it was easier to go to my wife saying, "Honey, I'm hopping on a bus for 40 minutes to go into New York to go watch some people talk about fantasy football than, hey, hon, I'm buying the ticket to go to LA to go watch some guys talk about fantasy football." That would be a very different.
No. It's not just fantasy football. You're going there to get entertained.
I would say that she would not feel that.
Bring her to the show. I promise. Anyone who's not in on fantasy football can still go to our live show and end up leaving. Go, oh, that was a good time.
I will send my daughter. She lives in Los Angeles. I'll tell her she's got to go and represent.
Absolutely.
All right, so we have a thing going on for the past few guests at this point. We're talking pie. Now,
the number, the food.
Yes, 3.14.
Yes.
Yeah.
Math. How far can you go? How many decimal points do you got?
That was it. 3.145? I don't know. 3.14. That's
26.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. Whoa. Take it easy, man.
So I have to believe that sometime on Spitballers, you guys have to have done a pie draft at this time, but at this point,
I think so. We're at like 280 shows, so we don't even remember what we've done.
Of course, but what would be? I mean, we'll say 101 of pies, but if you need to give us the top 3, that's cool. We're trying to get everyone's favorite pies.
Okay, my top pie, I go apple. Big fan of just all apple desserts in general. Let's see. Then second would go pumpkin, and third, I think we're gonna go cherry.
Right, keeping it simple, nice, easy. Okay, just hold on. You would have 3 people at least so far for a New York show. Me, Sal, and Corey. Just putting it out there.
Yeah, we lose money on New York shows.
Look, GoFundMe.com/make New York worthwhile to us.
Well, I'm sure we'll get back there someday. It's just trying to find that balance that works. I mean, that time of year is so insane. School has just started for everybody's kids. You know, missing multiple days. I don't know. It's just it's tough. And we did the back-to-back years of, you know, the multi-year city, and we got home for those, and we were like, oh my goodness gracious, like we can't keep doing that. So we've been toying around. You know, I think last year was 3, and then so this year we're going with just the one gigantic one.
How's that feel though, to be able to sit down and, like you said, the show's going to be about 1,000 people, and it's just going to be like, I apologize
Yes.
for saying
No, you're good.
fantasy football is demeaning what you do in any way, shape, or form, and that is not my intent. But like, you're sitting up there. This started as a fantasy football show, and now we're live in front of 1,000 people talking. Like,
it's absurd, man.
It
is
feel real yet at all?
I mean, it definitely feels real, but at the same exact time, there are many, many, many days throughout the year you go, what? Like, this is my life. And it's ridiculous. I took the Sam bowling like 2 weeks ago, and the lane next to us was empty. You know, we're about halfway through our game. A new crowd rolls in there, and the guy over there is just staring at me, which I'm like, okay. And then he's like, wait a minute. Do you do a podcast? And I'm like, yeah. So it's really funny when because I mean, like, the show's, you know, humble brag, the show's big, but the YouTube is only a portion of the show, so it's not like not everybody knows who I am. So just when people actually spot you out in the wild, it's been in the front of the kids and the wife, you're like, oh, see, I told you, I'm very important, very important.
My wife has told me she will rue the day of going out in public if anyone ever says, well, especially because I'm the genius that made my name Dynasty Outhouse. Like, aren't you Outhouse? And like, the sizes my head will grow. But also, I needed to make the joke. I can't let it slip by. You know, you're bowling and people are sitting there staring at you. Sal gets that every day, but it's for a very different reason.
Yeah, I understand that. I've seen him.
Hey, you hugged me, damn it, and I've learned to live with it.
Yeah, look, we all do things we regret, right?
It's not the first time I've heard that, unfortunately. Like, not this week. It's not the first time I've heard it. Yeah. So I hear the whistles blowing back there. It's getting intense, it sounds like.
Well, we're still in warm-ups. It timed out perfectly because we booked this slot before I actually knew we had a tournament today, and we kick off at 10 our time. So just right when I'm about to leave off. So they're all warming up right now. It's cool, man. It's a big deal. This is the first time that we've ever traveled for one of the kids' sporting events. So, you know, a 3-hour drive makes the games a little bit more important.
Yeah, it feels that way, right? When your pocketbook's getting hit. But what position will your son be playing today?
So he'll be predominant. I mean, it's 5-on-5, so they'll definitely two-way. But I'd say he specializes at wide receiver and safety/corner.
Nice.
He's good. He's good, man. I know everyone says that about their kid, but I promise you, everyone come watch my kid, they'll go, "Oh yeah, he's actually good."
Yeah, forget the live show. I'm coming out for the football team. But listen, what I can tell you is my kids are older now. My youngest daughter is going to be 19. I have one son. He's in the middle of my 2 girls. And the years of going to watch them do anything. My son played baseball for years up into college. And my daughters are both competitive dancers. It's like the greatest. Those are the greatest moments of your life. Soak those up. All the success fantasy football, it means nothing to these moments. So I appreciate you taking the time while being there to actually jump on this thing.
Oh, dude, you know I got to jump on this thing once a year. It's a great cause. Hopefully, we're raising some quiche for some people in need out there. So I'm happy to jump on.
And just don't be like Sal and calling your children bums at their sporting events.
No, dude, but it's great watching them play, but you age yourself. Like you lose months of your life watching your kids play. Because I'll have my fitness tracker will be like, "Are you working out?" I'm like, "No, man, I'm sitting watching my kid play football." But you're so nervous. Oh, what's up, Mr. Fish? But you're just
What's going
so
on?
nervous, and there's nothing you can do about it because you get no physical exertion. You just sit and watch and hope for the best. What's up, Scotty?
What's going on, man? Been a while. Didn't see you at this last conference. I feel like that's the first one in a while.
That was the first one ever that we have not had a representative at. Like we for the first time ever, we timed it up. We recorded a couple shows early so that the three of us, we all took a week of vacation, which you got to plan that thing. We had that thing planned way before the date for the conference was announced. So I was pretty bummed not to be there, but vacation was good. And of course, that was the one show where I'm getting hit up by everyone. Like, dude, I never go to these conferences. I'm finally going. Are you going to be there? I'm like, you rat bastards, man.
Of course. Yeah, and it was like,
But we'll be there in
like
winter.
150 people too. So, but yeah, I'm just hearing you talking. I'm like, man, he's got a little football player kid. I got a little
Yeah.
football player kid there.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and your story about getting recognized in public. I don't get recognized often, but when I do, it always embarrasses my wife, first off. But my absolute favorite story that I love to tell about getting recognized in public wasn't even me. I was wearing a Fishbowl 9 shirt, the Mario one. I'm in a sandwich
Yeah.
shop. Like a mother type, a 55-year-old woman comes up to me, whatever, comes up to me, looks at me, and she's like, "My son talks about that thing." And she takes a picture of my shirt, not me, just the shirt, takes a picture of it to show her son. Make
Dude,
sure
your
my head
brand,
is cut out of it.
your brand is bigger than you are.
Oh, I loved it. It was funny. It was fun. I didn't tell her either. I'm like, this is a thing. But looks like you're enjoying a tournament there or whatever game.
Yeah, I'm enjoying not being in the heat wave right now because Phoenix is. I don't know if you guys get news on the East Coast about
On fire.
us peons over on the West Coast, but Arizona is burning to the ground right now, and not because of fires. Not
Yeah.
like Canadian burn to the ground. This is
I know. I made
we're
a
like
joke with
ants
Andy
under a
yesterday.
magnifying glass.
I'm like, yeah, but it's a dry heat. I hate
Oh.
that thing. All my family lives in Arizona, so I'm like, hot is hot. I've been down
Yeah, no,
hot
it's legit, man. I've done Disney World in the summer, and that is infinitely worse when it's like the high 90s and humid.
Oh,
100 is
absolutely.
actually 100 is all right. Like you don't
Yeah.
want to be outside in it, but you can function, you can do your errands. But when as soon as it hits that 110,
Yeah,
you're like,
110,
what in
115,
God's name are we
out.
doing here?
Steam on the roads. Yeah.
I
it's-
went outside. I'm in New Jersey. I went outside. It was like 87 degrees. And I'm like, nope, turn it back around.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Minnesota's the same. We do not go outside in the 85, 90, 95 with humidity days. Oh,
Nope.
no. But in Arizona, it's still dang hot. Maybe it's just because I'm a cold weather Minnesota guy. Even the 90s and 100, I'm like, oh, I don't want this.
Yeah. Oh, I understand. No one wants it, but you live with it for the winter.
Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. I just wanted to come on and I'm like, I got a story that I find funny,
Oh,
and I wanted to say
appreciate
hi.
that.
It's been too long, man. It's been too long. I
It
agree
has.
with you on the kids tournaments, man. My son plays 4 sports, so it's like it's stressful, especially those like 1-run games or 1-score games or whatever. Oh, they
Yes.
got bounced from the tournament by 1 run baseball tournament by
Oh.
1 run the other night. And
Rough.
yeah, it's rough. But yeah, you take care, man. Just wanted to say hi. Hope to see you again soon, maybe in Vegas this upcoming year or whatever.
Yeah, well, we should be there for that one.
All right, man. You take
All right, dude.
care. See you guys later.
Have a good one.
Just saying, there's an expo in Canton in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, except you guys freaking schedule that thing at the worst possible time for full-time content producers.
I agree with you on that, Mike. I could never make it. I could never make that thing.
You're like, we're in August. We're doing 5 regular fantasy footballers. We're doing an episode of the Spitballers. We do an episode for our Patreon supporters, and then whatever crazy stuff and all the UDK updates and everything. I get super FOMO every time the pictures start coming up. I'm really, really jealous of everybody being there, but we can't make it happen.
I don't think we'd be sad for a live show from the expo. I think I'm just pushing this further and further to see what I can get.
Hey, no, there's an idea there.
It's good to have Russ on board as your manager.
No, because then it'll just be like, hey, live show? Okay, live show? Sure. These guys, they're animals. They can just keep going. They don't need to sleep. They don't need to eat. Let's just keep going. But fantasy football, let's keep talking.
Sure.
But let's bring it back. Let's stop fishbowl it. What division did you end up in?
We are I believe we're the 3 spot in the Kool-Aid division.
Kool-Aid!
Hey, Kool-Aid!
Yes. Yeah, we're over on Sleeper, so pretty happy about that. I don't have to relearn how to do drafts on MFL.
Come on, you've been in fishbowl for a couple of years. It's been on MFL.
Dude, it's the system. Like, I'm a simple man. That system is just is that's a young man's game over there.
I agree. Sleepers made it so simple, and I'm doing a live draft in New York City a week from today, Mike, and it's on MFL, and I'm just like, man.
No, I'm not throwing shade on MFL. What they've done is amazing with all of the customizations and the expansions. It's just, but I'm a simple tech man. I need big blocks, big color blocks that I could just point at. And I'm like, ooh, that one.
You say we are the 3 of you sharing a team?
Yeah. We've always shared the team. We started it, back when we first got the prestigious honor and the invite to go in, and it was like, you see so many people on Twitter who are bummed they couldn't get in. So I'm like, we should just take one team, and then that's kind of just how we've rolled it. So it's the the only team that the 3 of us together manage. So it's pretty fun when we get to have the draft, and duke it out with our takes of who we're actually going to select and who's out.
So what's it like when the cameras turn off and the 3 of you actually hate each other, but then you still have to run the team?
It's actually very, very simple. People ask us, like, how do you not fight over it? And we all, like, everyone, we know who each other likes. We know how the draft works, we know how the ADP works, and then when it comes down to it, it's just majority rules. So it's majority rules. No one gets their feelings hurt. If 2 people vote one way and you vote the other, it all balances out, because you know that you're going to get a vote going your way a round or 2.
Having done, I think, maybe 8 Scott Fishbowl drafts, we know that the slow draft could be random hours when it comes up. So let's just say it's 10 p.m. out there in Arizona. You get the notification. Has anybody on the team ever just made a pick without consulting with everybody else?
100%. Yeah, that's the you kind of start. You message our group chat, and if no one responds, and you're like, guys, we got to make a pick. Anyone? Yeah, it's like an auction. Once, twice, and then you're like, if I'm awake and no one's responding, I'm gonna make a move.
Yeah, and the question is, how long do you wait after sending that message? Dude, it's been like 45 seconds. You got to make this pick.
I mean, you try not to have that happen, but I mean, a good couple depends on what time it is. If it's like 9, I'll wait, a half hour, 45 minutes. If it's after 10, I'll give people a couple minutes, because I know if they're not responding by then, they're not going to respond.
So group chat wise, let's dig into this, because I'm in so many group chats. This is, you get added to this, that. So for the footballers, is there one group chat for all things, or does Spitballers have its own chat? Does the UDK have its own chat? Are all things one place, and what platform?
We use Slack in the office, so we have a Slack with, I don't know, 50,000 channels or whatever. So we try and micromanage the conversation so nothing gets lost, and yet it still will. Like the worst is, so we have our upcoming, which is basically like the breaking news channel. So we try to keep that so we don't miss any news to talk about on the show. But often someone will put some news in, and then a conversation will just fire up, and then it'll be like 50 posts, and the news channel will now just be completely done.
I feel like there's no escaping that whatsoever,
No,
especially
just
when
do
you're
your best.
trying to do stuff like you said, like while you're recording or while you're doing that. You'd be like, oh, there's message. Oh, there's 18 messages. I can't scroll and look to see what they're talking about right now. We're in the middle of doing like it's always and the most inopportune times.
Yeah, for sure.
And obviously you mentioned it earlier, and it's just a reality. Very, very successful show. I remember how you guys started out. The origin stories are out there. That origin story might even be on Backyard Banter somewhere. Did you guys do a Backyard Banter with Harmon back in the day?
We did. Yeah. Back when he was doing his pod, we finally got on there. I would say that was back in the time where you're scratching and clawing for every inch of your place in the industry, and you're seeing people get on. You're like, what? How come this person's on it? He hasn't asked us to be on the podcast yet. But we finally did it. We got on.
Well, back in those days, you came on the Falafel House all the time. That was my original podcast back in 2016. You've always been a good friend to us, me, Steve, and Kevin back in the day, and I'm sure you've been on with Russ here and there as well. But what's the advantages now? Tell me the good parts of having a successful show and being able to hire staff.
Oh my!
Things you don't miss not having to take care of.
I was gonna say the number one answer is we have a team now. I mean, it was the three of us for 3-4 years back. The first few runs of the Ultimate Draft Kit was just 3 people doing all of our full projections, doing 100 videos, doing a blurb on every single relevant player. I mean, May was I don't even 80-hour weeks or so, something like that. I mean, it was just, but we love, at the same time, I'm not complaining. I'm saying it was just, we loved it. But it was really, really hard and taxing. So the fact that you have a team of people you trust now who are sharp and can jump in and fill in some gaps for you, that's a truly life-changing situation.
And that's what people need to understand watching this, because this show here, the Podathon, is always, we have the biggest names and we maintain bringing on the small people who are working their way up in the industry. Is nobody really got there. There's very few Lawrence Jacksons out there where it happened that quickly. You guys put that work in, and it was fun to watch that rise and see. And you guys are the same people. I mean, I speak to you here and there more than I've ever spoken to the other two, but I've really never seen you change in the 7 to 8 years that I've had you on podcast or met you in person the 2 times. And I think that says a lot for you and your characters. So
I appreciate that.
You got what you worked for.
I mean, I talk about fantasy football and I entertain people for a living. Like, your ego can only get so big.
So naturally, the time Mike is going to compliment me, he was the service.
No, I don't think he was actually. No, I don't think that's what he was going to do.
Am I still here?
You're still here.
Okay, all right, we're good.
Sal just thought you were going to say something nice about him, and I'm letting him know that no one really goes to say something nice about Sal.
Well, Sal is still the same person that he was, and that's, I mean, you can take that for whatever it means.
That is a statement.
I've got no reason. No, I'm slightly more broke. I was happily married, I think, when we met, and now she has a lot of my stuff. So
he's now a minimalist version of himself.
Hey, that's cool too, man.
Not by choice. All right, so now the real question is, do you have? Well, okay, well, all right. Tacit Assassin 13 says, "Love the footballers branching out into Dynasty, bringing the format to the mainstream, out to the masses, growing the game." Yes.
Hey, appreciate that, man. Yeah, Dynasty. Like we're one of our goals was we want to be a mainstream show. We want to be for the masses but still have enough for the really experienced veteran players. So it's a tough line to walk that. And Dynasty had been for years one of those, like, you get the people who play the niche games, especially you 2 quarterback people out there. Man, the 2 quarterback people are the loudest people in the entire world, which it's a good format. I'm not saying the format's bad, but it's still like this big when you're talking about the actual market of fantasy football. And Dynasty we've been in it for I don't know 8 years or so, not as long as some other people, but we were in it, feeling it out, waiting for it to to hit a level where it's like, okay, it has a big enough base, and now we can start kind of spreading the message of how great Dynasty actually is.
We love it. Thank you very much for that,
Of
by the way.
course.
And before you, all right, actually, no, I'm not going to say that anyone's leaving because I've been wrong every single time I've tried to say it. But
he's leaving.
Oh no,
He's leaving.
I'm out of here.
But I know we
I'm
got
outta
a
here.
couple of people. I know you say, you know, fantasy football, dynasty, superflex, 2QB. Let's go even smaller, and we'll start talking about some Devy players. What's the write up on your son? Like, what are we looking forward to?
So the write up on the son is excellent route runner, very strong hands, good football IQ, but his biggest concern would be his father not sure if he's going to let him play tackle football or not.
There are a few days I'm very happy my kid just likes to play video games, and the idea of thinking of him running and crashing into other people is one of those days where I'm glad he's just doing it.
My
Let me
daughter.
get this quick story for Mike before he goes. My son grew up with Jeremy Ruckert, who's the tight end for the New York Jets now, second-year player. He played flag football with my son. His parents did not let him play tackle football till he was 14. And 1 year later, the kid was on every major radar in the country as a tight end. So they can wait a long time, let them develop. You do not need to be playing tackle football at a young age. And that kid's proof alone that you could still
That's how I feel about it.
Yeah. That's a
High
real
school
story,
is when high school is when I have to make the hard decision. But I was going to say my daughter starts high school this year, so we've done all the orientation, going to look in the school. Dude, they have an esports team. Like, they play Rocket League, they play Madden. I'm like, where was this? Where was this when I was in high school?
Wow. Well, Mike, go get with the family, man. We appreciate you so much, and we'll speak to you again next year, bud. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, boys. Take it easy. Hey, if you got a couple bucks sitting around, make sure you donate here. Right? Let's get those numbers up. Let's juice them. All right, take it easy, boys.
Thank you. Later.
Rush, you want to run through these reads?
Yeah, let me hit up these reads because then I get to go eat lunch. All right. This guest is sponsored by Upper Hand Fantasy, created by Faraz Siddiqui. Upper Hand Fantasy delivers high-quality content in digestible Instagram stories and posts and dives even deeper on the Upper Hand Fantasy podcast. Don't assume you can't find good fantasy football content on Instagram. 120,000 other fans already have been getting the upper hand in their... Oh, that's why they call it Upper Hand. That's clever. Upper Hand Fantasy has built an amazing community over the last 5 years, and so many depend on Faraz and his team for their opinions and analysis as the NFL landscape shifts every day throughout the offseason and during the season. Come find out for yourself and visit Upper Hand Fantasy on Instagram at Upper Hand Fantasy. Check out the daily show on the Upper Hand Fantasy podcast on all platforms. Read number 2. The transition from season-long fantasy football to NFL DFS can be tricky. If you want to take DFS more seriously this season, rely on experts who do this for a living with the help of Occupy Fantasy. Their staff has millions of dollars in lifetime NFL DFS earnings using the affordable tools and unique strategies created by co-founder Brian Jester at Occupy Fantasy. The goal of Occupy Fantasy is to teach you the right way to play and help you completely reshape how you think about DFS at any bankroll level. Subscribe to Occupy Fantasy for their informative ebooks, live player models, daily write-ups, and the smartest lineup builder in the industry. Visit occupyfantasy.com today and every day going forward.
All right, and we have a special announcement that was added for this hour. And it's actually going to go on for the next 3 hours. Tim Turner and Chris Final are driving from Pittsburgh to the Cincinnati Live Draft today. Any donations made between 1 p.m. Eastern Time right now and 4 p.m. Eastern Time will be matched by Tim's business up to $1,000. This is what the Scott Fishbowl is all about. Shout out to the Cincy Live Draft crew, but there's one catch. The donation needs to be made with the message, Chris hates kickers, to qualify. Let's step it up over the next 3 hours and donate to the link below with the message, Chris hates kickers, to have donations matched. Thank you, Chris and Tim. And the ticker shows fantasycares.org/Podathon. We need more donations. It's a little slower than I had hoped right now. And if you're joining us this weekend, we're going to be here for 36 straight hours. All we ask is that make a donation. $1, $10. We've had $100. We've had a lot of nice donations. Please, Russ, you're going to skip out and go eat some lunch.
I am. And I'm not going to do it on the screen to make you jealous. So
I appreciate that. I have some people waiting in the wings. So we'll
all right.
to you
Goodbye,
too.
everybody.
Soon.
I'll see you in a bit.
All right. Oh, I'm going to remove him. He removed himself. All right. So I'm actually going to bring this guy on first. Nobody knows who the hell this guy is at all. This is a friend of mine, Elliot Anderson. He's an original to the Old School Falafel League. And I knew this hour was going to be open, but no co-host. I threw it out in one of my league chats, and he decided to show up. So, Elliot, don't embarrass yourself. We have some actual real professionals on coming up, and I'm going to bring those guys on right now. And we're going to add Billy. What's
Howdy.
up, Billy?
How are you doing?
We're going to add the Podfather himself joining us. Matt, oh, look, Matt has never looked better than this moment right now. And the OG fantasy, and then your first name is Theo, I believe, correct?
Yep. Theo, how you doing?
Fantastic. And also joining me is the man behind all the sponsorships, Dave Wright. He keeps trying to escape every time I bring him in, but I got you in this time, my friend.
Look, the Roto Underworld, Matt Kelly were the first people I started consuming content for fantasy football. So this is one I really shout out to the whole Roto Underworld crew, an official minion back in the day. I still have my sweatshirt, so here we go.
That's awesome.
Nice.
No, we're stoked to be here.
Live out their dream.
Oh, he likes the background.
Very cool. So welcome, guys. Great to have you guys here. And as we're hitting hour 5, we've been on the air for 5 hours of the 36. We still have entirely too much time to go. I'm already feeling tired. I'm old, but just go around the room. We'll start with Theo. Introduce yourself. Let the people know, what you've been up to and what you got going on.
Yeah, so I'm Theo Greminger. You can find me on Twitter at the OG Fantasy, and I'm stoked to be here with you guys today. It's really cool that the Roto Underworld gets to be involved with this, doing everything we can to support you guys. We're so stoked to be drafting the Scott Fish Bowl, and so stoked to be just talking some fantasy with you guys today, Sal. And I'm also on Long Island. I know you're a fellow Long Island guy, so it's good to finally meet face to face.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Are you coming out to the live draft next week?
No, I'm not at the live draft. I'm actually drafting online sleeper. I'm in the Trader Joe's division. I got the 1 spot.
All right, well, I'll come back out to Long Island. We'll meet up. I moved to Brooklyn 9 months ago, actually, to be closer to work. But 43 years on Long Island before that. So, true. Those are my roots for sure. Let's go over to Billy. Billy, what's going on?
Hey guys, thanks for having me on. Billy Muzio. You can also find me on Twitter at FFMuzio. That's MUZIO. And I do the rankings projections over at Player Profiler. And we're just getting started for the season. We're rocking and rolling. We're happy to be here.
Look, and the next guy, we don't even have to really introduce him. He has some of the most viral videos related to Scott Fish Bowl, the Podfather, Matt Kelly. Matt, welcome to the show, man.
What's up, fellas? Some of these videos aren't even me. They're people making fun of me.
Oops.
We actually, Matt, I don't know if you remember, you came on year 1 of the Podathon. It was you by yourself. And my favorite part about that was you spoke like the full 30 minutes. I don't think either one of the three of us had to say anything. And it gave me a nice time to rest. And it was a pretty awesome segment.
What year was that?
It was 2018.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, going back.
Been at it a while, man.
It's definitely been a while. So Elliot's here. Like I mentioned at the top, he's a friend of mine. Elliot, here's your big moment. I know you've followed these guys. You know who Matt Kelly is. Ask a question. Let me see what you bring to the table.
Well, first off, before I ask a question, you did not put the stipulation in that I can't embarrass myself, because if you would have told me that when you offered me to come on, I don't know if I would have. Oh man, I just what to ask. I mean, so here's the question I'm going to ask, and I'm going to go straight Scott Fish Bull here. Do you guys prepare at all for drafting in the Scott Fish Bowl, or because of the crazy rules and point systems that he sets up every year, do you just go in and roll the dice and see what falls to you? Because I'm struggling, because I'm at the 12 spot and just kind of trying to figure out what the hell is going to be there and what's going to happen, and I think I'm spinning my wheels just to not go out there and roll the dice.
That's why I get the 101 for me. That's why I get the 101, and I just asked Billy Muzio who we have projected and what's the biggest advantage, and then I let the draft come to me after that. So Billy says, Theo, you got to take Travis Kelce at the 1. I said, okay, break down the scoring. He broke it down for me, and I'm like, that's it. Billy's right.
Yeah, tight end is broken, especially this year. So we have inside the Scott Fish Bowl, we always have PPR, but this year we have a point for every first down, and tight ends get an additional point for every single first down, and tight ends get an additional point for every single catch. So to just break down the math, a 10-yard catch for a first down is 5 fantasy points for a tight end this year. We all know Travis Kelce's heavily involvement inside of the passing game, is a go-to target on third downs, is going to cross those chains several times this season. That's not even mixing in a touchdown. You throw a touchdown in for this, and it's 11 points on that one catch. And so it's such a broken, like it broke the slate. Like when we were doing the projections, he actually outscored every single player with the exception of Josh Allen by like 3 fantasy points. So if you look at the positional difference and the replacement value, Travis Kelce is almost 2 TJ Hawkinsons. He's like 1.5 Mark Andrews. And he's like, I think he's like 2.1 of like Evan Ingram. And so if you think about that, you would be happy getting Evan Ingram as your first tight end in this format, because the scoring, and to know that Travis Kelce is going to give me 2x Evan Ingram inside of the projections is just, it's broken. And so I have the 101 also. I'm locking in Travis Kelce, and I'm going to see what happens the rest of the draft, see how crazy the quarterbacks go off the board, and see if I can get lucky on the way back.
Plus, all of a sudden, he knows how to play golf. Anybody watch that shit last week? It's like, this guy's good at that too. It's unbelievable. Matt, where are you?
So what you're
drafting?
telling me is I'm not going to get him at the 112,
logic?
right?
Oh, sorry, Elliot. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're probably not getting Travis.
Telling me yeah, right.
Probably not. I mean, unless you're in a draft room that hasn't done the math, they may go quarterback heavy. I would expect to see a lot of quarterback heavy drafts, because the assumption is with the points with a quarter point per carry as well. The assumption is that somebody like Jalen Hurts or somebody like Josh Allen would go 101. And prior to me breaking down all the math, that's what I assumed. Because of the passing yards, there's no negative points this year, so you don't have to worry about interceptions, which was a big, detractor inside of the quarterback points. But now, without those negative points, somebody who actually throws a lot of interceptions but also gets yards, like Jameis Winston, if he would have been starting this year, would have been perfect for this format, because you wouldn't have had to worry about the negative yards inside of the format, and you would have just capitalized on every big play that they had. No longer starter though, so we can't just use that cheat code. But Travis Kelce, a pretty big cheat code this year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I was saying, Matt, where are you drafting? Oh, first of all, any of you guys doing a live draft in person? No, all online?
Yeah, all online for me.
Yeah, online.
Matt, what's your strategy? Round one.
I'm at 108, right? So that's a fine spot to be picking. 101's the best spot because you get Kelce, as we talked about, but 108's good too. I don't like picking on the turns, because you lose your flexibility. 108 also should be a good quarterback. Knowing that Kelsey's going to go, you should be able to get a quarterback you like at 107, 108. So that's, I think, a good spot to be. At the 108, we have Burrow. That's where in our Scott Fish Bowl rankings on Player Profiler, we have Burrow at the 108. I'd be happy with Burrow. Jefferson or Chase would also be great. So really anyone in that range from Burrow, Herbert, Jefferson, Chase, but also you could consider Andrews there. Knowing that it's tight end super duper premium, all right, it's basically double tight end. Then, Mark Andrews is in play as well in that spot. I actually think I'm going to be hoping for Herbert, Burrow, Andrews. Yeah, at the 108, I'm guaranteed one of those three guys without even considering Jefferson or Chase. If I don't want to consider wide receiver, I'm good there. And then there's also Fields. So I think Fields also is in play for the 108. If you think that Fields hits his best case scenario outcome, he's also a guy that could break this whole thing wide open. If I can't get Kelsey in this format, I want Hurts badly. I really want Hurts. I think that he's I think that we're going to look up at the end of the year, and he's going to be MVP of the league. He has the weapons. They're going to be, the number one seed. Like everything is just lining up for Hurts in such an epic way. And the fact that he's wired the right way, the fact that they can do whatever they want in Philadelphia. They can bring in guys that are drag racing. They can bring in players no one else wants that have washed out in other places that don't have the right work ethic or whatever it is. And Jalen Hurts will fix it all. Jalen Hurts has all the receivers over to his house. He has the football field. He's got his dad's the coach, and he has the gravitas unlike any other in the league. I think that listen. I think Mahomes is a fun guy. I think Allen's a cool guy, right? But in terms of pure leadership and the ability to get everyone in an organization rowing in the same direction, Jalen Hurts is I think. At the end of this year, we're going to be looking up and realizing, oh, yeah, this is sort of an unprecedented player when you factor the leadership into the efficiency as a passer and the ability to run the football. We haven't seen any signs of regression. We've seen some signs of regression from Josh Allen. So that I think that's we might be in a position where now for the next few years that Hurts is the first quarterback off the board in the Scott Fish Bowl.
If he can make it to the 111, I'd be astounded, but I don't think I'll be getting him down there. So you touched on Mark Andrews. Let's talk about that Ravens offense real quick, right? Because Andrews, the season wasn't what we expected last year. Probably no fault of his own. There was injuries to Lamar. Lamar is back. We saw Isaiah Likely steal some touchdowns last year, some targets. They got Zay Flowers. They've been traditionally a big running team. Theo, what do we expect that Ravens offense to look like this year? Can we expect Andrews to get back to where he was 2 seasons ago and be that player?
Yeah, so 2 seasons ago, he was giving you almost 18 points per game. He was tight end 1 overall in points per game. And I think he's got that upside this year. He's starting to climb up in a lot of these redrafts that we're seeing. And I think that the thing we're continually hearing out of Baltimore is the pace. They're pushing the pace. You're going to see a higher fast-paced offense. You're going to potentially have more red zone opportunities. Todd Monken is going to get that offense, geared up. I think that Matt has talked a lot about the AFC North becoming a shootout division. I totally agree with him. I think that with Cincinnati and Cleveland offenses both, looking very good and Pittsburgh being improved, I think you're going to get a chance to see Baltimore in a number of high-scoring games this year. And at the end of the day, they can add as many wide receivers as they want, and J.K. Dobbins can stay healthy. But the Lamar Jackson, Mark Andrews connection is the primary driver of scoring for them. And Mark Andrews is really the challenger to Travis Kelce. Like Kelce, broke fantasy last year, and I think Mark Andrews has that in his range of outcomes, but you get him considerably later. So I'm back on Mandrews this year. I think that as the summer moves along, I expect his ADP to climb up as people get more excited about this Baltimore offense.
Billy, what about Hawkinson? I mean, Hawkinson got traded last year, and he actually won me trading for him right after that trade helped carry me to a championship in my biggest money league, which was great. I had Goddard all season, and we got injured. I made the trade, and then I had both of them down the stretch. So can Hawkinson keep up the pace that he was producing at once he went over to Minnesota?
Yeah, there's a lot of vacated targets in this offense. We saw Adam Thielen leave this offseason. They drafted Jordan Addison, but Hawkinson was heavily involved in this offense last year. I do not expect to see that change. We saw several double-digit target games last year, and I don't think that that's going to slow down just because of the addition of Addison. We know that Dalvin Cook was also involved in the passing game. We could probably see a shift inside this offense to where the wide receivers and tight ends are going to be more heavily focused than the running backs. I do think the running backs will still be involved, but not to the same degree that Dalvin Cook was. I have him projected for, I say him, TJ Hawkinson projected for 21% of the target share in this offense, which breaks down to about 125 targets. So not many tight ends are projected for that inside of my projections. I think he's going to be heavily involved, and he's my tight end 3 this year.
Who's the tight end that's going to come out of nowhere this year, make the big splash on a Scott Fishbowl, the guy that we should be getting mid to late rounds this year, guys?
There's a lot of tight ends this year that could be sneaky good. I mean, when you look at the tiers, I mean, we're talking about, Trey McBride's, Gesicki's, Fant's, Jelani Woods, that group there. Even you can mix in Irv Smith to that group if you really like. All those guys are separated in projections by like 2 fantasy points. And it's the difference of like tight end 16 all the way down to like tight end 20. And so a lot of them are in favorable situations. Like Trey McBride is in an offense without DeAndre Hopkins now. There's 22% of the target share that's available and up for grabs. We know that Rondale Moore is not the healthiest guy on the field. We know that Marquise Brown is always having some injury concerns. And so Zach Ertz is coming off ACL injury. So there's a lot of opportunity this year for Trey McBride, who was, a high draft pick last year. Gesicki comes over from the Dolphins, who's been athletic freak, in my opinion, who was just misused in the Dolphins. I always think that the Patriots take old Dolphins and show them how they should have been used. So I'm hoping that is the case this year with Mike Gesicki. And I expect them to run a lot of 12 personnel. I expect them to see Hunter Henry and Gesicki both on the field. We know they have a lack of weapons inside the receiving core. I mean, they just paid Devontae Parker $33 million, for Christ's sakes. So they're having wide receiver problems. That being said, we know that Mac Jones has struggled. And when we see a quarterback struggle, we could see them, focusing their tight end, dumping off to the running back, hence why Ramondre Stevenson was the 3rd most targeted running back last year. So I really like this group of tight ends. If I'm not getting Travis Kelce in drafts, I'm punting the position because there's always somebody outside the top 12 that's going to be performing well and sliding into the top 12. And there's so many names this year that we can look at and say they have the ability to do it. Number 1, 2, they're in the offense that could potentially consistently target the tight end. I think you have Coop Fiasco coming on next. He's the kind of the tight end whisperer, so I'm sure he'll talk more about tight ends too.
I want to take a quick second here and divert a little bit because this is an opportunity for me because I think people don't quite realize how much of a leader in the fantasy space Player Profiler and Roto Underworld have been. I remember when Matt was on his Underground live feed back in the day, and it's pretty cool to see people who come through there and go on to bigger and better things, but also it's been fun to see Billy and Theo's rise on the platform as well. I guess my biggest question is, I think, from the world famous draft kit, I had never heard of Patreon until Roto Underworld. I think a lot of people they say football is a copycat league or the NFL is a copycat league. I think that's the same thing in the fantasy space. What really is Roto Underworld doing the next couple? Like, where do you guys see Player Profiler and Roto Underworld kind of pushing the envelope? Because I think that's what really, if I think about your brand, besides the bar graphs and the analytics and the entertainment, honestly, I think they brought entertainment to a lot of the fantasy space. What do you guys see Player Profiler doing? Kind of the next 6 months to 2 years to kind of keep pushing it and being leaders in this industry.
Appreciate that, Dave. Thank you, buddy.
No, I mean, it's true, guys. And I think this is a great time because we have a lot of people, a lot of content creators on here. And I think this is something, first off, I've been subscribing for like 8 years I have the world famous draft kit. Check out those tight end rankings and everything. That they are money. But I think what could really do a lot for this audience is what, in content creation, where are you guys are going to keep pushing the envelope from the Dynasty Dominator app? I mean, Sonic Truth podcast. It's just exciting to kind of talk about, and I'm kind of curious to pick your guys' brain for a minute about that.
It is great to see the influence, permeate the industry. You know, when Player Profiler first came out, it was like in 2014. People said, "Oh, this is like a spaceship has landed," right? That the design and the user experience was so different, right? And to this day, what I take a lot of pride in is that there's really no ability to copy it. Like, I mean, I challenge anybody to copy it. I think we all know what is behind the scenes that allows it to be possible. And I'm not saying it's uncopyable, but it's something that has stood the test of time in that it is well regarded. We do have a lot of authority in the industry, and also, you know, just with search platforms and everything else. And so the original concept and the original design and execution, like I said, has stood the test of time, and it's something I'm, even with time looking back, more proud of than ever, given that there's clearly filling a need, and then to stay in the lead and to extend the lead. Our goal is to be a one-stop shop for everything. So we have a DFS Dominator, we have Dynasty Deluxe package, you know, from Dynasty to seasonal leagues to best ball. We want the best tools in the industry all in one place, to the point where you could actually sign up and hire a consultant. We have the Fantasy Intelligence Network. And the next place for us to go from there is to leverage some of this experience that we had with the Dynasty Dominator app, and the Injury Finder app is the newest app that we have, which, you know, we were taking the metrics that we have, and we're creating these probabilistic outcomes, just like with the Breakout Finder, the probabilistic outcomes of, okay, now we have the Dominator, we have the breakout age, we have their freshman year production. Okay, we know all these things are predictive. Let's actually assign a probability to this player breaking out or this player getting injured. And so over time, we've created we've been able to acquire a lot of experience in developing mobile apps. And we now have you covered in terms of all the data that you need and all the information that you need to dominate various types of fantasy formats. What's next? Well, I think the logical next step is for us to become a gaming company, for us to be the place you actually play fantasy football. So sometimes, you know, the answer is just kind of right in front of you, where with Player Profiler, it was originally designed as a thing to help me podcast. Like, that's actually the backstory. Is I had all this data and all these spreadsheets, and it was really annoying to do a podcast, and it was really disorganized. So the whole concept of Player Profiler was actually to help me podcast. That was, you know, and then I said, okay, if I'm going to build this tool so it's all right there in front of me when I podcast, why don't I just turn it around? We'll just turn it around and let the public use it. So that's how the whole site got created, just so you know. And so I was like, yeah, why not? Why can't everybody use this? Or why wouldn't people want to use this? If you're a podcaster, wouldn't everybody want to use it? Sure, absolutely. So then the question is, all right, so what's next for Player Profiler? Well, it's sort of right in front of us. You have everything for people to play. Why not give them a place to play? So that's what we're going to do, you know? And if you've been wondering what the next big thing coming down the pipeline for us is, it's that. So we have sort of a top secret Project X at Player Profiler, and it is building a place for people to play fantasy football for money. We're going through all the processes and procedures to make that happen in 2024. You know, Billy and I have, in particular, have been working behind the scenes, literally tirelessly, sometimes without sleep, to make this happen. Just you know, in the next 6 months or so, just you know, have that running in the back of your head that this is something that's coming.
That's pretty exciting, and I just hope everyone enjoyed like a little peek behind of like how to, like, you want to differentiate, because we have sponsors over here. They're always asking, hey, how do we differentiate ourselves besides coming on the Podathon and sponsoring? I think that's a snapshot into the content that it takes to, or like the process that you need to go out and make a name for yourself. So thanks for sharing that, guys, and it's an honor to talk to you all, and thanks for coming on and supporting the Podathon. It's been fun to see our views pump up as you guys have been on. So hats off to you guys. A lot of respect for everyone here.
I'll say one other thing. So while we're sort of building this app, right, off to the side, the other thing we're doing is building an antenna to get the word out to as many people as possible about everything we're doing. And the best way to do that, I believe, is what we're doing right now, which is streaming to YouTube. Okay, YouTube is the new TV right now. I know there is YouTube TV. There's literally a product called YouTube TV, but when my nephews are over to my house, they're not on YouTube TV. They're on regular YouTube, right? They're streaming just like we are to regular YouTube, to YouTube, baby. So one of the things that we're doing in parallel that you've noticed is you're seeing a lot of new faces and new voices on our YouTube channel, playerprofiler.com, or the Player Profiler YouTube channel, and our podcast feed. And so we've been tirelessly engaging with potential partners, people that have great voices, that have great new perspectives, people like Bradley, right, over at Best Bell Fantasy, and you've got the guys at First and 15, right, the undrafted, of course, Theo from the GOAT District, and on and on and on down the list. The deep end, I just had Mike Shope on the Might of Mansion podcast, and we're trying to, our goal is that one day, maybe sooner rather than later, but maybe at some point, a big picture, big hairy goal, because you got to have achievable short-term goals where you can say, okay, by the end of the month, we're going to have this, right? And then by the end of the year, we're going to have this. Then you have to have a couple big, hairy, blue sky goals. And one of our big blue hairy, because Billy, Theo not hairy, no body hair for Theo whatsoever.
None.
And unlike Alan. So one of our big, hairy blue sky goals is to be always live on YouTube all the time. So what you're doing now with this show for however many hours, right? We want 9 to 9. You go to the Player Profiler YouTube channel and you're going to get great programming. Now, you can't just do it tomorrow because all the programming would stink, or like 90% of it would stink. But if we incrementally, right, engage with people that have great shows that we find, so we're always scouring, looking for great content that is underappreciated, great hosts that are underappreciated, and then finding a way to elevate them and amplify their voice and get them on our channel so that, okay, there's a new show at 10 o'clock. There's a new show at 11, 12, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. We want to always be live all the time. And when I tell people someone who's not in the industry, right? A civilian, right? When I tell a civilian, like a person who's just like, a casual consumer of sports, that you could be live 9 to 9 in March talking about the NFL, they don't even believe that, right? And they're like, there's reruns on the NFL Network. Even the NFL Network can't do that, right? And I'm like, watch us. Watch. It's going to happen.
We call them tourists, Matt.
That's a great place to interrupt, guys. Thanks for, honestly, this was fun to sit back and watch. We gave Sal, the old man over there, a chance to rest. Elliot, dude, I love the swag you've got going on. Sal, Theo, Matt, Billy, you guys want to say one more parting thing before we get out of here, or Sal, we just have to cut here?
Quick message. We got the other guys waiting in the wings. Go ahead. We'll start with Theo.
No, thanks for having us. Check us out all summer. Like Matt said, we're putting out some awesome stuff on YouTube. That you can find us on Sonic Truth. You can find Billy and I with First Class Fantasy, which has been a lot of fun, and my new podcast, Press Coverage. Stick with Player Profiler all summer. We've got some really, really cool stuff coming out and some really awesome voices that maybe you haven't seen before that could be part of your weekly listens.
Billy.
Yeah, we got all the rankings projections. We're updating them, twice a week over at Player Profiler. And so if you are in need of your rankings or projections for your Draft coming up. We got our analyst cheat sheets that are going to be released this weekend, hopefully, and those are going to be hitting the site. And they're one-page cheat sheets, so come and get them, and they'll help you win some money.
Okay, so I hogged the microphone, but I blame Dave. Well, he asked. You got to blame Dave. He asked. So I will give you 3 quarterbacks that you need to be drafting in the Scott Fish Bowl. So if you are, if you want to go tight end early, right? If you're just too tempted, you got to get Jamar Chase because he's going to get 2,000 receiving yards this year. I got 3 quarterbacks this year. You got Geno Smith, arguably the most efficient quarterback in the NFL last year. He's a great player to get. I think he's going to carry. You get an upgrade with his weapons, right? You get a huge bounce back season coming from Russell Wilson, right? And the hate is just unwarranted around Kenny Pickett. He is a true Konami quarterback. He's undervalued right now. He's in a shootout division, the bad defense, fantasy points coming for Kenny Pickett, especially with this format where interceptions don't count against you.
Very good. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Thanks, Sal. Take care.
Great to see stuff on the horizons. Talk to you soon.
Hey, Sal, I think there's a good chance that the viewership went up this hour because I'm on. And that could be a good reason.
I doubt that wholeheartedly. I was going to try to get some 49er questions in for you because I saw we had some 49er fans in the group. But, Matt does – listen, I'm not sad at all that he went on because that's amazing stuff. I feel like Dave might add some inside information on that. I don't know. They have some amazing stuff coming. Matt's been around forever. I recognize Theo now. When he said GOAT District, I knew Theo from the GOAT District. So I don't want him to think I forgot him now. I said, I know this guy was familiar and he's a Long Island guy. But Matt, are you prepared to do the next reads or no? I mean, Dave, are you prepared to do
I'll
the
give
next
your voice
reads?
a rest here before we bring on the next guest here. Let's just say our guest is brought to you by CampusToCanton.com, a website focused on all things college fantasy, including Dynasty, Devy, College Fantasy, and Campus to Canton leagues. Campus to Canton is the fastest growing format in fantasy where your teams have college and NFL lineups. And as a college player enters the NFL, they join your NFL roster. Visit CampusToCanton.com as their team of experts bring you articles, podcasts, cutting-edge tools, exclusive ADP, industry-leading draft guides for Devy, College Fantasy, freshman/supplemental drafts, and the deepest set of college rankings anywhere. Check out CampusToCanton.com today. Wow, I guess I overused today when I was writing these. And then up next, the transition from season-long fantasy football to NFL DFS can be tricky. If you want to take DFS more seriously this season, rely on the experts who do this for a living with the help of Occupy Fantasy. Their staff has millions of dollars in lifetime NFL DFS earnings using the affordable tools and unique strategies created by co-founder Brian Jester at Occupy Fantasy. The goal of Occupy Fantasy is to teach you the right way to play and help you completely reshape how you think about DFS at any bankroll level. Subscribe to Occupy Fantasy today for their informative ebooks, live player models, daily write-ups, and the smartest lineup builder in the industry. Visit OccupyFantasy.com. I just can't stop saying today in these things. And then, look, last thing, we have a real big special announcement. Cannot say enough about this crew. Tim Turner, Chris Fennell are driving down from Pittsburgh to Cincinnati live draft today. Any donations made between 1 p.m. Eastern time and 4 p.m. will be matched by Tim's business up to $1,000. This is what the Scott Fish Bowl is really all about right here. Shout out to the Cincy live draft crew, but there's one catch. The donation needs the message, Chris hates kickers to qualify. Let's keep it up over the next 3 hours and donate to the link below with the message, Chris hates kickers, to have donations match. Thank you, Chris and Tim. Again, fantasycares.org/Podathon. Come on, guys, let's get it up. This is hashtag SFB13, and let's do this to get some matching donations in. And I cannot say enough about the next people coming on here.
And I've seen a couple of them rolling in. These are some return guests, guys that have joined us in the past. Not the best looking guys in the business, but they're here. Guys, I've been getting attacked all morning. I gotta attack somebody. No, you guys are awesome. And we
Sweater,
appreciate
it would have been okay, or a scarf.
Unreal, dude. First, you let the Podfather hog like 5 minutes of our time, dude, which I wouldn't come between a microphone and the Podfather either. And then the first thing you do is you smoke us, dude. At least John and Pemba's handsome. You got to give him credit, okay?
I mean, I'll take the credit there, Coop. That's fine. I'll carry the water for the Quick Out crew.
That's right, dude. And Elliot, yo, shout out you and me with the alcohol related
There you
SFBs, baby. Let's go. It's Saturday, isn't it?
Ribbon, baby.
Yeah. Hey, I just want to say, as we get started here, since we're starting our segment, we're doing something nice here. We're going to give away a draft guide to whoever donates the most during this segment, Fantasy Alarm Draft Guide. And make sure when you do your donation, put in that Chris Hates Kickers thing too, to get the match as well. But I'm sure you guys will be able to pull it up, right? And figure out who donates the most during this segment here.
Yeah, we've got that. And also, too, the first 120 donors today who donate over $20 will get a free shot glass from Trophy Smack and going for two. So, guys, this time when you make your donation, it's going to go the furthest. So, shout out to you guys, and we really appreciate you guys offering up that draft guide.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. You got to thank John and Pemba, dude. He's the one that pulls the strings. He's the one that keeps the trains on time.
Greenlighting everything here, Coop.
Greenlighting everything, dude. It's the Scott Fishbowl, right?
It's a free for all. Sal's gone.
So
it's a free for all. He's gone. Let's go.
That's right, dude. That's right.
We can go crazy.
So where are you guys drafting from? What's the slots this year?
12.
I'm at the end of the draft. I love drafting at the end in this format here. Worked out well for me last year. Had hit Jalen Hurts there at the end of the first round. Circled back with Kyler Murray, which worked out for a little bit, but I was able to draft enough depth there to carry me over. So I'm always big on drafting at the end in this sort of format.
Yeah, I actually typically like the end as well. My strategy with the third round reversal is make a list of guys that I like in the first round that I feel really good about, and then pick the farthest slot down. That's typically what I would do. But this year, what I did is I found wherever Mike Fiella was drafting, and I picked the spot right next to his because I hate him. And, and I'm going to do everything I can to make his draft annoying because he last year drove me nuts. I mean, in the Boston Live Draft, this is how it started. We pulled cards for spots, right? Just pulled them out of a deck. I ended up in a draft with me. My editor, John, is in the same draft. Mike Fiella right next to me. And my buddy from home who came and joined the draft, who was using my rankings, he also ended up in the same draft. So I was drawing dead from the start. And then Mike reached for my favorite player about 5 rounds before he should have. So yeah, that was really fun.
Grabbed Evan Ingram way too early. It worked out for him, obviously.
I know, dude. My favorite player, dude. When you pull up last year's the ADP page, he took him the second highest of anyone in this tournament. 3,000 people. He was second highest on my favorite player. So shout out,
that was a
Daddy's
personal
home.
attack. Personal attack on you.
It was.
Attack.
You can see it on video. There was a video of him coming over and telling me he's going to do it.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, the Boston draft is savage.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if memory serves correct, that's spilled into Twitter, and you guys went at it for a couple days about the ADP.
Unbelievable, that guy, man. He's one of my favorite, though. Honestly, Shannon, he helps put this together, dude. Which the fact that he's even capable of anything at all is impressive. So shout out to him, man. He was able to do something positive. So good for Mike, and I look forward to doing battle with him and you, John, and everybody else in Boston who I love, and it really is cutthroat over there. What about you, Elliot? Where are you picking?
I'm just gonna be quiet.
I'll shut the whole time.
Your voice again, Sal.
I'm picking from the 12 spot. I went 12 so that I can get that early third round reversal pick.
Yeah, I like it.
Now with the third round reversal and everything that goes into it, I mean, it could be kind of hinted at it here as well. Is like there's that area where you start to feel a little uncomfortable about who's left. Do you guys feel like there's certain cliffs at certain positions early on that you just really need to be aware of, that you're saying, okay, I understand things may be chaotic. The mocks never work out the way the real thing does, but you're like, this is what I need to leave with out of, say, the first 3 rounds, especially with that third round reversal?
John?
Yes and no. I mean, listen, I think obviously we know with the scoring format how to kind of attack certain positions. I also like the field, the live draft. You know, Coop and I last year were kind of looking over some ADP rankings and surprised how certain players were falling because there's just sort of an overlook sometimes when everybody's working off different rankings, everybody's working off different sheets. So you kind of create your own tiers, create your own rankings, and then figure out how you're going to go attack these positions. And you can start paying attention to like, all right, everybody's sort of panicking. They're grabbing all these tight ends off the board. And then you're here in like the 4th, 5th round, 6th round, and there's a bunch of top running backs, a lot of top wide receivers are over there because they sort of buy into sort of the spectacle that is like tight end premium or super flex, and they kind of overdraft certain positions while there's still very talented players on the board. So, I'm not one that really like goes into a draft. It's like, I absolutely have to go ahead and get these players. I sort of let the board come to me. I have a strategy going in, but for the most of it, I'm just sort of flowing with the way that the draft is working.
Yeah, generally, honestly, tight ends become overdrafted because you get the Superflex tight end premium, and you many people on the show have been mentioning. I've been watching all day. It's been a lot of fun. Is that you kind of need 2 quarterbacks, and people in their minds then they say, "Oh, I need 2 tight ends, or I need to reach really high on a tight end." Technically, if you just hit on 1 late tight end or get by with 1 tight end, you only have to start 1. You can win this. Gary Haddow, shout out from original Lightning Round member, Lightning Round now a part of Fantasy Alarm. Those guys could be on tomorrow morning when you guys are going to be. You're going to be in rare form, I imagine. But he. In his draft, when he won this in, I believe, Scott Fishbowl 9, he waited until round like 13, and then he took 4 tight ends in a row. Oh no! Get him out of here! Get him out!
Can you tell me? Can you tell me what round you're planning on taking a tight end and which one would be great? And then John, we'll pass it to you afterwards. I would love to know exactly which round and which player.
If you look at his Twitter timeline, I think he's given a pretty good indication of the tight end that he's looking to draft.
John, I have Mike blocked. So
okay.
John, you can just text me everything that he tweets.
Yeah, get on the burner account, go find his Twitter timeline. You'll know exactly what tight end Coop's looking at this year.
Look, no, enough. We're giving away a draft guide during this to whoever donates the most. Mike, if you open up that wallet and donate the most during this half hour, maybe you can get all my rankings right there, buddy. I got Scott Fishbowl rankings in there.
In the draft guide, he has the strategy to winning the Scott Fishbowl.
I have a 1 article strategy to win, another article top 300 players for this format. I'm like making it easy for people to beat me up this year.
Okay, hold on, Coop. Follow-on question. When did you ever even come close to winning the Fishbowl to make sure?
Dude, one time. There was one time where you did moderately good in this, and you've never shut up about it.
Moderately well. Can you expand upon?
Okay, Mike. Tell everyone how far you made it in this tournament. Go ahead.
I finished 12th out of 3,000.
That's pretty good.
I'm sure you did that well too. At one.
I've been without my draft being sabotaged by you. Anyway, let me just finish that thought. So Gary Haddow, even though it was tight end premium that year, waited and took till pick like 13, took 4 tight ends in a row. One of them happened to be Darren Waller, and this was before Antonio Brown brought a fake helmet to practice and froze his feet off. Like that was a crazy pick he made, and it ended up helping him win the league. So you don't have to go crazy drafting tight ends if you get the right one, or if you just go on my Twitter and steal mine like Mike does.
I find it funny that I see, that big smile on Coop's face thing that he has Mike blocked. But he doesn't realize that Mike and I are colluding in the live draft just to mess with you, Coop.
I know you are, Spaceman. Like this year, it's even worse because Mike's in it, John's in our draft, you're in it, Bob Gilchrist is in it. I don't know why we did that to ourselves. We could have picked any of the other divisions. Why are we all in Loretta's? And please, mods, remove JWB Fantasy from the chat for giving away my sleeper pick. Mods, get them out. I know they're a sponsor of this, but get them out.
Done. Just for that draft guy that's done. Bye, JWB.
It's all flowing in the chat right now. Everybody's calling him out to it. Again, you weren't hiding it. So.
I know. I've been pretty vocal about it. Yeah. So just get it out there for anybody who's just listening, doing yard work or whatever. That's kind of what I was doing earlier. It's Chigakonkwo. That's the guy. It's all hypothetical because he only played 35% snap share last year. But when you look at that 35% snap share, it's very similar to the 35% snap share Mark Andrews had as a rookie. In fact, in virtually every stat that we like, in terms of receptions, yards, touchdowns, and then the behind the scenes ones, yards per route run, catch rate, contested catch rate, man to man, virtually every one of those, he was actually slightly more efficient than Mark Andrews. The only one where Andrews was ahead was average depth of target. And then you take his speed, 4.5, 240. It's about the same as George Kittle, right? It's exactly the same as George Kittle. And Kittle is the only guy in this league that's had 3 or more 40 plus yard plays as a tight end in the single year. except for Chigakonkwo, who did it last year. So that's the guy that Mike is going to steal from me in the Scott Fish Bowl this
Also
year.
the target opportunity, right? I know he's been kind of a hot topic. We call him sleepers, but not really sleepers. Everybody's sort of on the Chig train here. But after Treylon Burks, like, there's a very realistic opportunity for him to be the number 2 target in that offense. Now, it's not a high volume passing offense, but any percentage of targets that go his way at the tight end position, it's going to translate to fantasy points. So,
I know you guys are supposed to ask us the questions, but let me ask you guys. Let's say Treylon Burks and Chig are off the table for being a top 2 target on the team. Who do you guys think it would be the next guy, the next best pass catcher, the guy that would get the 3rd most targets if they hypothetically were top 2?
Kyle Phillips.
Kyle Phillips out of the slot? You agreement on that? No Nick Westbrook Keeney fans out there?
No.
Yeah. So, that's what I mean. It's like, it's pretty thin. It's pretty thin. And Kyle Phillips is damn near free. So if you wanted to take both those guys and hedge your bets a little bit, it's pretty easy to do.
So I'm just going to throw a Racing McMath just because, in case Linda's listening.
Shout out Linda. Yeah.
Shout out Racing McMath. Shout out Linda. But I got all the information I needed. I'm going back to the beach. Y'all have fun.
Bye, dude. See you next Saturday. He's just the worst. He truly is, dude.
He heard the echo of just everything that you heard, and he had to jump on.
Back to the beach, dude. Yeah, unbelievable.
That's the vacation. you gotta stick to it. So I guess beyond that, beyond Chig, and really talking about these late round pickups, and again, I don't want to have you guys leak all of your favorite sleepers at tight end, but I mean, honestly, you look at the position overall, everyone's big on Kelsey. There's talk that he should be the 101. There was talk about it earlier. Seems like that's the route that Scott is going at the 101 in his division. But in your mind, just in terms of the comfortability factor of that position and just how volatile it can be with all of these bonuses that fall in, whether or not it's Chig or whether it's a little bit earlier, is there a level where you want to say, like, okay, like there's those guys that could really sneak up there? Maybe it's the Dallas Goedert type range, or maybe even if it is Chig, do you feel like you're like, okay, I feel good about this if where you're kind of setting up, going after tight end based on just what you've researched so far?
Yeah. So over the last 6 years, every single year, a tight end's come from outside the top 17 in ADP to finish top 5. We're talking Evan Ingram and Eric Ebron with 13 touchdowns from Andrew Luck. Obviously, Mark Andrews, Darren Waller, Logan Thomas, Dalton Schultz. Last year, Evan Ingram again. So they're out there, right? In this format, like typically my redraft strategy when it's like a 10 or 12 team league where you start one tight end, only the top 5 or 6 matter, right? So we're really only looking for breakout guys. In this format, that changes because now we're talking about the flexes. The top 15, 16, 17, 18 guys can all fit in the flex. So we're still looking for guys that are top 2 targets on the team. And what I do in the later rounds is kind of use my imagination. In the early rounds, you ask why. Why do we draft Mark Andrews? Why do we draft Travis Kelce? Later on, ask why not. So like John, for instance, after tight end, like I guess like Waller, Chig, and Schultz are the ones where we look at it and say maybe they could be top 2. But even after that, if you use your imagination in Pemba, there's other guys, right? Like who are some guys that could be top 2?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of looking down the board here. I mean, if you're looking at the Saints, for example, like they have Michael Thomas, but if he doesn't stay healthy again, like Juwan Johnson's there, what's the competition targets for him after Chris Olave? There is a good opportunity for him there. He had the success last year. They have the new quarterback. It certainly could be a spot for him.
Yeah, for sure. But with the Patriots, right? I heard somebody mentioned earlier, I think it was last round. Shout out those player profile guys. Love those guys. Theo mentioned Mike Gesicki or Hunter Henry. I mean, like after Juju, we played that same game. Devontae Parker. Like Devontae Parker is going to get cooked up by Sauce Gardner. And Sauce Gardner last year, he only went in the slot. I checked it out. Only 9 snaps in the slot. Over 1,000 out wide, only 9 in the slot. So guys like Gesicki, Juju, unless they change up what they do, he might be all right. So I look around, look for things like that. And I see Kevin Tompkins in the chat saying the Andrew Cooper bingo card almost full, just waiting for a Randy McMichael reference. I actually tweeted out a picture today that has Randy McMichael in it. So you got bingo today, buddy. You did it.
Him and Jim Kleinsaucer,
Cole Kleinsaucer on that's the tight end stuff we got going on my Twitter profile. Jim Kleinsaucer.
And again, looking at the chat here, and talking about Tyler Higbee, again, very interesting situation. I know there's a lot to be made, or maybe not a whole lot fantasy-wise to be made out of that Rams offense, outside of maybe Cam Akers. Lord knows what's going to happen to Matt Stafford this year after he got smacked around and then some with that offensive line. But here we have Tyler Higbee. Allen Robinson, gone. Van Jefferson, I mean,
the big riser on ADP boards right now, Van Jefferson. So,
yeah, I mean, again, it's another guy. What, 2 years ago, we're talking about a Tyler Higbee that was supposed to be on the rise, was going to be this guy in that offense, and then all of a sudden just kind of disappears into thin air. Has a hot stretch to finish the year, obviously with Cooper Kupp being injured. But is that another solid option that has you saying, okay, maybe this is my guy that sneaks into the top 5? Because right now his ADP is pretty decent, even though it's continuing to rise a little bit because people are catching on.
Yeah, I mean, there's different categories of tight ends. Like Kelsey has the athleticism. He's like kind of right in the middle in terms of athleticism. In the shallow, like when you get to the elite guys, they can do more with fewer targets. George Kittle, he's never actually finished within the top 12 in routes run because he blocks on a good amount of pass plays. They don't really throw as much, but because he runs a 4.52, which is 95th percentile, he can break off big chunk plays, score touchdowns, right? That's why we like guys like Chig, those guys. On the other end, you've got these guys that are not particularly athletic and they need to be peppered with targets. Even Zach Ertz, he only has one 1,000-yard season in his entire career when he was 28 years old, and he needed 150 targets to do it. In our mind, we're like, yeah, of course this guy has multiple 1,000-yard seasons because he always would get 120, 130 targets one time. So guys like that, Higbee, Austin Hooper, Dalton Schultz, they don't really create for themselves, don't win in man-to-man. They need those targets. All that said, and Higbee, I don't think anybody is going to pretend like he's like a crazy athlete in terms of catching the football. Being able to block and run routes, that's very athletic. But like, show me the cool Tyler Higbee play.
He's had two breakout stretches of years in the absolute perfect storm scenarios for him to excel. And then the following year, people buy like right back into the Tyler Higbee breakout. But again, he needs a lot of things to happen right for him to sort of take on sort of that role is what we've kind of figured out.
Yeah, look at that stretch, the 8 game. Everyone goes back to the 8 game stretch with Jared Goff, where down the stretch he was just getting absolutely smashed with targets. But they played 7 of those 8 teams were against the like bottom 7 teams against the tight end. 2 of them were against the number 1 worst team versus the tight end. Yeah. So it all kind of fell together. Jared Goff, obviously no stranger to taking the low hanging fruit. So I don't know with Higbee. If he gets the targets, he'll be there, but just don't expect him to pull a 2019 Mark Andrews and have the 3rd best tight end season of all time because he just doesn't have the skill set to do that.
Yeah, and he's a low risk pick too because
low risk. That's
some of those rookies are people like the shiny new toy, so they're going to go for the Kincaids and the and the Laportas and stuff, and he's going to drop even more, and then you take a shot because that late round tight end. If they hit, I mean, that's a gem in your roster that's going to allow you to draft those other positions early.
Yeah. So in redraft, I'm not doing it, but in this format where you just got to finish top 15 or so and you're in my lineup every single week, then I'm in, man. So Higbee for Scott Fishbowl, count me in, chat. You got it, chat. Donate some money to this Podathon right now. Win yourself a draft guide, and make sure you put in hashtag. What is it? Chris hates kickers. Because that's the one that Chris hates kickers because they'll match your donation. Let's raise some money right now.
And I'm just picturing Chris in the car right now driving up to the Cincy live draft. He actually really likes kickers, so I'm really expecting to see his face just tilt up. This is just delightful. Every time we say Chris hates kickers, that I just imagine him just like kind of like just tweaking in the middle in the car on the ride up.
Absolutely.
So I got some good news. We've got quite a few donations while you guys are on. But they've all been $25 donations, so you have to give away several.
On the spot. Well, I'll tell you what. How about the next donation that's more than $25 gets it, and if it has to go in the next half hour, then it goes. But next donation that's greater than $25 gets a draft guide, and I'll tell just a spoiler: the draft guide costs $26.99. So if you donate $26.99, you're basically just buying the draft guide, but it goes to charity. So, but. Yeah.
26 it is.
Get it in there.
Here's the 99 cents. Get the draft guide. donate to Fantasy Kids.
Yeah. So next one that comes in higher than 25, you got it. And you guys, Dave, you know how to reach me, dude. So just send me the name and we'll take care of that. We'll get you set up. That gets you access to a lot of stuff, man. And if you really like what we do, when you check out that draft guide, full membership right now, we're doing discounts on that. Use promo code COOP. You get 6 months at 50% off, and you get a 7-day free trial. So you go in, see what it looks like, jump in the Discord, do all the good stuff, and decide if you like it.
For the first 6 months.
That's not bad, dude. That's not bad. We make millionaires over at Fantasy Alarm. Millionaire Mike. Did he buy a boat, John?
Millionaire Mike bought a boat.
One of our members with our DFS advice, he got himself a boat. So it pays for itself over there.
So did he name it Fantasy Alarm? Is that the actual question?
Ooh, I don't know.
He's still in our Discord. We'll
have to check. Yeah, he's in there. We have a winners circle in there, and people are in there. Shout out like Chauncey and those guys are posting baseball stuff every single day. But when that one came in, I was like, damn. And I looked at my lineup, and it wasn't that far off. But I didn't even make any money. Like, it was literally the difference of 3 players that he picked that I didn't pick. He wins $1 million. I didn't get 10.
Yeah, a single bullet too. He threw a single bullet into the FanDuel million and knocked it out. So
Dave, take that birthday thing down.
Is it your birthday today?
No. Oh. Dude, they've been doing this thing where they I swear, it was like every 2 weeks those guys go on Twitter and say it's my birthday, dude. And then people will be hitting me up. They're like, yo, happy birthday. I'm like, dude, please no. It's it's literally every 2 weeks, dude.
It was your birthday 3 weeks ago. So I mean,
it's tomorrow.
No one even believed that when it was my birthday. No one actually believed it. No, they just thought it was the same thing. JL and Simon.
Twitter balloons.
That makes you 100 years old now.
I literally, with all the birthdays I've had this year, I've had 100.
Way better than Sal.
We'll both be sleeping good after this weekend.
All right, gents, we got to get wrapping up. We got the next guy in the background. In all seriousness, I know I teach you guys at the top. You guys have been here before, and we appreciate you coming back and doing great things in the industry and making donations. And it's always awesome to have you. So enjoy your birthday weekend, and we'll catch you next year.
Yeah, cheers, Sal. Yeah, thanks for having us on, guys. Take care.
Hey, Sal, can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Are they still making hobbies for SFB or no? The donations. I saw Jordan in the chat. If you guys haven't gotten an hobby, it's a $10 donation, goes to Fantasy Cares. They're awesome. I've got one every single year. Jordan kicks butt. I think Jake made mine this year, but they're amazing. So if you haven't, go to SFB Hobby Maker. They're getting a free shout out. But it reminded me.
Appreciate it.
They're super, super cool. So yeah, go get one if you don't have one.
Yeah, Steven's one of the guys helping to create those wonderful things. Before we bring in the next guest, let me touch on that. Ellie, you're welcome to stay. We got room.
Okay, I'd love to.
The family's not looking for you. I know the family's not looking for you. So, Steven, I want to talk about Steven. As much as Dave came out of nowhere in year 3, I think it was, and started helping with all the sponsorships. Steven's been a sponsor ever since we've done sponsors since the beginning. We're going to have a segment later that kind of focuses on a lot of what he does. But you've elevated yourself up year after year, and you've contributed so many different ways. And just listening to you kind of run that last segment, because I took a step back. I mean, you're doing a great job in every facet. So props to you and what you're doing, and much appreciation for what you're doing. Help carry me through these 36 hours.
Greatly appreciate it, man. If we're only 6 hours in and you're already struggling this bad with your voice, we're in trouble.
I'm struggling coming in, unfortunately. But with that said, do you have the reads in front of you? Because I want to make you do well. We have one thing. I'm going to just shut up. You go ahead, Steve. Take it away.
All right. Well, first and foremost, we have a special announcement from our great sponsors over at Going for Two. So check this out.
In the unpredictable world of fantasy sports, when all hope seems lost and chaos and confusion rule, one hero will rise. And change everything. Goingfor2.com. Because no one remembers the extra point.
All right, so that from our sponsors over at Going for Two. And then a special announcement. Again, this happening until 4 p.m. Eastern today. Tim Turner and Chris Fennell are driving down from Pittsburgh to the Cincinnati live draft. Any donations made between now and 4 p.m. Eastern time will be matched by Tim's business for up to a total of $1,000. So this is what the Scott Fish Bowl is all about right here. Shout out to the Cincy live draft crew, but there's one catch. The donation needs the message, Chris hates kickers, to qualify. Let's step it up over the next couple hours. Let's donate. Link below in the little crawler. Again, Chris hates kickers has to be in the message to have that donation match. So thank you to Chris and Tim for making that donation.
Well, nice. And that brings up our next two guests, and that is Mike LaPlante. Did I say that correct, Mike? Is it LaPlante?
LaPlante. It works.
Potato, and Joe Bond. Joe,
What is
back
up?
again. Is this year 3 that you're with us, Joe?
I think so.
And at a normal hour? I remember the first year we had to wake you up basically.
Oh yeah,
Get you out
the
of
first
bed.
year was like 3 a.m. Last year went right after Matthew Berry, and the entire chat room left as soon as I got on. And then you froze, so I was solo for like 2 minutes, which was awesome. So now I'm here, so I bring a guest just in case you go off again.
I'm the
It wouldn't be a Podathon without Frozen Sal. So.
Right?
It's crazy. I mean, I thought I prepared so well this year, and sure enough, the same garbage as ever.
It wasn't. It's funny. Like, not even the chat room like pieced out. All the other co-hosts were like, "Yeah, I gotta go take a break after Matthew Berry," and I was like, "Well, geez, thanks for making me feel welcome, guys." And then you froze, and I'm like, "Oh no, what's happening?" I was like, "Well, so welcome to the Scott Fishbowl Podathon." I got nothing.
That was such a great moment. I remember that moment vividly, and that was awesome.
Just no one came to the rescue at all.
No. I was like, anybody? Bueller? No. All right. We're good.
My favorite moment of the prep so far. So, we're reaching out to a bunch of sponsors who have been awesome. But my favorite one of my favorite moments was I got Mike slid into my DMs and said, "Hey, sorry I forgot to respond to this message." I'm like, I don't even freaking remember. Like, I don't remember DMing him. The message was from 2022. Like,
oh my goodness.
Well, you hit up our podcast, which is affiliated with F6P's DM, and I was like, oh shit, I totally want to get in on this. But then you guys know how life is. It comes at you a million miles an hour, and all of a sudden we're having our show on Thursday, and Kelly's like, oh yeah, ready for the Podathon. I was like, fuck. I was like, I never
Like, you didn't tell me
responded.
that message was a year old.
Well, no, that was from my DM. For
Oh
the
my
Twitter.
gosh.
The only reason I even responded this year is because he messaged the Wolfpack DM, and I was like,
gotcha.
"Oh, I got to get back to this guy because I want to donate. I want to do whatever I can."
Yeah, we're literally doing it till like 1 a.m. on Thursday night, Friday morning, like
working with Dave.
yeah.
So thank you, Dave. Appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
All your hard work.
We get one.
It was a great. I was like, oh man, I cannot wait to tell my wife this. It was awesome.
Late night donations.
So just
Yeah,
a
it's
quick
all for
update.
good
We're approaching $10,000, which is awesome. Really, really awesome. And we've gotten quite a few Chris Hates kickers in recently. And right after we made the announcement, we got a bunch now that are at $30 and $50. So we do have a winner for the guide giveaway for the last group of gentlemen that we're on. So
Nice.
I'll shut up now. Let the real people talk.
We'll save your voice here. But all right, well, the main question off the top: where are you guys drafting from? What division? You going live? You going slow draft? Where are you guys at?
So I'm helping host the DC live draft with our segment sponsor, Going for Two, Jeff Lambert over there. He stole my thunder with that awesome video intro, dude. I'm going to give him crap about that one. So we will be at Sudhouse DC tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern time. Looking forward to doing that. We've got a lot of good giveaways, shirts, and prizes from a bunch of different sites as well. We're doing auctions for a pretty sweet
surprise from Trophy Smack. They supplied the draft boards, but they also supplied a little nice surprise. We're gonna have Jordan. Yeah, you mentioned it on Twitter too. You like that one? Brought it like the Swedish fish. And then yeah, I had to do the yellow, man. The bags are yellow. You got to do it. So yeah, we got a sweet little surprise there from Trophy Smack as well, and then some other just fun stuff as well. It'll be a good time. I'm looking forward to it.
So what pick do you have though?
Oh right. Sorry. So I'm in the DC Brow division. It's a brewery in DC. My choices were limited to the 4 that we have available to us. Otherwise, I probably would have picked Swedish Fish or something like that. But DC Brow is a brewery, and I'm pick 7.
All right. Well, I'm in the Bush division. I really wanted to get it in the Mike and Ike's division just because of my name, but I couldn't get my one spot that I always like. This is my 3rd year into the Scott Fishbowl, and I just feel nice, safe, and secure taking that 106 spot, not being affected by that 3rd round reversal whatsoever, just kind of letting whatever value falls to me at that spot. Usually, 1st round, you could scoop some sort of a quarterback up, especially with this year's scoring settings, seeing Travis Kelce go in the 1 spot most, drafts. So there's going to be a quarterback there at that 106 spot. And I just like that spot overall, just because you just don't have to worry about that 3rd round reversal ever.
And I mean, you also avoid the worry of having a giant run occur, in anywhere between 20 and 22 picks if you sit on the ends. You mentioned quarterback, and really those quarterbacks that are going in the middle of the drafts there, whether it's Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, even Justin Fields. I mean, with the way that the scoring was adjusted this year, is there something that you see in specifically in the upside? I'd imagine the running bonus being the big thing there to really get started off on the right foot, and there being some pretty decent options. Really, I don't think there's a way you can go wrong in the middle round there.
No, I really don't think you can, unless you just decide to go with your guy that doesn't even, make sense going there. But every draft you have somebody that reaches, so you're going to have that. But that's where I think the that 106 spot, because if you do get somebody around those, runs where like, I don't want to follow the run, I'm going to zig while they're zagging. Well, that's one more guy falling to that 6 spot for me, I think, in that value. So I think it's just a nice, safe spot. You can get good depth, get good stars up in the beginning of the draft. So I mean, that's just my preference.
I'm at the end. I'm at the 12. I've been fortunate enough. Thank you, Scott, and who the heck am I? Ryan. I'm sorry, my brain was going crazy. For allowing me to play, but I've drafted from all over, and I don't think any of the drafts in all the years have gone the way I thought they were going to go. So
always.
This year I just said I'm going to go with the 12 and take advantage of that 3rd round reversal. And the cool thing about the turns that is different than the middle is you kind of have that little bit of an ADP advantage for that next 20, because you might be able to go a little early on a guy just because you're like, all right, he probably wouldn't go here, but I'm not getting a pick for 22 spots.
Yep.
So I'm going to grab my dude and go from there, where, like you said, the runs are going to happen. But if you fall victim to them, then you're not picking a dude that is a value there anyway. So we're going to roll the dice. I remember one year I was like 5 or 6, and I got Kamara there where he was like, that was one of his peak years. And I'm like, how did this guy fall to me? And I did really, really well that year. So it all kind of.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, no problem.
Last year, the biggest thing I remember from last year, I was really high on Russell Wilson going into last year, just because the news surrounding, let Russ cook. But I'm not the only one to fall victim to it.
Everybody was.
Everybody did.
But so, like that 2nd round last year, I like the QB stack in the 1st round strategy, especially when you had the incompletion points against them last year. Yeah. You don't have them this year. But so that definitely helps. But I was really high on getting Russell Wilson last year in that 206 spot. And I was talking with my buddies, and I was like, Austin Eckler fell to me at the 206. This is just absurd value.
Yeah.
How do I pass up on him and take Russell Wilson? So I took Austin Eckler. And it was like, you can just find such good value there at that 206 spot sometimes. And in a draft like Scott Fishbowl, you got to pivot sometimes. You can't go in with a full on, I'm going to go QB right off the bat if you get somebody like that to fall into your lap.
Yeah, that was a nice fall right there.
Yeah, can't go wrong with that, that whatsoever. And really, when it comes to this year, and it seems like there's a couple different trains of thought with it, specific to the scoring and comparing, especially with the carry bonus on the quarterbacks and the running backs versus what the scoring is for the wide receivers this year, and the wide receivers being a little bit further down the list when it comes to the overall scoring and points per game marks. Is in your guys' mind the thought of, okay, maybe I can hold off a little bit on that position just because of the way the scoring tilts that way, and especially, again, being in the middle of the rounds, maybe not having to worry about, reaching for one of those guys just because the points per game and the overall scoring isn't really helping that position.
Yeah, so we've had this discussion on the Fantasy Six Pack Discord where I've noticed in the couple of mocks that I've done where I keep pushing the running backs up a little bit, and granted the points per carry is going to help that slightly, but what I also have noticed is that there is, because of the running backs getting the boost, the receivers didn't really change this year from last year. Like, their value is still the same, right? And so quarterbacks obviously get the big boost because no negatives, right? Running backs get the boost because of points per carry. Tight ends get the boost because tight end premium. Wide receivers just stayed even keel. But the top end receivers have distanced themselves. So once you get past first 5, 6 receivers, I feel like I'm okay. But if you can get one of those guys, awesome. The running backs, though, yes, the top, the McCaffreys, the Ecklers and things like that, they are going to distance themselves slightly from the rest of the group. What happened is, because we brought in points per carry this year, all the rest of the running backs, they've all kind of caught up to the field. So everybody's sort of the same now. Once you get past the first tier or two of running backs, there's just a mash of running backs that are all kind of the same. So what I personally am thinking I'm going to do in the draft is I'm going to go after, obviously, a quarterback early. At 7, I'm hoping a Herbert, a Burrow, a Jackson, somebody like that is there. I kind of don't really want Fields, even though the rushing yards and the rushing attempts is there. I'm not sure we're going to get 160 rushing attempts from Justin Fields again this year. And if he doesn't do that, what are we going to get? 3,000 passing yards? Good
maybe
luck.
the Bears' first 4,000-yard passer, maybe.
Nope.
This is killing me as a Bears fan to listen to this, but you're spot on.
I mean, we talked about it at the Fantasy Six Pack Hour this past Thursday. We did our QB debate with Jeff Lambert and Kelly Singh. And one of the debates was Fields or Trevor Lawrence. And honestly, I'm taking Trevor Lawrence over Herbert or over Fields all day.
And he's got wheels too. I mean, he'll get.
He'll run. He's not running like a Fields did last year, but I don't think that was exactly planned for Fields last year. I think that was this team's a mess, and if I want to keep my head on, I need to run. And hopefully the offense just improves around him. But if he doesn't do what he did last year, he is not worth this top 6 pick that he is going right now for QBs.
He's got to take the step forward as a passer.
He needs to be better. He needs to be a better NFL quarterback. But back to my point. Taking the high-end receiver is what I want to do. Taking a high-end QB is what I want to do. And I'm fine waiting on running back because I feel like the range of running backs that's going to be valuable for you is there's many, many more of them than the receivers at this point. And I'll guarantee you most of my flex spots will be running backs.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it in the grand scheme of things, obviously the points scored is going to what's going to be the vaulting, down the stretch, especially when we get into the playoffs. Mike, are you in that same train of thought as well?
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing, especially this year, going into redrafts, dynasty, startups, whatever you want to look at it, wide receivers got a massive boost because of the running back, just crapshoot last year, you know, and you don't get a running back that plays 17 games most of the year. So, you know, those wide receivers just naturally got that boost. But like to Joe's point, they stayed the same in this format. They got no boost at all. Every other position got a boost: tight end, running back, quarterback, except wide receivers. So I agree with Joe. Like, I'm probably going to have majority 2 out of the 3 flex spots, probably running backs, maybe pick up a second or third tight end because of the tight end boost as well. Because most of those tight ends that are, you know, like Andrew Cooper was talking about last, you know, segment, Chig, his big sleeper, you know, just that round, the Dalton Schultz, all those guys are going to be getting that boost to where they're probably going to be scoring just as much as wide receiver 3s, possibly wide receiver 2s this year, with that tight end premium plus the first down bonus. So I agree with it. I probably I like the wide receivers top end, like he said, but once you get past those top end guys, there's really no point to go out and reach for those wide receivers. You'd rather go get more depth at running back, maybe, you know, get another tight end that you think is possibly going to break out.
Yeah, and what really brought this to my attention was I created a cheat sheet this year, and it's you can get it on at Fantasy Six Pack, and I put customized scoring settings in there for Scott Fishbowl. So all I had to do is click the settings and change everything around, and then it really does. Like, as I was going through my drafts, I wasn't expecting the very first mock I did to see the running backs like be the predominant choice that it was suggesting for me to make. Countless
just because
times.
of those bonuses, man. The carry bonuses.
I mean, yeah, it's a quarter of a point. So I mean, yeah, you know,
plus they can catch the ball.
Yeah, but you know, and I think running backs get a lot more first downs, you know, too. So that's only helping them as well. So,
and I could be. Does a touchdown count as a first down?
It does.
Yep.
There we go. Running back on the 1 yard line.
Right. Exactly.
Well, because of the history. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'd say just because of the history of the Scott Fishbowl, you know, if people aren't really paying attention, those quarterbacks and tight ends are going to go. And then just having that knowledge of swoop them up, you know, and grabbing those guys. Because there's a lot more 15 carry a game RBs than people realize, you know.
Yes.
They're going to go for those bell cow, those top 3, 4, 5 guys. But those 15 carry guys, those are going to be valuable in this scoring.
Most of the 15 carry guys, sometimes they're even getting 5+ targets. So, I mean, there's potential there for a 20 touch guy, you know, what in like the 6th, 7th rounds in this format.
You don't have to have the, you know, the Jonathan Taylors and up to win this format. Those guys are going to be nice on your roster. But I have passed on the early running backs, except for when it's funny you brought him up, Mike. Eckler fell to me in a mock in the middle of the 2nd round. I was like, well, all right, fine. But I really just don't see that happening, I guess, as well. But like, you know, if he's there, but also, you know, Tyreek is sitting there or somebody like that, you know, I'm probably taking Tyreek because the value-based drafting method that I generally use will tell me that it's take Hill now and then
get Nick Chubb
go get my running back later, who, yeah, I mean, you can get Chubb much later in this draft, which is silly.
Super
especially in this format, points per carry. He's 300 carries a year. Like, lock it down. I'm good.
Yeah, there's quite a few in that range there where you're like, okay, like what am I missing? Why is this not higher than hello, Kelly? Then what is you know, probably should be there. Again, we talk about these workhorses and just the extra points they get, and you talk about the value at the top of the wide receiver position, and every year there always seems to be that one wild card, and this year appears to be DeAndre Hopkins, just because he isn't signed. I think everyone is aware he can put up the points when given the opportunity, but for a guy like that, where there is the unknown, but he has really shown no signs of slowing down, even with the suspension and missing half of the year last year, was still putting up stellar numbers. Where do you fit somebody like that when trying to figure out the scoring setup in that position? Is it somebody that you still value regardless of where he lands, or is there a little bit of uncertainty to, okay, maybe we're finally nearing the end of the road with a guy that just isn't the elite guy anymore?
That's a great question. I love that
Yeah.
question, Steven. You want to take it?
So I have taken in multiple, not even just Scott Fishbowl drafts. I have taken Hopkins once in a few mocks. I've taken the Dalvin Cooks, those types of guys.
Zeke's.
They're pretty late. I have not touched Zeke, actually.
Oh.
He's the one I just don't want anything to do with. I'd rather Hopkins and Cook are the only two that I'm really interested in. I actually got Kareem Hunt like the last round of a random
You'll take Hunt, but you won't take Zeke.
Very last round. It was actually the last Scott Fishbowl mock that we did. It was round 22, and I'm like, well, he's better. He's clearly better than anybody else left on the board at this point. So okay, but no, he wasn't like a favorite choice of mine. But Hopkins is tough, man. What happens if he signs in New England? Nobody likes that. Nobody is. He just won't. I just don't see that working very well.
Somebody will see how late he goes. Yeah.
Yeah. He will absolutely get drafted before me. So.
He's most likely going to get overdrafted.
Yeah. My ranking of him is far below the ADP, and this cheat sheet uses ADP from the going for two mocks. Jeff was kind enough to let me steal it and use it in here. And right now the ADP for their 75 mocks that they did or whatever has him as the 66th player being taken. There's no chance I draft him there.
He's a unbelievable wide receiver. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Great NFL talent. But he's also human, too. Just like every wide receiver, they got to develop a chemistry with whatever new quarterback, whatever new team they go to, a chemistry with the other wide receivers as well. So, I mean, there is probably going to be a little bit of, growing pains to wherever he signs.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just where it's especially 66, it's just too high for me. And I would love him as especially in this format, you start 3 wide receivers. I'll take the risk of maybe going the wide receiver 3. I still don't want him at that spot, but if he's the best value, take him.
I mean, you're looking at other guys going around his range. McLaurin is one spot ahead of him.
Okay, yeah.
Jerry Jeudy is right after him. You got Drake London, DJ Moore.
I just like the guys that have assimilated themselves with their teams already, have the chemistry built in for the most part. Hopkins still has to build that. He's a great NFL wide receiver, but he doesn't, he's not Tyreek Hill, he's not Jalen Waddle, he's not going to be breaking off 40-yard touchdowns. He's
might didn't call it out here.
I love the guy, don't get me wrong. I mean, especially for what he's been through when he got just traded to the Cardinals from Houston by Bill O'Brien for no reason at all.
Oh man, that was good.
He handled it like a professional, and he dominated in Arizona.
Yeah.
But again, he didn't dominate right away. Week 1, it did take him a little bit of time to just assimilate some chemistry. These guys are humans, just like us. I mean, they're not perfection, even though we like to put them on that pedestal.
I don't think New England's that bad of a spot. I mean, they just signed Devontae Parker.
Elliot, I'm going
to deal.
Delete you from the show right now.
I don't. But honestly,
who the hell goes to New England and does anything?
Who's he going to?
Randy Moss. That's who.
Exactly. He's not Randy Moss.
Bring him up again.
But seriously though, who's he competing with? Devontae Parker.
Mac Jones.
Juju. They got Juju, which I know we don't love, but I mean he's no schmuck. I mean he'll be all right.
Tyquan Thornton.
Yeah, it's Juju. That's it.
2 words. Ramondre Stevenson.
Yeah, true.
Whoa.
That's your second leading target leader on that team right there.
Oh man.
But man, they are gonna dump the ball off a lot to him.
Oh my gosh. I got my dog staring at me to go outside. Bad timing, dog. There's nobody else home but me.
So is there a landing spot though? I know there's the weight, there's the chemistry. Is there a spot that makes you say, okay, ADP, fine, I'll take him there?
If he could land with the Chiefs,
well, yeah,
hands down, the number one.
That's awesome. But, if he does go to the Titans, I mean, it is clear that they
That might be
need
worse.
somebody to throw. Well, no, they need somebody to throw to. It's just an opportunity. Like, he has instant opportunity. He goes to the Chiefs. He's battling with Kelsey, and he's battling with Andy Reid's trick plays. He's not going to get as many targets as he would.
Mike, I hate to do this. I don't know what your friendship is with Kelly. But,
she was just on the show
It's
on
all right.
Thursday, so she's just giving us crap. I love it.
She's so nice. I don't even take it personal. She's so nice.
No, I know that. That's why it's so funny.
It's all right, Kelly. I still love you.
So even Matt Nagy being back at OC in Kansas City doesn't scare you at all if he were to do that.
He's not calling plays.
Reed calls the play, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, fair enough.
We'll find out pretty quickly if it mattered in Washington here, if
Bieniemy
with Bieniemy coming over to see if he
that is one offense
made a
that
difference.
intrigues me. I want to see what Bieniemy's offense looks like
Yeah.
for the Commanders with Sam Howell running it.
Is Sam Howell a sneaky one in Scott Fishbowl?
we had to talk about this one too.
I hate believing the training camp hype, but at the same time,
I am not like a Howell truther, but I like him more than most. You got to remember, if he had come out in 2022, he was a first-round pick.
easily.
He just came out a year late, and the team was trash around him. But then he showed off his wheels, so it's like, okay, if you look at all the college metrics, he actually wasn't that bad. It just
he had no weapons.
Everything fell. Oh, sorry, if he came out in 2021, the QB draft in 2022 was so weird, right? And then with the guy who did go to Tennessee, totally blanking on his name right now,
Malik Willis.
Yeah, he fell like a rock, and nobody was willing to take a quarterback until after he went off the board. So he fell so far, it made all the other quarterbacks fall. Had Willis gone where some had projected him early second round, I guarantee you we'd be talking a much different narrative with Howell and
With
all
his
the other
draft
quarterbacks
capital.
we're taking, because they probably would have been third-round guys instead of fifth-round guys.
Yeah. I mean, he's no Brock Purdy, but I mean, yeah, you're totally
Well, let's talk about the 49ers because Elliot's clearly a big 49er fan. I know him a long time. What do we
Couldn't
expect
tell
that
from the
offense to look
jerseys.
like? Yeah. Yeah, who's that number 80? Never heard of him.
I'm actually in my son's room because it's quiet.
You're pulling a Matthew Berry at us? He was
Yeah,
in his
right.
daughter's
He
room.
was in his
today.
daughter's room, right? I saw that.
and cursing.
Yes. Last year he was like
PG.
in like the hallway or something, and he also had fan issues above him, which was hilarious. I'm like, dude, you got to figure this out.
Oh, that was last. You talking about last year?
Last year he had ceiling fan
Yeah.
issues behind him, and he was like in the hallway at like a beach house or something.
2 years ago, he was outdoors at the beach house, and he dropped off every 3 minutes, and just kept coming
I mean,
back and talking like
He's
he never
just trying to be like you, Sal.
You can't get on this level. This is a special kind of level. But I know Elliot's here for 49er info. So who's got the best 49er takes?
I mean, Joe doesn't agree with me, but I love CMC this year. I mean, I would honestly. Oh well.
When did I say that?
I would take him as the 101 and just
Oh.
general redrafts for
Okay. Sorry, I'll
like
take him
over
at
Justin
102.
Jefferson.
So I hate him.
I'm fine with take Justin Jefferson at the 101 too, but Christian McCaffrey is the only one I would be taking over Justin Jefferson. I love his potential this year. Best offensive line, best offensive scheme. He's got other weapons around him to where they can't load the box on him. All right, you got Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk. So, I mean, they can't load the box on him. There's a lot of touchdown potential here. Just my only concern with him is just the load management with Elijah Mitchell behind him.
Yeah.
That's my only concern. But God, he's gonna just be scoring oodles of points this year.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
I like him. I just, I would.
I
Take
really
Jefferson
do
over
think
them.
I
feel
wouldn't
he's
be
safer.
surprised.
There's obviously
Wouldn't be
injury risk. There's the split workload that San Fran just loves to do because they can. And but yeah, I mean, and then I don't think Debo's going to do what Debo did even last year or the year before anymore. But
they did that. With
you
them
also
because they
need
didn't
to
have
factor in they are going to mix that in still from time to time. And so, yeah, I mean, don't get me
Debo
wrong,
will
though.
get
McCaffrey is the real deal.
Debo will break off big runs that will kill drives. That way you would get a lot of CMHC points, right? Yep, they'll just break big plays and kill long drives where you could stack up numbers. But nobody has mentioned George Kittle today before you said his name, Mike. And this is obviously a tight end heavy league, the Scott Fishbowl. And I've heard of obviously Kelsey with everybody saying 101. Then it's Andrews, a lot of Hawkinson. Nobody's mentioned Kittle. So obviously there's been some health issues with him as well because of the style of play. He just leans into it. But, if he's healthy for the full 17, is Kittle still a top 5 fantasy tight end?
That's really his only question is just the health. But yes, if he can, I do think he can be because he is one of those tight ends that can turn just 50 catches into over 1,000 yards. Like he is a run after the catch guy to where he can, get the 5-yard dump off from Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold even, and just take it to the house. I mean, it's so hard to tackle him, and he is going to be probably getting a lot of the first downs for this offense. If they, seem to struggle in the, between the 20s, because I mean, let's be realistic. It is a possibility here. We got Sam Darnold starting week 1 for them. I mean, Sam Darnold, I love his confidence, but he's going to be using just 5-yard dump offs. Shanahan's not going to allow him to throw it deep. And, you're going to get a lot of those handoffs to McCaffrey, Elijah Mitchell up the middle, out on the outside zone run. So I do think Kittle, if he can stay healthy, that's the only thing though you can say that about anybody, but his play style specifically, he is looking to injure the other person, I think.
Always. He looks for contact for sure.
Yeah, not only just contact, but he wants to take the guy taking him out of the game. Yeah. So that's my only concern is just the health. But like you said, you can make that argument about any guy.
Guys, we've been having so much fun. I didn't realize that we've already passed the 2:30 marker. I got the other 2 guys in the bet. No, don't be sorry at all. That's my I'm running this thing and I screwed it up. So you guys are fantastic. Joe, thanks for being back again. Thanks for doing what you guys do. It was a great segment. And we look forward to having you back with us next year.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, guys.
Be well, guys. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
You too.
All right. Have a good one. Good luck.
Steven, how
All
you
right.
feeling about reading more announcements?
Yeah, let's do it. Why not? So, all right, this next half hour is brought to you by goingfor2.com. Podathoners, if you want to win your fantasy leagues, you need to visit goingfor2.com. Why going for 2? Because you can't go for 3. Going for 2 is some of the best up-and-coming writers who want to share their passion for the game with you. From redraft to dynasty to daily fantasy, Going for 2 has it all, including live shows at Going for 2 Live, found on YouTube and syndicated on all major podcasting networks. Visit goingfor2.com today because no one remembers the extra point. This half hour is also brought to you, I'm going to butcher this name and I apologize, Visus? Sure. All right. Visus is bringing innovative technologies to football players at all levels. At Visus, we're leaders in technology, innovation, design, and sport. We strive to build products and brands that equip athletes to perform at the highest level. From protection to performance, Visus is responsible for the development of emerging technologies used by MVP caliber professionals down to youth athletes competing each weekend. Visus designs, engineers, and delivers football's most protective helmets for the athlete in your life. Visus has the game's only local deforming helmet platform, protection like no other. Whether you're a parent looking to protect their most important athlete, a coach or administrator dedicated to protecting their team, or a content creator looking to set their brand apart from your competitors, visit Visus.com for the leader in football protection technology today. That's VICIS.com. Last but not least, also a special announcement reminding everybody watching, Tim Turner and Chris Fennell are driving down from Pittsburgh to the Cincinnati Live Draft today. Any donations made in the next hour and a half will be matched by Tim's business for up to a total of $1,000 This is what the Scott Fishbowl is all about right here. Shout out to the Cincy Live Draft crew, but there's one catch. The donation needs the message, Chris hates kickers, to qualify. So let's step it up over here the next 90 minutes and donate to the link below. That's that fantasycares.org/Podathon with the message, Chris hates kickers, to have donations matched. So thank you to Chris and Tim for that.
We've had quite a few come in, and we've had a few during our time as well that didn't have the Chris hates kickers. So I'm thinking about just lying to Tim about.
Hey, we hit 1,000.
Yeah, we're definitely around $200 right now of people that put. So that means we got another 200 coming our way. Yeah. So listen, here's Anthony and John. Anthony's one half of the face-off. Mike DM'd us that he had some car issues today, and last minute had to jump off and not be with us today. But I'll see Mike next weekend at the live draft. And I think, Anthony, you're coming out to the live draft in New York City as well, correct?
Yeah, I'll be there next week. Looking forward to it.
Very awesome. You're a New Jersey guy, but the tri-state area. If you're in the tri-state area, you should be at Tito Murphy's Saturday, July 15th for the New York City live draft. And Johnny McGlynn, you're my union friend, my hardworking guy. He's busy. Look at him. He's texting people. He's ignoring me.
Shit. I'm not supposed to be on yet. I just logged in, so you guys weren't waiting for me when it was my time, but I'll take it.
Oh, is that why I was like, I didn't know John was coming on with Anthony. So all right. Well, John, say hello to the people, and then I'm going to remove you. We'll just give Anthony his time.
I'll see you in a half hour, peeps. Thanks for joining us.
See you later, man.
Podathon.
Yeah, I was a little thrown off on that, but I was like, I guess John, maybe Anthony got John to come on to fill the gap for Mike. But welcome to the show. I mean, talk to us all about all the wonderful things that are going on at Face Off. You guys grow every single year. And I've always, every time I speak to you, I tell you how wonderful of a production I think you guys put on, and the product you put out there is second to none. So bring us up to date on what you got going on.
Yeah, well, right now, and thanks for having me again this year for the Podathon. Obviously, Mike cannot be here, but excuse me there for a second. I have something in my throat, but the FF Face-Off, when we first started, it was really just the podcast, and then we had the Podathon, and now like our website is really thriving, which we do a really good job with content. So if you go to fffaceoff.com, you'll see everything we have going on there. We even branch out to more than just fantasy football. We go into other sports. So check out fffaceoff.com for all of your fantasy football needs and really sports betting. You name it, we cover it over at the Face-Off.
Excellent stuff. And again, betting, DFS, fantasy, you name it, it's all there.
You did our intro. You did our latest intro.
That's right.
Which I love.
I appreciate it. So where are we drafting from this year? Where's the slot? We doing slow? We doing live? Where are we at?
I am doing live at Tito Murphy's next Saturday. And I'm picking from the 5-hole.
Okay. So again, middle rounds. The New York live draft sounds like it's going to be a blast.
Yeah.
With everything that's going on, I know that it's just going to be nonstop. A lot happening, a lot of giveaways, a lot of fundraisers, and everything in between. So 5. That's. I mean, it feels like right now there is a consensus top 4 within whatever those first 4 picks are. Order, Lord knows what's going to happen. But with that 5, are you pretty much dead set on coming to the realization that, okay, the top 3 quarterbacks, Kelsey, are not going to be there, or are you holding out hope that something might flip and it might change your board altogether?
You know, knowing some of the guys who are drafting here, especially if I look, it looks like a friend of me in Hoff's, ATL Mikey's drafting number 1 overall. This kid can do anything. Like, it would not shock me if he took Tua, because he's a big Dolphins fan. I don't see him doing it, but I could see it. But no, at picking at 5, I'm hoping one of the quarterbacks fall to me, whether it's Allen, Mahomes, Hurts. Who am I missing here? Who's the big 4?
Oh, there's Burrow up there.
Burrow, yeah.
Lamar Jackson. I mean, that 4 is kind of an iffy, like, everyone has their own opinions on it. And it's not necessarily consensus. It feels like. Is there like a true fourth QB in your eyes in this scoring format?
I'm between Burrow and Lamar Jackson, and the only thing that I kind of I'm skittish with Lamar is the injury history, but I'm very much willing to take him. Like I get if Kelsey falls to me, and it's between like Kelsey and Lamar, I'll probably lean Lamar Jackson just because it's super flex, and I like my comfort zone. Anytime I punt quarterback in super flex, it blows up my face. It never fails.
I mean, I can totally understand, but even like the rushing upside too, I think with Lamar, it definitely comes into play. Maybe he plays it a little bit more conservative this year again, like you mentioned. The injury history is something to be a little bit concerned about. And you talk about these guys with that rushing upside, and specifically talking about Lamar Jackson and a backup who was a Pro Bowler last year in Tyler Huntley. I mean, is if you're taking somebody like that in Lamar Jackson, are you wasting that 21st, 22nd round pick on picking him up as some insurance on the back end there, just in case something goes wrong if he's on the board still?
If this was like an 18-round draft, I would say no. But since these Scott Fishbowl drafts are so deep, I don't exactly call it a wasted pick. Where I would carry, especially super flex, I would carry 4 quarterbacks and be comfortable. I would call it a handcuff Lamar Jackson with his backup. Why not?
Right.
And by the way, Tyler Huntley, the Pro Bowler, it explains to you why the Pro Bowl is currently on par with Mike Wright's son's flag football tournament from earlier today, because those kids are playing way harder than anybody in the Pro Bowl. I mean, the Pro Bowl is an absolute joke, and they know it's a joke at this point. But that is funny that you threw that. Steve, that was so professional. I love it.
I didn't know if they were being serious or sarcastic with the Pro Bowl comment, so I just ran with it.
It was true, though. That's the worst part. Is you look at it and you're like, Mitchell Trubisky was a Pro Bowl quarterback. Yeah. Think about that. I don't want to think about that as a Bears fan, that he was a Pro Bowl quarterback. But I mean, they're playing dodgeball now, so who really cares what they're doing? Either way.
Anthony, you're consummate professional for rolling through that like it was.
I remember. I don't remember. I wasn't alive. I don't know if anybody here was alive, but was it like Jack Youngblood played the Pro Bowl with a broken leg with the guy from the Rams, pass rusher from the Rams. I'm going back
in the 70s, 80s. It's like when like Archie Bunker said, "Men were men." You know what I mean back then. But I just want to say I got this up on the screen. It says, "Hi, Sal from Vincent." That's my friend Josh's 6-year-old son. He's saying hello to me. So, Big Vin, I hope you're smiling. I know it's rare, but shout out to Vinny Aglio. I'm here for the kids, guys. I'm interested to see, Anthony, the different dynamic with the live SFB draft, right? Because I've done 7 of these slow draft. Take your time. If I get to a point where I'm a little unsure, I go cross-reference some things. There's going to be some pressure here. So to your point about being 105, I'm in the Nathan's division at 111. We're not in the same division, but I feel like there's going to be a little bit more pressure. And with my picks being close on the wraparound, I feel like, and then the third round, I feel like I'm going to be a little under pressure. I may have put myself in a spot I don't want to be in.
I mean, it sounds like you could also end up being the guy that everybody heckles for taking so long.
What is our time for these live drafts? What is is there a timer? Do we even? Is there any leeway? Like they're not going to auto pick you.
No. Ultimately, it's that respectable thing. 2 minutes ish. I was the guy that everybody harped on last year for taking too long. Waz was on me nonstop for our draft last year in Chicago. But I mean, ultimately it comes down to, we're just there to have fun.
Yeah.
I think for only going through 10 rounds, some drafts are going quicker or they're going through more rounds. But I mean, ultimately it's, I think everybody's got respect for the process. Everyone's done a live draft in some shape or form. So just try and follow that whole setup.
Do you guys prefer just on a normal, even outside of SFB, live or like a slow draft?
Oh, I prefer in-person live drafting. Yeah. Absolutely.
I'm down to one. Outside of this one, I have one home league. that we draft live. Otherwise, it's all online or fast. Even if it's online, it's fast or slow. I like being around people and having this whole draft process. So very excited to do this with the Scott Fishbowl.
Plus, can you imagine at the New York draft if somebody gets auto picked? I want to see the cameras on, the reaction, what gets thrown, who gets cursed out. That is going to be fun, especially if it's Bobby Cables.
Oh my God.
We're gonna have to create Fishbowl merch that says I was banned from Tito Murphy's.
if Bobby's watching, Bobby, we love you. You're one of a kind, my friend.
You're gonna flip tables or throw a table.
Yes. Be hanging you with the cables.
So Anthony, you talked about the quarterback position in Superflex and making sure that you've got your bearings there. And a question coming up talking about the second quarterback specifically. You talk about going after a quarterback in round one with whoever is there. But is there a spot in the draft that you're looking at the 105 where you're saying, I need to get my second quarterback by this, or are you just going to let the board fall to you? Or is there really a guy where you're saying, this is my ideal QB2?
In Superflex, my ideal quarterback too. And again, it depends on how the board falls. And this is also a New York draft, but I am very much all in on Aaron Rodgers. And I've been getting him as my QB2 in Superflex a lot. It's kind of weird to say that, but I don't know why. I feel like the consensus is kind of down on Aaron Rodgers. And I don't get it. I don't see it. I think he's going to have a monster year in New York.
I think both New York quarterbacks are going to be big in this format and have good seasons. I mean, first of all, I know he's not a flashy name, but Paris Campbell, to me, is going to break out this year. I've always had Paris Campbell when he was in Indy. I think he's going to be healthy in a new situation, and I love him with Daniel Jones. So I think both New York quarterbacks, you can go one as you're 1 and 2 in this league and be very, very happy.
What you're saying? Draft both New York quarterbacks as your two Superflex guys. Let's say you go to a running back early,
or tight end early. If you go 2 tight ends early, you know what I mean? Because you could. I'm at the 11. If Hawkinson and Kittle are there at the 11 and 14, it might be hard for me to turn that down and then hope that Rodgers and Jones can return to me. I could definitely see that.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the scoring setup, and again, the negative points being gone is a godsend for a lot of guys. Dak Prescott being one, and another being Jones, and I think he finished QB 10. If you look at the scoring last year with this setup, I mean, Daniel Jones as a top 10 quarterback in fantasy, and again, I know that the new coaching staff obviously had a lot to do with that. But Sal, you mentioned guys like Paris Campbell. You bring in Darren Waller. You bolster up his weapons a little bit. You get Saquon back on the franchise tag. What's the ceiling for Daniel Jones with the upgraded corpse and a second year under this offense?
I forgot I blocked out Darren Waller as a Raider fan, knowing that they basically gave him away. I kind of blocked that out, but that makes it even more intriguing. I think Daniel Jones, because in similar fashion to Eli Manning, is kind of like an all shucks. His personality doesn't excite anybody. So no matter the numbers he put up last year, and people still think, nah, he's an afterthought. So I think he's absolutely every bit a QB1, and the running ability. Sometimes the inability to go down is what hurts him, and getting banged up. But yeah, I think he could be a top 10 quarterback again and possibly higher. What do you think, Anthony?
I like Daniel Jones, and a big reason why I like him coming into year 2 in this Brian Daboll system, the additions they made, and granted, like, they aren't marquee names like DeAndre Hopkins, but Darren Waller, we know what Darren Waller can do when he's the quote-unquote wide receiver 1. We've seen this before. If Darren Waller can stay healthy, he's a great value. He's a top 3 tight end in fantasy points per game when he plays close to a full season, and he's the guy. He's going to be the possession receiver in this offense. You mentioned Paris Campbell. He is my go-to in a lot of best ball drafts, and I've never been a Paris Campbell guy, but he finally stayed healthy last year. He was just in a bad situation. Now he's with an ultra creative coach, an ultra creative offensive mind, and I think they're going to line him up all over the formation. So, like, if you're playing best ball, these giant stacks have a lot of value.
Now, is there another guy maybe a little bit further down in ADP? He talks about some of the other weapons there. Wan'Dale Robinson being one of them. Slayton, Sterling Shepard, again, another big injury for him. Is there another name out of that secondary group that isn't being talked about enough as a guy that can really vault a team just by taking a late dart throw on him?
It seems like, at least on Underdog, like a lot of the Giants receivers are bunched together. So if I'm not getting Paris Campbell, I'm usually targeting Hodgins. Like, I like Hodgins. I like what he brought to the table last year. He already has the rapport with Daniel Jones, so he could be a sneaky upside play.
Yeah, he was very interesting. He just, every week you figured, all right, he'll fall off, but every week he was there. And you remember there was talk about them bringing OBJ back and all that stuff, but they didn't go with a big splash player at a trade deadline, brought him in. And if you were able to grab him in any league that you're playing in, he was an absolute steal down the stretch. He was out playing several of my big wide receivers at the end of the season last year.
And so, again, it's it feels like it's just a influx situation. And flipping to the other side of New York City now, you talked about Aaron Rodgers being one of your big guys that you're really honed in on. Obviously, people expecting a big jump out of Garrett Wilson because of the move to Aaron Rodgers as the quarterback over with the Jets. From a fantasy perspective, obviously Breece Hall coming back off of the ACL, the rest of what that wide receiver room has become. What do you make of the weapons that are there and what Aaron Rodgers is going to do? I mean, we're only a year removed from a double MVP candidate. And it's like, well, he has Alan Lazard as his wide receiver one for 1 year, and everyone just forgets. It's, what have you done for me lately?
I think what people are forgetting is that the offensive coordinator he had those MVP seasons with is his OC again. I get that Hackett was terrible as a head coach, but not every coordinator translates to a head coach. He already knows the system. There's not going to be a learning curve. And when you bring up Garrett Wilson, I'm probably a little bit overzealous on this kid. Offensive rookie of the year for a reason. 1,100 receiving yards with that mess of a quarterback room. Now we bring in Aaron Rodgers. Why can't he replicate a Devontae Adams type of season? Not saying like an overall wide receiver 1 or 2, but I think realistically somewhere in that like wide receiver 4 to 8 finish is what I expect out of Garrett Wilson. And when you look, he was number 6 last season in targets. When you look at catchable target rate, he was 92nd. So 94 out of 147 were catchable. 93rd receiver in target quality rating. So a lot of these opportunities, Garrett Wilson could not cash in. They weren't great targets. They weren't being put where they needed to be. Like, how are you number 9 in red zone targets with 19 and only catch 5 of them? Well, the quarterback's bad. Does not have that issue with Aaron Rodgers anymore.
Quarterbacks, right? Plural.
3, 4, 5. Well, how many? I forget who the last guy was they started towards the end of the year.
Mike White.
Oh, Strebler?
Yes,
Was that
yes, yes.
Strebler, yeah.
Him.
Right, the preseason sensation, Strebler. But I will say this, and the guys that are on the show right now have heard me say it over and over again because I know the kid. Second-year tight end Jeremy Ruckert. So I want every person listening to this right now to, if you're not in the Nathan's League division, to draft Jeremy in the 22nd round because he's going to be there. He's going to be there late, and he needs one thing, opportunity. That's all he needs. I watched this kid grow up since he's 6 years old. I've seen every high school game he played in person. I watched him play every sport in our town. He is a stud tight end.
and everybody thinks he's a blocking tight end. He was the number one recruit in the nation out of high school because of his receiving skills. Went to Ohio State, and they used him to block predominantly. But he made the occasional fantastic catch when given the opportunity. If he's given the opportunity this year in the NFL with Aaron Rodgers and his history of working with the tight end, I'm guaranteeing you're stealing him in every fantasy draft you take him this year.
So make a note. Sal is out on Tyler Conklin.
I go away for 2 hours, and you guys are talking football for some reason.
And I think Conklin and Ruckert are both going to be interesting in that offense. I think Uzama is a guy who's about to age out, right? And they signed Uzama and Conklin last year to 3-year deals that are voidable after 2. So I don't think you'll see Uzama back after this season, which, by the way, he's somebody who's been working with Jeremy. They have a great relationship. And I think that's amazing for a veteran like that to have that presence. I think Conklin will be with this team. I think he's an untapped, real good tight end still. And he's only 26, maybe 25, 26, Conklin. So I don't discredit Conklin at all.
Oh, and by the way, I'm not supposed to be here yet for like another half hour, but I saw this
You
like
let yourself in, I think.
makes Steven shave his head so he fits in. I'm like, okay, no. Let's
thank you for the ratio.
and then Zach comes in here and just blows up my spot right away. I'm just like, dude, like I know you've been to my house. We were in the car for a long time. He drove me to the expo the past 2 years. That was our secret, man. Like that wasn't supposed to just, but here it is. There you go. That's why it looks so good all the time.
The question I have is, you guys went to the expo together. When you were spooning, do you leave that on or do you take it off?
Well, it depends. If I'm Little Spoon, he likes to have the hair, to rest. If I'm Big Spoon, then it just doesn't matter. So I just take it off.
So before we get any worse, Anthony, we got 2 minutes left. Give another shout out to everything you're doing at the Face Off, where everybody can find you and Mike and what you got going on this season.
Follow me at the Real NFL Guru on Twitter, and of course at the FF Face Off on Twitter. But the Mental Health Podathon's coming back 2 weeks from now, July 22nd, 23rd. We go 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on both Saturday and Sunday. So make sure you not only check out fffaceoff.com, but also the Podathon as well, partnered with the Hayden Hurst Foundation. And go to the website and find out everything you need to know about this event that's coming up.
And that's amazing. I'm happy to hear it's back. And I've been on with you guys 2 or 3 times on that show, and
the door's always open for you guys.
Let me know. I'll definitely come back on to share.
Awesome.
It's I told my story on that 1 year, and it's a therapeutic place to be for those 24 hours around people who understand what you're going through, or being with people who you didn't think understand what you're going through. And there's a large group of people in the fantasy football industry that were dealing with it before COVID, but coming out of COVID are dealing with some mental health struggles. And I fully support what you and Mike do over there. Anthony, thank you again. And I'll see you 1 week from today. We'll be drinking beers, my friend.
Awesome. See you guys later. Thanks for having me.
All right. So, Russ, are you staying or you just...
No, I mean, I'm here. If you want me to stay, I'll stay. If you want me to go, I'll stay.
You must stay.
You said, I'm so confused. Well, who's got the reads?
Well, 1 second, gentlemen. Before we do the reads, we have an announcement here. Michael Milligan just came in with a personal donation with the message, Chris hates kickers for $1,000.
No.
Wow.
$1,000.
Is that the equivalent of buying shots for everyone?
Shots. Yeah.
So big shout out. And this is what makes these people, the people who are watching, the people following along on different social media platforms. This is what makes it amazing. So I just want to quickly hop in and just say that was unbelievable.
I'm glad you did that, Dave. I did see that. And I'm old, so I already forgot 3 minutes ago that I saw it to make that announcement. But so that means clearly we got past $1,000. Tim Turner is probably going to lose his job as a result. He probably figured there's no way we're going to hit the 1,000, and we went about 1,300 probably. And people that wrote the Chris Hates kickers. So what we have right now in just the Podathon box is about $11,500 with another 1,000 coming from that match, and some other sponsors that are going to chip in as well. And we're cruising right along. We're halfway, almost halfway to our goal. We'd like to get to 30,000. We've done 42 in the past, 40 in the past, 50 in the past, but we know that we got things spread out a little bit further with everything we're doing. Merchandise. Russ, tell them again about buying merchandise, and we only have maybe a good 8 days, 10 days or so left to get that stuff.
All right. Well, yes. Scott Fishbowl. No, that's to Scott fantasycares.com/Podathon to go donate. It's still, I think we're going, if you donate, what is it, 20 plus, you can get the awesome shot glass with, I don't have a picture of because that was just here because Scott gave it to us. And yeah, Tim was not slow at matching that donation. He dropped it in because he's like, all right, before I get fired, let me just match that real quick. But also at Fishbowl merch on Twitter, there's a link in the bio to go get some. I mean, I made a change because I knew everyone was wearing the Podathon shirt, so I hit up my Reese's shirt, and because I already wore my Snuggly Duckling, because I have a couple, because there's so many darn good designs that you need to go get t-shirts, hats, hoodies. I haven't gotten into the hoodie world yet. And honestly, I'm going to end up buying a hat, and I don't know if I'm ever going to wear it, but I haven't seen a bad one yet. There's every single color combination and logo has looked fantastic, and it frustrates me because that was one thing I didn't think I'd be spending money on. But here we are.
Yeah.
And I'm going to end up buying some hats.
Usually the bald guys are buying the hats.
Yep. You got 10 days because the shop is closing down on July 18th. So look, you do got some time, but why wait? Go now, look at all the stuff, and it's going to take you a couple of days to whittle down from like the 15 you want in the first place to like the 7 you'll end up convincing yourself that, well, it's money for charity and I like t-shirts, so let's go, let's do it. Because you're not going to be able to get down to less than like maybe 5 or 6 to 10 or 12. Okay, I'm going to go buy more like right now is what it comes down to. The more I talk about it, the more it's just like, yeah, I want more. I'm going to end up buying more. So go at Fishbowl merch on Twitter, link in the bio. Hey, I like these guys. And go place orders now. You got 10 more days to hit that submit button.
I don't want to keep
250 designs, over 250. Crazy.
We started at 274 or something ridiculous like that, and it's gone up. So we're hitting that 300 mark.
So John McGlynn has been in the background since 9 a.m. He came in like 7 hours ago. John and Tommy, welcome to the show. One thing I would like to say to everyone before we get rolling, as you know, you can only live stream on YouTube for 8 hours at a time. So we're doing 7.5-hour segments. We're at 7:05 right now. When we're done with this segment, we're going to jump into the second feed. So please switch over with us. You can find it at the Fantasy Cares YouTube page. It's posted on the SFB Podathon Twitter. It's the pinned tweet. All 5 links for today's show. Carry over with us. The fun goes till 8 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow night. Do not check out when these two beautiful bastards end their segment. We have more going on from there. So, Johnny, how you doing, buddy? My union friend. We used to talk union stories back in the day. Blue collar brothers. I made the switch over to the white collar side. Don't hate me.
I was just about to ask you that. How's the good life now?
It's interesting. I wear a shirt. I wore a shirt and tie until I stopped wearing a tie and waited for nobody to say anything. So I've successfully eliminated the tie, but I still got to put the button-up shirt and the slacks and the shoes on.
And
but
there's someday he wears just a tie with no shirt.
It's gotten me a couple of raises, and I don't mean financially. But I'm liking it. My body appreciates it. My body feels a lot better these days.
I think about you all the time when I'm changing out pumps and punching tubes and cleaning out cooling towers and all that good stuff. So I'm happy for you, man. It's well worth it, I'm sure.
I appreciate that, and I got to be honest with you. I wish I lived closer because my greatest battle on this campus are my train absorbers and I got tubes that got to be replaced and my cooling towers, and we're boring the shit out of everybody right now because like, what the hell are these two talking about? But
I'm glad you saw it on our faces.
Day-to-day living nightmare. Hey, Tommy, let's go over to Tommy. What's up, bud? How you been?
Hey guys, I actually just replaced some tubes underneath a gym, so we can keep that conversation going if you want. I do
Yes.
energy management, so you
Look at
guys are
this.
speaking my language. Hey, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. I'm new to the space and I'm nobody, but I get to join y'all, so that's pretty special.
You hush your mouth, Tommy. Hush
This-
your
this-
mouth.
this show
Tommy
is
comes
built on
on Trade
nobodies.
Addicts, and then all of a sudden is on 16 different. So this, I get my Sal moment. You know, remember when you make it big, I made you. You were nothing before me, Tommy. And now making it big, getting his own co-host slot. You know, I mean, I'll let Tommy tell the story, but like, no, you are not nobody. You don't talk bad about my friend like that.
I appreciate that.
Oh,
Yeah,
Sal finally does it. Goes to talk while he's
Steven.
muted.
I saw it too. Steven, did you need to do something real quick?
Yes, we just have to, before we dive into all of the fun football talk and get story time from Tommy, we have to get a message in from our good friends at Trophy Smack.
You want to make your fantasy sports league more than a fantasy? Hold my baby. Mike! Then you need Trophy Smack.
It's the #1 store for fantasy and tournament trophies, belts, draft boards, loser awards, and other ridiculous products. Click the link and get free shipping.
All right. Well,
fantasy
again,
costly?
they're also donating all of the draft boards to the live event, so very excited about that as well. Those happening already, happening today, happening tomorrow, all of next week, and everything in between. So let's kick things off. The big question: where are we drafting from? We drafting slow draft? We doing live draft? John, I already know your answer. So, John, how about you get it started off?
You know what? This is fantastic to get to draft you guys again. I will be in the Chicago League draft. I run a bunch of home leagues in the Chicagoland area. I do my commissioner evaluation show. It's a bunch of guys from around the Chicagoland area that I found just kind of scrolling through Twitter. I got about 8 guys I've known since kindergarten in my leagues, but I've got Mike Tagliere and James DeBrancatulis. Unfortunately, those two have passed away. They were great league mates. I got Nick Script, Kyle August, Scott Sidlow from the Junkies, Pat Fitzmaurice, Fantasy Pros, and this guy named Steven Johnson's sprinkled in a couple of my leagues too, you know. But it's great.
I haven't
It's
gotten
awesome.
kicked out yet.
You know, you're not kicked out yet. Maybe you'll accept one of my trades one day, but you know, the best trades in the world that I always send to everybody. But you know, it's all about my team, not about yours. So whatever. It is what it is. But this we'll be at the Chicago draft. I ran it last year. Steve, you're running it this year. I see all this in our group chat. Steven's got all these things that he's got, you know, to donate from, you know, the Fancy Cares. And I got a couple game boards I'm going to bring to the draft tomorrow that we can donate also from some people. It's just the stuff you do with your Scott Fishbowl avatars that you made for me the last couple of years, all the things you do for a Scott Fishbowl, and just being a good, awesome dude in my leagues, you know, being active in my chats, being active in the trades, even though you don't accept any, you know, it's awesome that you're declining them so fast all the time. But I appreciate just you being a good dude in this whole community and then even the fantasy football space.
How awesome and important is that Steven is that guy, like, right? That we have those guys, and it's why I've been kicked out of most of my leagues. But Steve, you could accept that. You could accept the. You could be gracious now. I'll shut up.
No, it's like I was gonna tell him. I just use my trade calculators because he loves them so much, so I get to reject them right away.
Oh, anyway, Steven's a great dude. Okay, we'll leave it at that. He's an awesome teammate, awesome league mate, awesome dude. You know, and we meet. I run all these home leagues, so I get 16 in-person draft experiences every day. Rookie lotteries. I just did a startup draft a couple weeks ago. All these, just to see Steven a couple times when he can make it. You know, it's hard to get a whole draft. People, you know, everybody, all 12 people every year to the same draft. It's tough to do. Steven's going away to Pennsylvania or something like that this year. He's going to come. He'll be at our draft like late when he gets there. You know, it's one of these things where whoever wins the league gets to pick the draft location. So it's at somebody's bar, somebody's pool, somebody's restaurant, somebody's whatever. You know, that's kind of one of the perks for actually winning the league. So it's just fun. It's just awesome being around awesome people in this community to do, you know, just hanging out. So it's like we have a Scott Fishbowl draft. I have like a Scott Fishbowl draft like 8 times a year, 9 times a year. I have 2 drafts after the Scott Fishbowl draft in the same location that Steven's going to be in. You're only in one of those 2 that day, but it's it's just most people are in the Scott Fishbowl anyway, so it's kind of like all my leagues aren't just like my grandma and my sister and stuff. It's awesome guys from the fantasy football community who just contribute, who are all everybody's donated to Podathon, everybody's donated to something somewhere to help out this community. And thanks Scott Fish and Ryan McDowell and everybody else that does all this stuff for everybody here that's done everything across all these hours since the Podathon won. This is absolutely amazing what this community has pulled together and done.
It's funny you say Podathon won. So when I got in the Scott Fishbowl, I mentioned earlier, it was SFB 480, which translates to SFB 6. So the Podathon now is the same age as SFB was when I first joined it. And SFB is the bigger brother. It's 13 years old now. But they've become, for this kickoff draft weekend stuff, synonymous with one another, which is amazing. And as the live drafts and how it continues to grow, I'm just honored every year to continue to be a part of it. I know Russ said earlier they like to just keep me as the, like a figurehead to make me think I'm still involved. You know what? I'm good with it. I ain't even mad about that. But Tommy, so since you're new to the space, are you in the Scott Fishbowl this year?
Yeah, I'm like the kid on the bus that gets to go to the field trip. I don't do any of the work, any of the planning, or anything like that. I just get to enjoy what you guys have created. So this is my second year in. I'm drafting in the Pringles division from the 102. I wanted to make sure that I could get one of the Studley quarterbacks, and then I'll try to figure it out from there, was my thinking behind that. But really what I want to do is just connect with 11 other people that I never would. Was able to do that last year, and it was fantastic. And we've got the Pringles chat popping right now. As long as Twitter is still live. We'll see how long that goes, but it's been fantastic so far.
So the most important question is, what is the 101 of Pringle flavors, right? So you go to the store, you have, maybe you smoke something, you got the munchies. I don't know, I'm not judging anybody, but you need Pringles, and they got every selection. You could, it's not John's Elgin, whatever. You got to buy those things. What Pringle flavor is the go-to flavor?
I thought it was sour cream and onion until this week. My family went to the beach and we tried the cheddar and sour cream Pringles, and they are just fantastic. Highly recommend them. If you haven't tried them before, or if you're a classic kind of person, give them a shot. Let me know what you think.
I've been sour cream and onion chip my entire life, but I've had sour cream and cheddar, and you're right. I think it's 102 for me, but I can't argue. That's one of those ones where you could go this way. I could go, Kelsey, you could go Mahomes, whatever. Russ, you got to say something. I see it.
No, I don't know how I haven't heard of this before. I'm just like
Really?
jaw dropped in shock. Like what? Like I am okay. Sour cream and onion is very, very good. But when it comes to Pringles, I'm purist. Like just give me plain Pringles, and
yes,
their motto stands: I pop, I can't stop. I literally just eat like an entire thing, and I'm that guy that gets his hands stuck in there trying to get the crumbs on the bottom because I'm not smart enough to drink, But cheddar and sour, like I might just go run to a store somewhere and go get that because that sounds wonderful.
Some things are just left better alone. Like, the original Pringles are the best. I don't know. I don't want to even try to get like in the sour cream and onion world and all the other stuff like that. Just regular Pringles, slow and steady wins the race. That kind of thing for me. That original Pringles are by far the best. Yes.
See, this is why dynasty trades happen, though, is because we
different
all
values.
adopt these different flavors, and we're willing to die on those hills.
Ask Steven what's on a calculator.
Yeah.
Which Pringles? What is the
Hey,
sour?
4 quarters equals $1, but
Yeah, there's four regular Pringles that equal 1 sour cream and onion. I just want to know, like, how does that work?
If you have an extra 4 quarters, donate them now.
Yeah, exactly. Fantasycares.org/Podathon. Check it out. No, pizza and barbecue. Those are my two. The original pizza ones that they came out with back in the day, love them. But the barbecue ones too. My kids are obsessed with them. They've gotten me hooked, and so that's the only thing in the house anymore. So Take what I can get.
I see Kelly on the thing. Scott buys, or I see Scott Fish on the message board also. But I see Kelly say John buys people beer. The Fantasy Football Expo is absolutely fantastic. I've been there the last 2 years. I'll be there. George's is one of my favorite spots in Canton. The cheap beer and the good, all the good stuff at the restaurant. But the Kelly, I walk up to a bunch of people, buy them a couple beers here and there. But it's what a great time that who's all going to the expo, first of all.
Sorry, I'm too busy reading this.
That is definitely Scott slipping that in. He said that is the best flavor. So Scott has slipped that into the chat.
I clearly need to broaden my Pringles horizons. Well, first of all, I agree. Barbecue is delicious, but the problem is, like, I get tired of the barbecue flavor fast. But like, it shines bright. But the brighter you shine, the quicker you fade, and that's what barbecue is for me. I never got into the pizza chips.
Pizzas are good.
I hear pizza, and I just want to eat pizza. I don't want pizza flavored something.
Here's the problem: if I start eating any of them,
I'm just eating pepperoni. Nope.
Oh, that's.
You have a Lunchable over there, or what is that?
I have an entire cheese and salami tray.
He has he has a grown. Yeah, that is absolutely a grown up Lunchable. Like, just
he made his Podathon charcuterie board.
Look at this.
Oh, there he goes. He got it. Yeah, he has a Lunchables. He has a grown up Lunchables right there. That is pretty much what a charcuterie board is.
Whatever.
So Steven, how much stuff do we have to donate this year for our Chicago Podathon? I mean, our Chicago draft. We have tons of stuff.
Yes, and thanks in part to Mr. Russ over here as well, giving some stuff to our events. As we have a Darnell Mooney signed jersey, a autographed Fridge Perry card. We have a Mike Singletary signed mini helmet. Our friends at Knockaround donated some sunglasses, so we'll have those as well. There is one secret thing that I haven't talked about yet, and I think I'm going to keep under lock and key, but just know it's proud. Should I say it now? I don't.
Yes. I mean, you can just whisper it in my ear. You don't have to tell it to everybody.
Spill the beans.
There's a quarterback in Chicago, and it's something that he signed. So we'll just
Grossman stuff, baby. Let's go.
I was assuming Jim McMahon.
So yeah, I mean, there's just a ton of stuff. Very excited just to see everybody. So if you're in the Chicago area and you're watching this, come on out Sunday, July 16th, next Sunday from 11 to 4 at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village.
All right, so we are a community of positivity. We are here for charity. We're here for inclusivity. Shame this man.
No.
And I love you got to bring in the pickles whenever we're talking about Scott Austin.
That's a terrible take.
Wait, hold on. You just haven't eaten the right Pringles yet. Isn't that what people say when they're like, "Oh, I don't like this"? Well, you just haven't eaten good this yet. You haven't found the right Pringles yet, Austin. Just keep trying.
Start from the beginning. Yeah, start from the beginning. Just start with the regulars. Move your way up to the other ones. The pizzas are good, but yeah, I don't know how you. There's no way. I'm not a big pickle guy either, but I don't know how you can't like Pringles. Jay Cutler's boxers, they are not for sale, but we'll try to.
You got me.
No, they probably have a pack of cigarettes signed by Cutler.
Smoking Jay.
The Smoking Jay package.
It's not Cutler breast milk. We're going back to the league.
Yes.
I mean, we joke, but how much money would a pack of cigarettes signed by Jay Cutler go for out of the pure hilariousness of it? And
there is somebody for everything.
Yeah,
I would absolutely.
That's a good way to put it.
On that.
Well,
so
if you remember, go ahead, Steve. I'll pass.
No, I was gonna say, I was just gonna segue into something completely different. So go ahead.
Smart man.
If you remember last year, I had all the autographed helmets behind me. So my friend's company, Coaches Collectibles, his name is Domenico Vecchi. If you reach out to him, this guy does everything you want personalized. He gets the athlete to personalize. You send them something within reason to be written on the autograph or beneath the autograph. You can have it 100% personalized. So check out his website. Very close personal friend of mine. Coaches Collectibles. Everything. Oh, that's right, Russ. You have bought some stuff for him for your TKO. Do I have that right?
Yeah. Oh man, Devontae Adams mini helmet, but it was camo. It was beautiful.
Good. Everything is 100% guaranteed authentic. Everything has the certificate of authenticity, and 90% of what he sells is signed in his presence. So check them out.
That's
That's just
wild.
a shout out to a friend of mine.
Outstanding.
Very awesome. And also to Austin's point, if he's from the place where they're made,
You're probably done with them.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, because everyone here has that one thing that's local to them that for whatever reason everybody outside of the town loves, and you're just like, no, over it, don't want to deal with it. Okay.
That's like the version of everyone thinking Chicago pizza is deep dish, right? Like
it's not.
It's not.
It's not.
But that's kind of what that's like. It's just like, no, dude, just fine. It's a novelty, go, but that's not what it's about. Like, no, Pringles, they're great, but here, I've had this many since I was 3.
I'll tell you what, Roach Coach Pizza Puffs are actually better than some pizzas in Chicago. So I wouldn't go too far on the pizza love in Chicago.
Oh, I mean, that's what Sal and I are here for. Head up to New Jersey, New York. We'll give you some real pizza.
Yeah, well, you guys got New Haven around the corner, so that's easy for you guys to do. just get the action out of Sal.
As he's chewing, come on, man, don't make this man choke. We're not here to give him the Heimlich.
So all right, Tommy, we got the Pringles division. John, you're doing the live draft. You're at the 12. Tommy, what spot are you in?
I'm doing 102. I don't feel great about it. I signed up and got my spot before the scoring settings were released, but that's what we've got, so that's what we're going to work with.
More importantly, what shirt are you rocking right now?
Oh, this is awesome. I actually ordered 2 of them. They're so cool, right? See that? It's not my division, but it was too cool not to buy.
Who cares? Wow. Yeah, I don't own anything for my division on it. So I guess that's why I have to do another order for sure.
Chris Joel Smith is in the chat. He actually works at Giordano's, and we're in the Giordano's division in Chicago draft. So this is super awesome that he gets to represent. Look at that. There he goes. This is a proud man right there.
Well, and he's been wearing the Fishbowl's shirt to work, and no one's noticed, according to him.
Yeah,
which makes it that much better.
He goes to work with his Scott Fishbowl shirt on, and nobody even knows it's a Scott Fishbowl shirt. I think it's just a Giordano shirt. It's that good.
It's like, oh, it's Giordano.
That's a compliment to our designers right there.
Absolutely.
Oh man,
I'm at the 112 spot. I don't know what I see myself going is Mark Andrews and then Trevor Lawrence after. I don't really care if anybody knows my strategy or not, but I there's no way I'm passing on quarterback. There's no way I'm passing on tight end, and I think those guys might. I hope Andrews falls to me, and I think Lawrence is going to be there for me at the 112. But in a super flex and a tight end premium like this, I know running backs are super important here, but the biggest thing is you can't trade here. So if one of your quarterbacks gets hurt, you're SOL. So you have to kill the quarterback position. You have to get like 5 quarterbacks if you possibly can. So that's my strategy is kill the quarterback. I'm going to get the Sam Darnolds. I'm going to get the guys in the back. 2023 MVP Sam Darnold, just for the record. So I'm going to get guys like that on my team. Jameis Winston's, all those guys. I'm going to stack my box.
Recapping your draft from last year.
Did you just say you're going to kill everyone else's quarterbacks? That's how you're going to win?
I'm going to kill the quarterback position. There's no way I'm letting them go.
Oh, big difference.
Yeah. I made it to the third round of the playoffs last year, and then Andrews got hurt, and there was a bye for Kelsey, so I got eliminated because my whole team was on a bye or hurt 1 week. So I'll go with that same league, and like you guys said before, the non-negative scoring here is going to be humongous. So I love the first downs. I love the rushing and receiving first downs, the passing first down, all the stuff. I love, my scoring, Steve. Some people don't like PPR. I want it where the water boy giving out water gets 5 points for the team. I want it where the coaches, going to the bathroom at halftime gets points for your team. I love the scoring. I love the all crazy scoring amounts. That's what makes leagues awesome and fun.
Yeah, final score 320 to 307.
It's better than 7-6 back in the day.
Fair.
The old leagues.
See, this is what we need. We need pictures of people at work wearing SFB shirts instead of the shirts they're supposed to be wearing and just completely getting away with it.
Yeah. That's fantastic.
I have to wear a uniform. Can we do SFB button-ups next year so I can wear it to work? Like I can just be like, hey, look at me. Well, first of all, my boss, my VP is watching. He's been in the Scott Fishbowl in the past, and he's watching with his son. That's why I give the shout out to before. And he lets me get away with a lot of stuff. So,
Well, just what I mean, we can make it easier on yourself. You wear a white button down; those are practically see-through at this point. So you wear a white T-shirt under with the Scott Fishbowl logo, and you're pretty much wearing an SFB button down.
Now it makes sense. You get in the fishbowl, I get a promotion. Is that how it works? Is that how it worked for you?
There it is. There he is checking in. I'd allow it.
He looks very serious about it.
Hey,
too.
that's all you need.
That's his. He's trying to deliver a message with a tough guy face.
Oh,
Josh is actually an old friend of mine. We happen to work together for about 11 years. Good egg.
Good man. Good brother. Good brother.
Or do that. We have the Inception PBR while drinking PBR.
Another fantastic logo.
Yeah, that one I believe is one of the top sellers, if not the top seller this year.
I think it just says more about the people we allow into SFB than anything else.
I have to get
it's a Midwest staple.
Josh is very disappointed in all of you.
Yeah.
But also, we didn't make any fancy beer logos anyway, so John could have bought one and no one else would have known what it was.
My kids and my wife, my kids want the Waffle House one, and my wife wants the Starbucks one, and I always get 3 every year. I don't wear them to the draft. It's kind of like somebody said before. I don't wear them to my drafts, but I wear them all the time. I have got comments. I was on a plane one time, and a pilot who was welcoming everybody in said, "Scott Fishbowl." I love that because I was in last year. So I was like, thanks a lot. People do notice the Scott Fishbowl, the attire as you go around the cities. It's fantastic when people call you out.
I think I'll go into New York City, I'll wear a Scott Fishbowl, and I'll pretty much walk down the street like this, hoping someone but nothing. I'm like, someone talk to me, please. Someone know what this is.
I got it at a Jewel by my house a couple days ago. Somebody said Scott Fishbowl, gave me a thumbs up, and they walked by. So I mean, it's spreading like wildfire. It's already big as far as us know. I mean, it's been big since I've been on Twitter, as far as this community is concerned. But it's spreading like wildfire, and I love it.
So, guys, let me jump in.
Disneyland. Someone just threw a "Hey, Scott Fishbowl."
Yeah.
Yep.
We're up against it here, and I just want to remind everyone that we're going to be switching streams. Part 2. If you go to the pin,
never cross the streams.
If you go to the pinned tweet on the SFB Podathon Twitter account, you will find all 5 links, the next 4 for the rest of the day, or just go to the Fantasy Cares YouTube page. You can stay there all day and just keep clicking the links as we switch over. But please switch over with us. I'm going to check out, let Russ and Steven close this out and get the other stream going.
A lot of pressure. I wasn't ready for that. I'm not even supposed to be here today.
I appreciate you guys having me here. I can't really thank you guys for having me on. I'm on my YouTube, my StreamYard right now because my neighbor Nick Scripp. I use his StreamYard all the time. I don't know if that's legal or not. Whatever, I don't even care. But he runs a great. He's running a Fantrax account right now for all their promotions. He's the head of the fantasy football for Fantrax. He's got his own P2W account. He's got his own Patreon going. The guy's fantastic. He's my neighbor. We drink beers together. We talk. The guy's fantastic. Yeah, he's a great follow. I appreciate him letting me be part of his fantasy football life and the things he's got going on. So follow Nick Scripp if you got a chance on he's P2W Fantasy on the Twitter machine, and subscribe to our YouTube channel because my commissioner evaluation show's on there too. But you guys, I can't tell you how much I thank you for letting me be part of the Scott Fishbowl Podathon this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And, glad to have you guys. And, talking about Nick, like the dude grinds, fantastic guy. Again, talking about those local guys in the local leagues that you run. I mean, that's what we're talking about is you get to interact with these guys and develop these friendships, hang out, talk fantasy football. And Nick's a good dude. He gets it and he grinds. And the fact he's doing what he's doing now, all very well deserved.
Yeah, guy runs his whole soccer program at the school. He's got married. He's got his 3rd kid on the way. Guys actually, I don't know how he does all the stuff he does, but guys like that are just, that's what motivates most of us to just keep going and keep pushing. Guys, like Russ himself. Russ, you have no idea how big of an influence you are in this community because you were one of the first podcasts I listened to on your show, and since then, just meeting you in person at the expo. It was one of the joys of my life. I think, I'm sure you hear it all the time, but I just want to let you know that you make me want to be a better fantasy football player or just be better in the fantasy football community because of all the stuff you do. I just want to give you a thanks, Russ. I really appreciate everything you do for everybody else in this community.
Well, Thanks. Now that I feel awkward, because we're supposed to be talking about you guys, and you're sitting here talking about other people. Tommy, say how awesome you are. Talk about yourself.
Well, we got to wrap. I have the other live stream going. So, Tommy, you're going to close us out, and then we're going to shut this stream down. Go ahead.
Sounds great. We got a bunch of ringers coming up. I'm certainly going to be tuning in. I can't wait to see what everyone else has to say about Fantasy Cares and Scott Fishbowl and scoring settings, everything else. Thank you so much for having me on. I look forward to listening further.
Very good. We'll see you guys all on the other side.
Thanks, guys.
Closing out.
So I'm going to end the broadcast now and go on to the next one. Is that what's happening right now?
Yeah, I'll hit the
broadcast
button.
is already on.
All right, there we go.
Why are you here? Go to the
Part
other
2.
one.
Go check it out. We'll see you over there.
Go away.
John, thank you. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.